boy was woken up with a slap to the head. They were mocking Junwoo Kim because he had the same name as the legendary hero from 40 years ago, despite being weak. What they didn't know was that Junwoo Kim was no longer the same person they knew. He woke up one day and didn't recognize his own face. He opened the window and realized this wasn't the world he knew either. There weren't so many buildings, and Junwoo Kim couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he felt an intense energy and ran into the street to confirm if that really was a portal. What he saw, however, was not what he expected. People weren't running away from where the portal appeared, but rather gathering to watch. Irritated, he pushed through the crowd and noticed there were reporters. He shouted at everyone that it was dangerous, but no one around seemed to care. Then, a girl arrived as if she were a movie star, waved to her fans, and headed towards the portal, but she didn't enter it. Instead, she allowed the creatures to come out of it and then began to fight. The girl was very powerful and was controlling the entire situation. This scene provoked an uncontrollable rage in Junwoo Kim. The people had turned it into a show. Frustrated with everyone there acting as if they were watching a celebrity, Junwoo Kim knocked over the cameras and yelled that this was all stupidity. The boy's reaction took everyone by surprise. He was the only one not excited about the spectacle. He warned that there was a possibility the monster could go berserk and adapt to this dimension, and that if that happened, everyone there would be in danger. The girl replied that everything they were doing was what had been taught in subjugation classes. Junwoo was speechless at her response. She then mocked him, saying that real life is different from the classroom. At that moment, Junwoo's eyes turned red, and he asked if the brat thought it was right to create a battlefield in front of people. The intense gaze intimidated the girl, and the guards warned him to back away. As he was being pulled away by the bodyguards, Junwoo questioned how someone as weak as her could be considered a hunter. The girl didn't respond to the offense, only commenting that his life must be difficult. A while later, Junwoo went to the square to think about everything. It seems he had returned to life 42 years after his death. He remembered perfectly. I was gravely injured in that battle. My companions were shouting for me to open my eyes. All I wanted to know in that moment was the result of the subjugation. They had tears in their eyes, so I thought we had lost. But in reality, it was a success. We had won. So, why are you all crying so much? I asked. That monster was on a completely different level. If we had lost, everyone in the city would have died. The reason they were crying was because I was dying. I hadn't even realized my injuries were so severe. That's when they showed me my own amputated leg. They were too worried to celebrate the victory. But all I said was that I was happy they were all okay and had survived, and I truly was. It was in that instant that I knew for sure I had died. Junwoo Kim was the first hunter of South Korea and fought bravely against Gigantiana, the most powerful monster that ever existed. What an end for a hero. But then I remember that, as everything went dark, a voice in my head said, I will return in 42 years, much stronger. Next time, humans will not be able to survive. The voice echoing in his memory, it would return in 42 years. He remembered that grim prediction. If things continued, all would be lost. The hunters, he'd explained, were outmatched by even the weakest of monsters, and he needed to prepare for the inevitable calamity. But then, a flicker of hope. He claimed there was still a chance. He clung to the hope that his group was still alive. If he could reach them, he could make a difference. But how? He couldn't simply ask strangers about his missing companions. Then he remembered the girl and her mention of a hunter's academy. There, perhaps, he still had a chance. This meant the institute had been founded within the last 3 decades, and only one person could have been responsible. He remembered asking his friend if he'd truly intended to establish a school. His companion confirmed it. He'd been planning for the future, envisioning an academy to nurture the next generation should the war ever end. He even entrusted Junwoo with naming it. Junwoo, surprised by the offer, hesitated. Are you sure? He asked. With a calm expression, the man suggested Korea Hunters College. He was told the name was too simple, too unremarkable. Now, standing before the school, he wondered if his companion had actually chosen such a plain name. The school itself was immense. He was questioned, asked what he was doing there. Was he a student? They hadn't seen him at the school before. He denied it, stating he was simply looking for someone. The old man spoke up, telling him if it was Yoon Chai he was after, he should leave. That wasn't the case, the protagonist replied. He asked the guard if he knew someone named Bae Woo-shik. The guard looked confused. He then asked if the protagonist was referring to his boss. That's right, the protagonist replied. I'd like to meet him. The old man explained that visitors were not allowed to see the director. Are you perhaps a special admission student? He asked. The protagonist was now confused. He claimed ignorance, insisting he was just a regular student. But the guard, with a look of pity, told him to follow. They entered the building. Minutes later, something startled him. Inside the room, a portrait of his former self hung on the wall. The boy questioned its presence. A guard told him to stop yelling in the school. He apologized, then blushed, wondering why his friend had placed such a large portrait of him at the entrance. As they walked, they discovered several pictures scattered across the wall. One quote attributed to Hunter Jungwoo caught their attention. "Adventurers are made of 99% willpower and 1% talent." Jungwoo wondered if he'd actually said that. He had no recollection. Moments later, they arrived at the director's office. The guard knocked. He apologized, explaining that a boy wished to speak with the director. They were both invited in. Before the protagonist met the director, the guard offered a warning against any foolish behavior. Inside, the guard announced the arrival of the transferred special student. The director was confused, having no recollection of admitting any special student that year. The guard told them they could talk and left to resume his patrol. A serious expression settled on the protagonist's face as he looked at Wushik. The director approached, remarking on the strangeness of the situation. His face was serious. He hadn't heard of any special student passing the admissions process. Who was this boy standing before him? If he couldn't explain himself, there would be consequences. But the boy seemed unconcerned, asking only about the well-being of his friend. The man was confused. He didn't know this boy at all. He continued, remarking that his friend looked almost unrecognizable, like an old man. He asked if Wushik knew him, revealing his name, Junwoo. The man, bewildered, claimed he'd never seen anyone so crazy in his entire life and reached for the phone. He called security, demanding they remove the boy. No random person should be allowed in his office. A moment later, the protagonist asked about Sun Young. He demanded to know how the MC even knew that name. The Protos explained that Wan Cheat had relentlessly pursued her, only to be constantly rejected. It was impossible to forget. The protagonist then asked if his friend had ever managed to win her over. At this, the director rushed towards him. He grabbed Junwoo by the collar, shouting, "Who the hell are you? Why are you saying these things?" Junwoo started laughing. "I never imagined you'd actually grab me." An irritated expression crossed his face. "Quite daring for a school director, wouldn't you say?" Seeing this, the man released the protagonist, his face etched with shock. The protagonist brushed off his shirt. "I've told you before," he said to his friend. "Even when facing the fiercest monsters, the most powerful figures, you must maintain control. Never let your target escape." The director, visibly shaken, asked, "Is he your leader?" Years ago, at Subjugation Management Headquarters, a shout rang out. "What are you all doing?" A blade pressed against a woman's neck. "Bring me medicine, bring me food." The MC asked what was happening. A nearby man explained that the young man with the blade had been expelled from his base due to illness. Now, desperate, he was searching for medicine. He asked if it was true. The man replied that they suspected it was, because the young man's brother had a disease. Our hero considered his options, then started walking toward the hostage taker. His companion watched, perplexed, trying to understand their leader's intentions. A shout ripped through the air. The MC was warned to back off, to stop right there, or the girl would be eliminated. But the boy continued his advance, undeterred. The young man warned that if the protagonist came any closer, the girl would be in serious danger. The protagonist responded, unconcerned, that the man could do whatever he pleased. This unexpected reply confused both the young man and the girl, prompting the girl to question if she'd heard correctly. He insisted he was telling the truth. No one would care if she were eliminated. After all, monsters were plentiful in the city. The young man started to speak, but the MC cut him off. Did he lack the courage? If he wanted the medicine to save his brother, he would have to eliminate everyone present to get it. The man was taken aback. To save one life, he explained, another had to be taken. That was simply the way of their world. Monster or man, it made no difference. If something had to be done, it had to be done right. If he couldn't even manage that much, he should simply give up and be eliminated alongside his brother. The man was stunned by the words. A moment later, he threw the woman aside and advanced toward our hero. He lunged, blade flashing, but the protagonist sidestepped the attack with ease. In the next instant, he seized the attacker's arm and, with practiced precision, executed a flawless judo throw. The throw landed, and a curse ripped from the side character's lips. In a flash, he was slammed to the ground. He struggled to rise, anger twisting his face, and vowed to eliminate our hero. He cursed Junwoo again, slashing out with his blade. A smile touched Junwoo's lips. "That's the spirit," he said. His system window announced the equipping of an item. Junwoo parried the attack effortlessly. He leveled a finger at the man. The system confirmed. Explosive flick. In a flash, the blow landed, sending the man hurtling back to crash against the wall. The blow knocked the man unconscious. Junwoo turned to his companion. They should search for the man's younger sister, he said. She might be close by, and he still had medicine for her. His companion argued that their leader should reconsider. The girl had a contagious disease, but Junwoo didn't care. If that were true, he reasoned, the man would already be gone. He urged his companion to hurry. The young man immediately obeyed. The protagonist protagonist then instructed his friends to bring the newcomer back to their base and give him food. Wushik started to speak, but the hero cut him off. That was all there was to it. From that moment forward, they were a team. But back in the present, the protagonist's friend questioned if he was truly the same person. He looked like a child. The protagonist admitted he had no idea what happened, only that he'd woken up in this unfamiliar body. The director's gaze lingered on Junwoo, making him acutely aware of his youthful appearance. He confided in the man, explaining that his friend seemed skeptical. "Of course he is," the director replied. "Nobody would believe someone eliminated returned looking like a child." The MC suggested it would be best to explain what happened during their first hunt. Upon hearing this, Wushik punched him. Meanwhile, a guard sprinted toward the director's office, summoned by Wushik to remove the boy. The school's special admissions program attracted remarkable talent, and he assumed the boy was one of these select few. He arrived at the director's office, stating he was there to apologize. As he stepped inside, a voice called out, urging his friend to stay focused. The hero drilled Wushik on his apology. A guard, taking in the strange scene, turned to leave. "Keep going," the hero called after him. "Don't stop." A few minutes later, irritation flickered across the MC's face. Wushik shifted uncomfortably. The protagonist complained that his face hurt, and the director apologized for striking his friend, explaining the outburst was triggered by a mention of his first mission. The world had changed, the MC observed, a sentiment echoed by the director, who added that it might all seem strange to his friend. "It was obvious," the protagonist replied, pointing to how even monster subjugation had become a grim affair. Just the day before, he'd seen hunters dragging a monster from a dungeon. Wushik interrupted, asking if he meant the dungeon near the hospital. He already knew what his friend was thinking, he said. The young man questioned their actions. "The world had become peaceful," the man explained, after their leader's sacrifice on the last mission. "Powerful monsters were rare. Was that why they were unleashing these creatures onto the streets?" the hero wondered. "There was a limit to recklessness," he yelled. The director calmly stated there were other reasons. Lack of real danger made securing corporate sponsorships difficult, forcing them into this predicament. The hunters, meanwhile, were becoming celebrities, their methods a stark departure from the subjugations of the past. Their boy insisted it wasn't too late to reverse this trend. His friend, the director of the Hunters Academy, could make the necessary changes, but the director had already tried, he was told. He explained that the involvement of high-ranking officials made it impossible for him to change the education system alone. The MC suggested that reuniting with their companions might give them the leverage they needed, but the director countered that those very companions were the high-ranking officials he'd mentioned. With clear reluctance, he admitted some of his team wouldn't welcome the protagonist's return. The MC then asked if his friend shared this sentiment. The director, surprised, quickly corrected him, insisting that wasn't the case at all. He sighed. Everything had been a mess since his return. Wushik tried to reassure him. The world was finally free from the constant attacks, and their leader could begin a new life. But he countered, grimly certain that the final boss would return. The director, a little bewildered, asked their hero to repeat what he'd just said. The protagonist reiterated his claim. The final monster would return. Wushik, equally confused, pressed him. "Gigantiano? You're saying he'll be back?" "Exactly," the protagonist replied. "Whether we want to believe it or not, that's the reality. Just before he vanished, I heard a voice. It said the final boss would return in 42 years. Wushik insisted it couldn't be true, asking if his friend had misheard. The MC questioned whether his friend truly doubted him. He'd seen someone return after 42 years, yet his friend struggled to believe the most powerful creature could also return. The director shifted uncomfortably. Their hero announced he was leaving. Staying no longer made sense. The man asked his friend what he planned to do next. He declared it was obvious. He would handle everything alone, just as he had before. Wushik argued that their leader wouldn't be capable of anything in his current state. The protagonist retorted that he'd done it once, and he would do it again. But before he left, he paused. There was one more thing. He needed his sword. It would be complicated to do this alone without it. Wushik explained that the item was in storage. Due to its value, it couldn't be retrieved. The MC pressed, asking if there was any way to get it back. The director mentioned Seokdu was in charge there. The protagonist was pleased. Seokdu, his old companion, held that position. It was a perfect arrangement. Seokdu had always been obedient and loyal. Wushik explained that Seokdu would be among the most furious about the protagonist's return. The protagonist lamented that nothing seemed to be working, but the man offered a glimmer of hope. There was still one option left, he said, because Seokdu's granddaughter attended the school. He'd heard the chairman adored the girl and could refuse her nothing. He questioned whether he truly had a granddaughter and if getting close to her was the key to solving his problems. The man confirmed it would be the the easier path. Agreeing, he asked for her name. The director revealed it was Go Yunche, adding that he likely encountered her in the collapsed dungeon near the hospital. Junwoo could only scoff at the absurdity of it. He questioned if the girl was truly Seokdu's granddaughter. The man confirmed, asking if there was a problem. The MC explained his anger after witnessing the street subjugation, admitting he'd fought with her. The director was surprised. Woo-shik, concerned, asked if his friend had hurt anyone. Of course not, the MC insisted. A few angry words spilled out before he turned and walked away. Later, the weight of his words settled upon him, the memory of her victory flashing in his mind. Frustration boiled over. "I don't know what to do," he shouted. He turned back, extending his hands towards Woo-shik. Woo-shik, confused, watched his friend. What was Junwoo planning? "Do you need something?" he asked. Junwoo's reply surprised him. "The academy enrollment form." "Really?" Woo-shik asked, incredulous. He urged his friend to hand it over, explaining that his weapon was in someone else's possession. To retrieve it, he needed to approach Seokdu's granddaughter. Woo-shik scoffed, dismissing the plan. The problem wasn't the granddaughter, he explained. It was the protagonist's age. Confused, the protagonist pressed him for an explanation. Woo-shik asked incredulously if he truly intended to enroll at his age. The question struck the protagonist like a blow. The director unleashed a torrent of words upon the hero, each one further stoking the flames of his irritation. "I'm not here to make friends," he snapped. "I just want my weapon back." Woo-shik sighed. "He hasn't changed a bit," he murmured, referring to their leader. "Obviously," the protagonist retorted. "That's why he was the first one out." The director handed the admission card to Woo-shik. He cautioned the MC not to be too hard on the children. The MC assured him he wasn't that kind of person. Woo-shik, concerned, told him not to hurt them, reminding him of their youth. The protagonist replied that he would decide in the moment. The man insisted he wasn't joking. The other children were simply too weak. The MC snapped back, already understanding. The following day, inside the academy, a student searched for their classroom. It was the protagonist, a knot of nervousness tightening in his stomach now that he was about to join a class. He tried to keep a low profile as he searched for Go Yunche, but it wasn't long before someone challenged him. "What are you doing?" a girl asked, annoyed. "If you're not going in, move. You're blocking the door." He apologized, explaining he was already heading inside. But then, inexplicably, the girl stepped closer. He felt a flicker of awkwardness as she leaned in and asked if he, by any chance, happened to be the dog from yesterday. Confusion washed over him. She entered the room, remarking on the unexpected nature of the transfer student. It didn't matter to her, she claimed, but the protagonist questioned her use of the word dog. She offered no reply, leaving the protagonist even more bewildered by her abrupt departure. He found today's kids far more complicated. Stepping into the classroom, he felt the weight of many eyes. The students were all staring at him. The boys murmured amongst themselves, speculating whether the newcomer was the same dog they'd seen the previous day. Even some of the girls whispered similar theories about the protagonist. He realized they were all staring at him. Confused, he wondered what was happening. It was his first day at school. He considered ignoring it all, telling himself he'd expected the academy to be different since no one else possessed his item. He searched for a seat, but a surprise awaited him. A bouquet of flowers sat on his desk, accompanied by a congratulatory message from Woo-shik. He paused, a flicker of confusion in his mind. Did everyone receive these upon arrival? Taking his seat, he muttered about the wasted expense. A sudden clatter startled him. Someone was making quite a racket. A shout echoed, someone criticizing their teacher. It was a boy, complaining about being forced to come to school. His arrival silenced the classroom, a sudden fear falling over the students. He thought, kids, they never change, always so sure of themselves. The boy noticed him then, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, quickly replaced by a wide, welcoming smile. A new friend, he seemed to think. He approached, incredulous. "I can't believe you're in my class," he said. "That dog, the one from yesterday, it showed up in my room." He hadn't expected to see the protagonist there, not after the incident with Go Yunche and his disparaging remarks about hunters. Surprise flickered across the hero's face. "How do you know these things?" he asked. "Your video," the boy replied. "It's everywhere." The protagonist's mind raced. He was certain no one knew about that. Then, with a stinging slap, the boy's words hit even harder. "I can't believe you," he scoffed. "Even after all that, you still got into the academy." He called the MC crazy for causing trouble with Yunche, especially for a mere E rank. But the protagonist's annoyance was growing. The boy extended his hand and said it was a pleasure to meet him. He said his name was Ju Seok, someone the protagonist likely already knew. Irritation flickered across the protagonist's face as he recalled Woo-shik's advice to endure the insult. A moment later, he too extended his hand and gave his name. Ju Seok erupted in laughter. "Your parents must have been fools," he scoffed, "naming you after a famous hunter." The MC laughed along, the sound hollow. "Control yourself," he thought. "Don't hit him." Then the boy asked, "What was it like seeing Go Yunche up close?" He complimented her figure, saying her face was decent for a girl her age, and then laughed again. Even a director's granddaughter, he continued, shouldn't be so arrogant. If not for her attitude and that determined look, she'd be his type, he added. A voice cautioned Ju Seok against going too far. Both Ju Seok and the boy were taken aback. It was the girl from earlier. The boy asked why she was bringing it up again. She retorted that Ju Seok should look in the mirror before commenting on anyone else's appearance. He questioned her sanity, reminding her that he'd tolerated her before, but this was too much. She retorted that they were both in Class E, both trash. He bristled, insisting he wasn't on her level. He'd been in Class B. She dismissed this, claiming it didn't matter since he couldn't even use his own abilities. The fact that he was still in school spoke volumes about his father's influence. Without it, expulsion would have been inevitable. Ju Seok listened, and anger stirred within him. He advanced on the girl, raising a hand to strike. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the blow. But then, something unexpected stopped him short. He lay sprawled on the floor. The students watched, stunned. How had he dared? Ju-seok demanded to know if Mim Jong-woo had lost his mind. The big man's face remained impassive as he watched the boy. Ju-seok questioned whether the protagonist had truly done what he claimed. He responded that he could do it again if the boy wished. Ju-seok rose to his feet. He asked if the MC really wanted trouble on his first day. Then, raising his voice, he threatened to beat him, to make him understand his place in the school's hierarchy. The protagonist simply laughed. The MC scowled. "Have you ever even been in a critical situation?" he asked. The boy ignored him, continuing his advance. The MC dodged the poorly aimed punch easily. Terrible, he thought. His movements were pathetic. He was so weak, even a goblin could have overpowered him. But before the fight could continue, someone entered the room and demanded to know what her students were doing. Ju Seok was irritated. Of course, the teacher had to interrupt right at the moment of his fight. He stalked off, muttering that he'd find John Woo later to finish what they'd started. Then, turning to the protagonist, he suggested they meet behind the school. Something fun was about to happen. Hours later, irritation flickered across Woo-shik's face. He asked how the MC could have already found trouble on his first day. The protagonist replied that he'd been holding back. Woo-shik explained that he'd already cleaned up the MC's mess, but he wasn't sure what Ju Seok would do. John Woo asked what he meant. Woo-shik clarified that the boy the MC had hit was the minister's son, the minister of his own subjugation department, no less. The boy was used to getting his way, and with his father's influence, he'd never faced any real consequences. He understood now, he said, how things had ended up that way for the boy. The director cautioned him to be more careful. If he challenged Ju Seok again, there would be nothing anyone could do. He understood, the protagonist replied, and would handle it his own way. Outside the office, he sighed. The girl from the corridor suddenly spoke, startling him. "Why did you do that?" she demanded. "Do you even know who you just messed with?" He shrugged. "Doesn't matter. I don't like rude kids." Then, turning the question back on her, he asked, "Why were you about to fight him?" Ju Seok was only talking about Yoon Chae. His surprise was immediate. The girl standing before him bore a striking resemblance to someone he'd seen during the subjugation. His eyes fell on the badge pinned to her shirt, Go Ah Hyun. He asked if she was Yoon Chae's younger sister. She confirmed that she was. The MC was pleased, seeing an opportunity to use her, but then she revealed a surprising truth. She wasn't actually Yoon Chae's younger sister. Born to a different mother, she was never considered her father's daughter, never truly accepted as family. The hero, taken aback, awkwardly asked if she ever spoke to her grandfather. She explained that they had a strong relationship. He was the one who'd removed her from the family registry. The boy's hopes plummeted. The girl apologized, adding that because she was no longer considered family, he wouldn't receive any compensation for helping her. He was new to the academy and needed someone to rely on. She had thought he was different, but he seemed just like the others, focused on status. He countered that she was no different, judging him simply for being a special admission student. Discussing family legacies and special admissions was absurd, he thought, especially for kids. The girl told him to wait, insisted he would understand what it truly meant to be a special student at the academy, but he didn't care. He just kept walking. Seeing this, a blush crept up the girl's face as the reality of the encounter sunk in. Meanwhile, the MC realized his initial plan had backfired. He'd need a new approach to get close to Yoon Chae. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows behind him. He was stopped by someone asking if his name was Junwoo, and if he was the special student from Class E. Junwoo. Surprised, wondered who this person was, but simply asked what they wanted. A few boys watched on, laughing, and more people began to arrive after the initial challenger appeared. Junwoo suddenly found himself surrounded by 5 people in the school hallway. The man threatened humiliation if the MC didn't follow. The protagonist, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt the beginnings of a headache. Inside a school warehouse, he followed the boys from earlier. The MC wondered if this was their hideout, the air thick with a terrible stench. A voice called out, announcing their friend's arrival. It was Ju Seok. and he had a question to ask before the 6 of them embarked on what he promised would be an unforgettable experience. He wondered why a special student would pick a fight with him. It felt almost dreamlike, nonsensical. Then the larger boy questioned the label itself, special student, and its significance. Jusok was taken aback. He sneered, complaining that someone who'd slithered in through connections dared to speak to him as an equal. If he weren't currently under punishment, he'd teach the MC a lesson himself. The protagonist should be grateful, he added, that his friends were merciful. Then, with a roar, he unleashed his companions. Hearing this, one of the boys lashed out with a kick, but the protagonist easily dodged the blow. He was surprised when his attacker stumbled and fell to the ground, apparently without any help. Juseok laughed. "Good dodge," he said. But the crowd surged forward, threatening to teach the MC a lesson. With effortless ease, he dodged the first boy's attack, then another, and another, all while taunting them about their lack of basic combat skills. The man from earlier came running, shouting for the protagonist to shut up. This time, the protagonist stood his ground, meeting the man's charge with a brutal knee to the face. He found the man ridiculous, incapable of even the simplest actions. Blood poured from the boy's nose. He collapsed, leaving the others stunned. How had their attacker done it alone? He questioned why no one else was attacking, taunting them to come forward since Jusok had promised unforgettable memories. The boy bristled at the challenge, cursing Jeonwoo. A grin spread across Jeonwoo's face. If they were going to do this, he declared, they might as well do it right. Go-Ayeon walked the school halls, teasing the big guy. The memory of the MC's words stung. Her ideas had been dismissed as ridiculous. She pointed out that while the protagonist spoke with such certainty, he actually knew nothing about the situation. She overheard a girl mention that Juseok's group had taken Jeonwoo somewhere. Whispers spread. His school life was over, they said. He was the special student who'd set a record for being abandoned. Someone wondered if the teachers knew, but another voice quickly replied that nobody wanted to get involved. Go-Ayeon declared the protagonist deserved his suffering, his arrogance a constant irritant. But then, a sudden shift. A flicker of his words about her surfaced in her memory. She stopped dead in her tracks. She ran. Inside the warehouse, our hero faced the 3 boys who had brought him there. Jusok questioned whether his friends were just toying with the situation. A simple charge and a strike against the MC would surely suffice. The boys were intimidated. He'd taken down their strongest in a single move, but he reassured them, saying there was nothing to fear. He hadn't done anything special, he insisted. Their skills and mentality, he added, were simply childish. Jusok was deeply disturbed. He turned to his friends, suggesting they use his ability against their opponent, but one of them cautioned that using their techniques risked exposure and expulsion from the academy. Jusok assured them they simply had to avoid being caught. With this reassurance, the boys began preparing for another attack, bracelets fastened to their wrists. The protagonist realized they were using the same item as Go-Won and Che, and that wielding swords would likely be more cumbersome. The boys hesitated, unwilling to challenge the larger figure. Seeing their inaction, Jusok leaped down, denouncing his companions as cowards. He brandished a bracelet, activating some mechanism that unleashed his powers. One boy warned his friend he'd be punished if caught. Jusok silenced him. He activated the item. The system announced a D-rank skill, granting him immediate access to its abilities. Our hero watched, impassive. Through the window, a spear changed hands. Jusok declared he would make our hero beg and see how long he lasted. The protagonist scoffed, calling the boy a mere child, and questioned whether he even understood how to use abilities. A bystander spoke up, incredulous, asking if the protagonist was an idiot. He was already wielding a weapon. The protagonist grabbed a nearby broom, turning to Jusok. "Did you really think summoning an item was an ability?" he asked. Then, looking back to the bystander, he added, "There's someone who knows nothing." The big man jabbed his broom toward Jusok, his face contorted with anger. How dare this kid use an ability outside a dungeon? Meanwhile, back in the academy office, news traveled fast. "One of your new students is already causing trouble," someone reported. "Apparently, he was bold enough to go up against Juseok from Class B," the other person responded, surprised. "Strange. He's a special admit, but he's in Class E. That would mean he has no talent as a hunter?" The woman denied it. Confused, the man listened as she insisted he was mistaken. He was in this class, she explained, because he hadn't taken the aptitude test. This puzzled him even more. Those who skipped the test usually possessed a combat level too high to measure. He questioned his exclusion from the evaluation. The only other student to receive that classification had been Go Yunche, and he wondered if they were being compared. The man countered that someone with his talent wouldn't be relegated to the lowest class. The woman explained that the director had specifically placed him in Class E to keep him under the radar. He remarked on the strangeness of it, hunters typically wanting to stand out. But the woman admitted she didn't know the details. Before she could say more, a voice called out her name, Go Eun. What happened? She asked. She warned that the MC was in danger. Back at the battle, the protagonist's broom and Jusok's spear met in a furious clash. Irritation flickered across the boy's face. He was barely keeping up as the protagonist effortlessly deflected each of Jusok's attacks with a simple broom. A bystander watched, perplexed. Jusok, with his spear, should have been more than a match for someone of Baron level. What was happening? The protagonist deflected every blow, his broom holding strong. Frustration mounting, the attacker shouted, demanding to know how an E rank was holding him off. He lunged again, but the protagonist met the attack, his expression unchanged. Jusok rained curses down on Jinwoo, his attacks relentless. But Jinwoo parried each blow, calmly stating that a weapon skill wasn't something to be used so carelessly. A bystander sneered, telling Jinwoo to shut up. He was just a special admission student after all. The MC explained that a weapons core defined its abilities. He dodged the attacks with ease, then asked what kind of core Jusok believed his own weapon possessed. Jusok, enraged, told him to go to hell. The spear's core, he explained, was a gift from his father, the very reason he'd been accepted into the academy. His future seemed assured, a hunter after graduation, perhaps even a coveted spot on the student council. But now, facing a special student, ranked only E, he struggled. He lunged, his broom connecting not with his opponent, but with the hand of a bystander. A system announcement rang out. Weapon lost. Retrieve immediately. Confusion swept over him. The protagonist held Jusok's spear, a puzzling sight. He instructed the boy to watch closely, to learn how a true hunter handled such a weapon. Then, abruptly, the building plunged into darkness. Confusion swept over the boys. One remarked that it felt as though night had suddenly fallen. Then, just as quickly, the world brightened, returning to normal. A bystander nudged his friend, telling him to look down. Suddenly, shadows peeled away from everyone, rising from their bodies. The man our hero had just struck stood bewildered, convinced something had been stolen, his eyes searching for the vanished darkness. Our hero stood wreathed in a dark aura, a look of fear etched on his face. Doubt gnawed at the extra. Could this be true? Was this the same core from his own weapon? Meanwhile, a wicked laughter erupted from the large man, his body radiating waves of corrupted aura. The extra stumbled backward, desperate to escape, but he was trapped, paralyzed with fear. He had lost control of his bowels. With the spear now pointed at his throat, Jusok pleaded for his life. His face hardened. He lunged, thrusting the spear toward the boy. The extra cried out, scrambling to escape, but the weapon began to dissolve, fading away as the system deactivated, its minute-long activation expiring. Junwoo decided they had enough while Jusok remained unconscious. Their imposing figure began kicking the boy, urging him to wake up. The boy's eyes flickered open, but the sight of the MC triggered a scream of terror. Junwoo insisted he hadn't done anything, telling the boy to get up. The extra struggled to his feet, eyes locked on the protagonist in terror. "You're just a child," the hero Jusok said, an odd expression on his face. "Now answer my question," he pressed on. "Weapons and abilities designed for capturing monsters? Wouldn't using them outside the dungeon be dangerous?" But Jusok remained silent, offering no reply. The leader demanded a response. Immediately, the extra agreed, admitting the danger. The protagonist issued a warning. Any further displays of that behavior would be met with punishment. He looked at the boy who had joined the fray. "Come forward," he commanded. Then, turning to the extra, the protagonist instructed him to strike the boy a few more times, leaving the man bewildered. Junwoo declared he wanted the strongest punch. He challenged the extra, asking if he wanted everyone to laugh at him for being beaten by a mere special student. The boy thanked him, but asked for an explanation. The MC claimed he didn't want his identity revealed. The extra questioned if that was truly possible. Junwoo insisted it had to be the strongest punch. If it didn't hurt, everyone present would face a beating. Hearing this, the man lunged at our hero. Just as his fist connected with the protagonist's face, the teachers burst into the warehouse. The woman pointed to the crimson stain spreading across the floor. "There's blood," she said. "His blood." Yubin stepped forward. "This is too much," he declared. "He transferred here today." But then another student spoke up. "That's my blood," he claimed. The teacher directed the student to his office. The woman instructed Goa-hin to take their large companion to the infirmary, and she agreed. A few minutes later, the protagonist walked, reflecting on how much weaker his body felt than he'd anticipated. He looked at the girl, asking what she was doing there. He was supposed to be going to the infirmary. She didn't answer, remaining silent. He told her not to worry. He would handle it himself. Ah-hin asked who he really was. "Just a normal student," he replied, "who got what he deserved." Stop pretending, she insisted. I saw everything. Minutes earlier, the teacher had sent her student to check behind the academy. While searching for our hero, alone, she heard raised voices and went to investigate. She'd witnessed what our big guy had done to the others, and fear clung to her. Ah-hin questioned why the protagonist remained in Class E instead of the highest class. He dismissed her query, telling her it was none of her business. He wanted no attention, so she should simply forget it all. Ah-hin agreed with the MC. She was just like him. This left the protagonist confused. She confessed to judging him simply for being a special student, admitting she had even despised him. The girl apologized, and he told her it was all right. He just wanted to go to the infirmary. Ah-hin quickly changed the subject, claiming she didn't want to bring it up, yet asked for his help in joining the student council. The protagonist, taken aback, asked Ah-hin to repeat what she'd just said. Ah-hin explained that entry into the council required a sponsor. Are you saying we'd be taking advantage of this person? The protagonist asked. Exactly, Ah-hin replied. That's why no one wants to sponsor me. Just as she was about to ask for his help, he refused. Too busy, he said. Ah-hin insisted, offering to do anything in return. It wouldn't be free, but he countered, saying what he wanted was beyond her abilities. She offered him a multitude of things, each of which he refused. Then she offered to introduce him to Yunchi. He questioned her, asking if such a thing were even possible. How could she make such an offer considering Yunchi's expulsion? But the girl insisted there was more to the story. A playful expression crossed her face as she considered her words. Then, smiling, Ah-hin explained that if she got onto the student council, they could talk, since her sister was already a member. The MC's reaction was unexpected. He told her to forget about it. He'd handle things himself. Just then, dizziness swept over him. He collapsed. The girl knelt beside him, asking what was wrong. I've been asking to go to the infirmary, he gasped. For a long time. Meanwhile, at Hunter Academy, an emergency meeting was underway. The teacher stated that this was the second instance of Juseok using his ability. Another person declared it grounds for expulsion. Owen concurred, adding that this time, there would be no leniency. The first teacher nodded, confirming he'd seen it firsthand. The man turned to the academy director, Wushik, seeking his perspective. Wushik's gaze shifted to the teacher who had brought Ah-hin. Is it true, he asked, that Juseok and his friends assaulted the MC? The teacher confirmed, stating she'd witnessed the attack. He pressed her, asking again if she truly witnessed the attack. Her answer remained unchanged. The director burst into laughter, thanking the protagonist for taking the beating, leaving the teacher bewildered. His tone shifted. The use of abilities was forbidden, he stated, and since this wasn't the first infraction, there would be consequences. The director announced that according to the rules, Juseok would be expelled, but a voice interrupted, requesting to speak. Wushik granted permission. The speaker, seemingly without shame, argued that expulsion was too harsh a punishment. Wushik demanded an explanation. The man's shameless reply was that teenagers often behave this way. Their teacher's voice rose sharply. This wasn't just a mistake. It could have caused a serious accident. The academy official argued that Juseok was a promising student, destined to become a pillar of the institution. He then asked Yubin if she could live with herself knowing she'd destroyed his potential over a minor infraction. His words stung. The man conceded that Juseok was at fault and that his mistake had been serious. Even so, he believed expulsion was too harsh. A 1-week suspension, he argued, would be enough for the boy to learn his lesson. Wushik agreed, saying they would decide Juseok's punishment later. The meeting was over. As the teachers filed out of the room, the headquarters of the story's second-largest GO8, the shameless man smirked, glancing at his phone. He immediately made a call. On the other end was the minister, Juseok's father. Junbin assured him the punishment would be a mere suspension, and that, as things stood, the boy had an excellent chance of joining the student council. His voice dripped with malice as he promised to teach the MC a lesson, and with the end-of-month evaluation looming, he was confident he could. 3 days had already passed since the MC started school, yet Yunche remained elusive. He looked around at his classmates, a collection of what he considered talentless trash, unlikely to ever become hunters. The lessons themselves felt equally pointless, a string of wasted hours revealing nothing of value. He blends into the background, unnoticed, but his anonymity is shattered when a sharp blow cracks against his head. The scene from the story's opening, the relentless bullying, repeats itself. Their words echoed the earlier confrontation, the same accusations, the same fear in their eyes. These were the same individuals they had faced in the warehouse. Their imposing figure felt a sting of insignificance, a mere errand boy in the eyes of the world. But the truth was far more complex. The student who'd thrown the punch sneered, telling the protagonist he was hopeless and to follow him if he wanted a lesson. The other students began filing out of the classroom. In the hallway, the protagonist trailed behind them. The moment he spoke, the 2 boys flinched. The slap stung, our hero admitted. The 3 boys apologized. They were just taking out their frustrations on him, he explained. The man denied it. He insisted he'd only done it because Youngwoo wanted it to look real. Had they they succeeded? The protagonist wondered. The man sighed. Getting close to the student council was proving difficult for first-year students. The protagonist, after hearing this, asked if anything else had been uncovered. The man confirmed they had learned a few things. Some people, he explained, mentioned Yoonji rarely attended school. Is that all? The protagonist asked. The boys added that she kept to herself. Her only close friend, a fellow student council member named Jong-yun. This was it, the only useful lead. He needed to find this Jong-yun, and so he asked where he could be found. The others mumbled that Jong-yun rarely came to school. The protagonist's frustration boiled over. Get out, he snapped. The boys apologized, promising to return with something useful next time. A throbbing headache began to build behind the protagonist's eyes. He felt a presence, and turning, found Aeon standing there. This isn't going to work, she said. He spotted the girl and asked if she'd been following him. She replied that Jong-yun was a student council member and therefore difficult to get hold of. The MC questioned why it was so hard to track these people down. The student council wasn't that important, was it? She stressed its importance. Only the best students were chosen. The protagonist countered that they were all just kids, every single one of them students. Ion explained that council membership guaranteed hunter status, opening the door to real missions, and because the council members' parents held such influence, teachers treated them with deference. Even within the school walls, they wielded absolute authority. She explained they operated on a different level, and with his current approach, he wouldn't even catch a glimpse of Go Yunche. Janwoo asked if there was another way. The girl started to suggest the student council, but he immediately shut her down. Hearing this, the girl was confused. Why do you keep refusing? She asked. He told her that Aeon had said only talented people could stand out, and she didn't have any talent. Just teach me, she insisted. I'll work hard. He started to laugh. He warned her that learning from him would bring immense pain. A heavy silence followed. He admitted he didn't understand her desire to join the council, advising her not to concern herself with things beyond her reach, but the girl dismissed it all. Janwoo was taken aback. She insisted that if the council wouldn't have her, she'd rather go to another world entirely, and pleaded with him to teach her how. She declared her intention to master everything about subjugation, vowing to dedicate herself to relentless training. Janwoo, announcing the end of the break, started to walk away. The girl pressed him for an answer. A smile touched Janwoo's face, impressed by her courage. He hadn't seen such determination in a long time. She might prove useful. Elsewhere, their favorite teacher congratulated the students, then reminded them about the monthly evaluation. For that reason, they needed to put in the effort. Last month's scores had been dismal. Her words were cut short by the arrival of someone apologizing for the interruption. It was the shameless teacher, there to announce changes to the upcoming monthly exam. He declared that the first year's test would be a practical exercise, held within a dungeon. A wave of confusion swept over the students. Their heroine questioned the reality of the moment, while the protagonist's face darkened. The teacher, after a moment, declared it impossible, but the man, unashamed, warned her against raising her voice in front of her students. Yubin argued that a practical exam was excessive. The shameless man countered, asking if she was implying Class E wouldn't be able to handle it. She was left speechless. He dismissed her silence, stating the decision was already made. He added that excluding students from education was considered discriminatory. He questioned how long they intended to remain separate from the academy's core curriculum, reminding them that all students needed to fulfill the basic requirements for hunter certification. The MC found this absurd. This class was clueless, practically children. He felt certain something was amiss. No teacher would willingly send kids into a dungeon. He offered a brazen ultimatum: take the exam or surrender and enroll in remedial classes. Fixing his gaze on the protagonist, he added a chilling rider. Withdrawal meant expulsion. As he turned to leave, he vowed to personally oversee the evaluation, leaving the protagonist with a gnawing suspicion that something was deeply amiss. The teacher couldn't have orchestrated this alone. Someone powerful was pulling the strings. In the director's office, Wushik's suspicions were confirmed. The Minister of Civilization of Korea was involved. The MC revealed he'd been blacklisted because of Jusuk. The man apologized, explaining he'd done everything he could to stop it, but Myeonjin's influence at the academy and his deep roots within its history had made it impossible. He understood it was a difficult situation, the protagonist responded. The director continued his explanation, but the protagonist cut him short. He'd heard enough complaints. Wushik asked his friend how he planned to escape this persecution. The MC agreed. Of course he'd take the exam. He still hadn't seen Yoon Chae, and expulsion was out of the question. He turned to the director. Did his friend have any useful weapons? The man claimed he had nothing. The MC told him he couldn't enter a dungeon unarmed, pressing him for anything at all that could be used to fight. But Wushik insisted. He had nothing. Items, he explained, were too dangerous. Our hero was taken aback. He He grabbed his friend's arm. "Have you finally grown the guts to lie to me, Woo-shik?" he demanded. The director denied it. He glanced at the ring on his friend's finger. "What's that?" he asked. The second highest ranking member of the G08 realized his secret was out. It was the Ring of Patelis, an exceptionally rare item. He and his friend began discussing it. 50 years had passed. The MC questioned whether Woo-shik still possessed it. He replied that he'd only begun using it after the fall of his leader. Then a memory surfaced, a time when he was nothing, and the protagonist had not only saved him, but brought him onto the team. He asked his friend what he was doing. Snatching the ring, he declared he would be the one to use it. A smile touched his lips as he held it, something he hadn't wielded in years, not since before his elimination. Woo-shik hesitated. Was it really all right to use it? Wouldn't that mean he wasn't truly an E rank? The MC dismissed his concern. It was only a kid's dungeon after all, it wouldn't matter. Just as the protagonist reached the door, the director stopped him. There was something else. He asked what it was. Woo-shik began to answer, but Junwoo cut him short, closing the door and walking away. Alone, the man considered resigning as president of the academy. The shameless teacher walked down the hallway and knocked on the door of the Hunter Academy's special department. He opened the door, surprised to find the main heroine inside. He asked Go Eunchae why she had come to school that day. She immediately shot back, demanding to know why he had barged into her room. Irritated, the man retorted that the teachers could come and go as they pleased, and she shouldn't let her position as a council member go to her head. After his remark, silence hung in the air. The man, realizing his blunder, shifted uncomfortably. He reminded himself to be patient. He was at the academy after all. There was an upcoming first-year evaluation, he explained, and the student council had assigned a supervisor. This time, it would be a practical exam. "Are you serious?" the girl asked. "A practical exam for first years?" He confirmed the news, then asked if she was interested. She refused. The man asked if Che could ask the other student council members, but she told him they couldn't do it either. He incredulously asked if she was suggesting they postpone the practical exam. She confirmed, stating that if it couldn't be held without the student council's participation, it would be better to wait a year. There was no benefit to them, she added. Perhaps, she mused, if they paid her, she might reconsider. The man erupted, demanding to know if she thought being a council member made her superior. Youngman reminded her that he had supported her rise within the school. Had she done it all alone, he challenged. The girl bristled. "Don't take your frustration out on me," she said. "It was my grandfather who judged you, not I." She added pointedly, "You should treat the council members better too." Youngman was speechless. He finally managed to ask where she'd heard about his judgment, but before she could answer, someone entered the room. "Teacher," the newcomer exclaimed, "it's good to see you again. Is there something important we need to discuss?" The man explained that someone from the council needed to evaluate the exams. The boy inquired whether Chai had agreed. The man replied that she hadn't. The student offered to do it himself, since he wasn't busy. Youngman asked if he was truly able to help. The boy pointed out it was obvious he could handle the task, being a student council member himself. Youngman considered the student, a troublesome sort, and hesitated. But a moment later, he granted permission, instructing the boy to sign the document and send it to his teacher. Yunchi watched, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach, as a suspicious smile spread across the boy's face. She questioned him about his plans for the subjugation schedule. He claimed he'd simply drop it. Unlike her, he wasn't famous, so no one would notice. Che pressed him, confused. Why would he risk so much to help Professor Cha, a man her friend clearly disliked? He took the job to watch the professor, determined to prevent another accident like the one before. He needed to know the test results, especially since he'd heard the boy from the hospital was now a first-year student. Che was puzzled. The boy seemed remarkably well informed about subjugations. Hadn't she assumed he was already a student? He explained his curiosity had led him to observe the protagonist. On that first day, he'd taken down Juseok's group and, like Che herself, skipped the evaluation. He asked the girl if she was curious about the protagonist. Meanwhile, back on the academy training grounds, the hero scanned the crowd. He noticed some of the students from classes C and D were absent. The B-rank students, however, were present and eager to impress the girls with their skills. In the MC's class, only 2 students were participating, the MC himself and another. Someone asked if they were the only 2 entering the dungeon. It was A Yeon, already preparing for the descent. "Good," she remarked. "Just the 2 of us means no waiting." The MC questioned her presence. "Isn't it obvious?" A Yeon replied. "I'm taking the test." Yeon assured the MC he needn't worry. She wouldn't be a burden. But Jung-woo cautioned that even a low-level dungeon shouldn't be taken lightly. He told her to stop while he was still being patient, explaining the test was designed to weed out E-class applicants from the start. Yeon remained undeterred. She reminded him of her unwavering commitment to joining the student council and pointed out that anyone serious about the council couldn't afford to fail this exam. exam. The MC was about to speak when a voice cut through the air, demanding the students' attention. It was the teacher, the same one who had dismissed the test's dangers, now warning them not to lower their guard. This school exam, he explained, would take place in a low-grade dungeon, with each group limited to 8 participants. The class decided amongst themselves that Class A would take the exam first. The others would wait their turn. As a student entered the room, the teacher announced that everyone should recognize him, a member of the student council. It was the boy from earlier. He introduced himself as Kim Jong-yeon. A flicker of surprise crossed our hero's face. The name seemed familiar, a whisper from the past. As he studied the protagonist, the teacher, brazen as ever, announced a class reassignment. With only 2 students remaining in Class E, Junwoo and Aeyeon would be moved to Class D. Then, the man from earlier approached and greeted the protagonist. The boys, bruised and battered after their encounter with the protagonist, shifted uneasily, attempting a show of bravado. But the heroine saw through their facade. Their feigned confidence was transparent, she noted, a poorly disguised act. Around them, murmurs rippled through the other students. Their own misfortune, they grumbled, to be teamed with a special admission student. A boy grumbled about being grouped with a special student. A girl complained about being 2 members short. One of the boys the MC had beaten earlier offered an apology, but before he could finish, the protagonist brushed it off. Then, he asked about the dungeon, and someone confirmed they had managed to gather some intel. A boy bowed, presenting a tablet to the protagonist. "Take a look at the details," he said. Confusion rippled through the onlookers. Someone was actually bowing before the school's biggest loser. Then, the boy scoffed. "Useless," he sneered. "Can't even gather information yourself. Have to rely on others." Several hours later, at the mouth of a cave, Junman addressed the final team, asking if they were prepared to enter. Hen confirmed his freshmen were ready, confident they could find the routes and methods necessary to complete the mission. The teacher explained the test would conclude once they defeated the dungeon boss within. He smiled strangely, asking if the students had any further questions about the exam. The protagonist watched silently, studying the man's brazen demeanor. Then, Jonghyun announced the final team could begin, and the protagonist's team entered the dungeon. Our hero walked through the dungeon, finding it remarkably ordinary. The monsters were the usual cave-dwelling types. Then, a sudden, loud noise startled him. A massive swarm of rat-like creatures charged toward the students. Screams erupted. "Too many!" someone cried. "Prepare for battle!" The system announced authorization for the students to use their abilities. A new expression crossed Youngwoo's face as he muttered to himself, curious about the students' abilities. One of the boys conjured a gust of wind. The second student unleashed his sniper-style combat ability. The last boy triggered a berserk state. Together, they held back the tide of rats. A student fired air bullets at the creatures. The barrage barely held back the monsters' relentless attacks. The MC wasn't surprised. Their powers were weak, barely understood. The other students were no different, swinging their swords without purpose or direction. From the chaos, a single figure emerged. It was the heroine, wielding a fire-based skill. In a flash, flames consumed the monsters. Their screams were cut short as flames consumed them. Aeyeon clearly knew how to wield her power. Even without formal Class E instruction, she had mastered her skills. He acknowledged her skill for a child, but dismissed it as beginner's luck. The other students, weary and questioning the dungeon's supposed low-level status, watched as the monsters continued their relentless assault. Just then, a rat darted toward one of the boys, but in a flash, the big man activated his patellus ring. The system announced an impending skill activation, the protagonist readied a stone between his fingers. The monster, the same terrifying creature from moments before, was suddenly obliterated by the hero. It was hurled backward, crashing into the wall. The boy, witnessing the sheer force of the attack, stood confused. The hero cautioned him, warning him against such reckless attacks. Hearing this, the bastard told the hero to shut up. The girl added that he was just trying to earn points quickly. The hero wondered if they were idiots, unable to grasp the gravity of their situation. One of the boys asked if Junwoo had actually managed such a feat, while the redhead admitted the dungeon was proving more difficult than expected. The MC sighed, overwhelmed by a sense of their own weakness. They hadn't even grasped how close they'd come to being completely obliterated. Exhaustion had already set in, making it impossible to continue, and they hadn't even been in the dungeon for 5 minutes. Goyen was the only one who could help, but relying on her was out of the question. He yearned to leave the others behind, but the watchful eyes stopped him. Something felt wrong about this dungeon. He turned to his companion, a nagging suspicion tightening in his gut. "Doesn't this seem strange to you?" he asked. "More monsters than there should be, and we're only at the entrance. Something's not right. We should stop and figure this out." Junmin scoffed, asking if the MC was good for anything other than interrupting. He turned to walk away, muttering that the MC was too arrogant and needed to remember his place. As supervisor, Junmin would decide what to do. "If this continues," the protagonist shouted, "someone's going to get hurt." He started to say more, but the MC cut Junwoo off, sharply directing the student's attention back to the task at hand. He offered an out to any student too tired to continue the exam, but the room remained stubbornly silent. No one took him up on the offer. Junmin warned that if the protagonist was tired, he should quit alone and not drag the others down. Any more trouble, he added, would mean immediate disqualification. But then a hand landed on the protagonist's shoulder. "Don't worry," Jong-hyun reassured him. "If things get dangerous, I'll step in." He dismissed the protagonist's concerns, mentioning his student council status as a subtle reassurance before walking away. Junwoo watched him go, his mind racing. A few minutes later, the group's excitement was palpable. They'd reached the dungeon's boss room, but their celebration was short-lived, replaced by a sudden chilling silence. Seeing their apprehension, he sighed. They were already scared, and they hadn't even seen the dungeon boss yet. He started toward the door, announcing he'd open it to the boss room. Ayan insisted they open it together. He started to argue, saying he could handle it alone, but she was having none of it. She was opening that door with him. She claimed the protagonist was inwardly amused by everyone's fear, a fear she did not share. He glanced away, trying to appear nonchalant. Then, together, they pushed open the gates to the dungeon boss's chamber. One look inside, and the protagonist was stunned. A giant monster lay on the ground, red liquid oozing from its head. The creature had already been defeated, a large pool of the liquid spreading across the floor. One of the boys asked if this was really the boss. The woman, too, was surprised. Had it already been vanquished? Junmin, equally confused, asked what was going on. Ayan explained that the dungeon was unexplored. The heroine looked at the MC, questioning if he knew anything. He replied that there had been interference inside and then yelled for everyone to retreat immediately. The students, faces etched with fear, reacted to the news with surprised questions. Why run? The protagonist urged them to leave. Immediately, something had gone wrong, terribly wrong, inside the dungeon. Then, without warning, a massive shadow engulfed Junwoo and the heroine. The MC, seeing it for the first time, felt a chill of pure terror. The creature dwarfed their hero, a terrifying giant. The students, struck by its immense size, broke into a run. Such an event, a dungeon boss defeated by a stronger monster invading its territory, is called a dungeon interference. Such a thing was almost unheard of in a low-grade dungeon. A look of terror gripped the heroine's face while the hero trembled. The creature stood directly before the protagonist. The system identified it, a three-tailed tiger. The protagonist felt a chill. A green-ranked boss in a purple-ranked dungeon. This was a disaster. Screams echoed as the students scattered, desperate to find the dungeon exit. But the creature, ignoring the protagonist entirely, sprang towards the others. Its landing was devastating, shattering everything around it. Fear gripped the teacher as he unshielded his classmates, urging them to hide behind him. The system's cold voice announced user authorization granted, rank 6 skills activated. Hyun's abilities were now at his command. Glowing lights suddenly bloomed within the dungeon's darkness, emanating from Jong-hyun's arm. This was Porcupine's Wrath, his unique ability. He called out to the MC. He couldn't face a green-ranked enemy alone, he explained, and needed the protagonist's help. Hearing this, our hero was confused. Why did the boy want his help? Hyun apologized, admitting he already knew about the protagonist's abilities. He'd noticed he'd passed without taking the entrance exam. The revelation stunned everyone. One student wondered aloud if the protagonist was just like Cha. He was baffled. Just days before, a system window had declared his abilities immeasurable. Wushik, seemingly anticipating this outcome, had declared him passed. He didn't want to stand out, our hero replied. The man explained that this was one of the few things outside his control. If the protagonist wanted to remain unnoticed, the teachers would likely oblige. Then, he clarified, when he'd said it was within his authority, he meant that almost no one would pay any attention to it. He muttered to himself, regretting his actions. Back in the dungeon, he charged forward, determined to give it his all. Hyun offered his thanks, reassuring the hero. The monster lunged toward them. Hyun, momentarily bewildered, braced for the impact. Then, in a flash, he saw an opening. He fired a volley of mana spikes at the tiger. The monster reared back, trying to defend itself from Hyun's assault, but the boy pressed his attack, giving the creature no time to react. He drove 2 spikes deep into the monster's flesh. Hit again, the creature thrashed in a furious frenzy. Nearby, a student murmured in awe at the council member's power. Another, a young girl, lamented that besides such strength, they were little more than children. Some students noticed the MC just standing around, doing nothing at all, while Hyun did all the work. One even asked if Hyun was giving the MC special treatment. The girl insisted that was impossible, but the boy countered, saying he'd been annoyed with the MC from the very beginning. Unwilling to let his quarry escape, the third of the story's 8 guardians pressed the attack. He searched for an opening, a weakness in the creature's defenses. A strange thought flickered through his mind. He'd never experienced a fight quite so exhilarating. Fighting a green-ranked boss with such ease felt like a gift, a victory handed to him on a silver platter. But as he passed the protagonist, a flicker of confusion sparked. Could the hero be orchestrating this somehow, allowing him to take the credit? Hyun's thoughts were interrupted as the tiger lunged again. With a casual flick of his wrist, Hyun sent a rock hurtling toward the beast, striking its body. The tiger began to grow dizzy. The big man was finishing the creature off. The boy finally understood. Each time the creature lunged, the hero repelled it with a forceful push. He'd seen this maneuver in a manual. The main character targeted weak points, a near impossible feat unless you anticipated the monster's attacks. Even more striking, he did it all undetected, leaving the observer to wonder about his true identity. It didn't matter now. He had to defeat the tiger to clear a path to the exit for the students. He launched another attack, striking the monster's head. The blow landed, and the creature was obliterated by the second big guy. The boy stared intently at the tiger's lifeless form, lost in thought. The other students, shaken by the brutal display, were filled with a newfound fear. Someone from the student council, they realized with a shiver, possessed incredible power. Whispers spread quickly among them. Their superior was the best, unparalleled. This, they murmured, was exactly what they'd come to expect from a member of the council. He laughed, privately amused at his earlier fear that the incident from 2 years prior would repeat itself. Now it seemed things would work out after all. Junwoo's seemingly unearned evaluation exemption could be the grounds for his expulsion. But then, the protagonist spoke. The monster was still alive, he warned. It was too dangerous to remain. They needed to leave. A shout ripped through the air, demanding the protagonist's attention. It was the same man from earlier. He accused the hero of feigning concern, simply to gain favor. Then, with a sudden burst of motion, he leaped in front of the creature. He swore he wouldn't let Junwoo capitalize on the opportunity and would deliver the final blow himself. But in the next instant, the tiger's eyes snapped open. It lunged at the newcomer, who, it seemed, had severely miscalculated. Junwoo thought the man a complete fool for such a reckless move. To the reader's dismay, the second greatest Jai-08 stepped in front of the extra. His arm was then severed, a shocking, brutal act. The boy spat out a torrent of blood. The one responsible stood, stunned by what they had done. Horror gripped the professor and students. The boy lay motionless on the ground as anxious voices asked if he was still alive. Then Yoonmin urged them to run, and they questioned if the boy would be all right. The man urged them to run. Terror seized the heroine. What could she possibly do? A student council member, down in one blow. But there was no time to think. The monster was already upon her. She knew the tiger feared fire, a power she possessed. But as she prepared to strike, fear paralyzed her. She couldn't move. Fear locked her in place, her body trembling uncontrollably. She could do nothing. The creature charged. Then, the system announced the activation of explosive flow. A fist shot out, connecting with the monster. It was the hero, sending the creature flying with a single powerful blow. The girl watched, stunned, questioning whether she had actually just witnessed the hero's victory. The tiger sailed through the air from the force of the blow. Our hero didn't linger, quickly leaving the scene. Back where he'd fallen, the extra wept. His anger seemed to fade, replaced by a grudging acceptance. But the quiet moment was shattered when someone roughly grabbed the man by the collar. It was the hero, stepping in. He warned the man to stop his antics and take the fight elsewhere if he wanted to remain in this world. The protagonist called out to the largest among them, asking for his help. The others were to remain hidden. As he prepared for a fight, a nagging thought tugged at him. Had he made a mistake? He regretted the hiding. He could have ended this. Now the creature roared in his face. It lunged, but he dodged easily. The tiger then began to pull sharp objects from its own flesh. It lunged at the NC with something like a spear, but he dodged the attack just as the system announced weapon capacity activation. Flow now active. The protagonist slammed another punch into the creature. This time, the monster seemed truly defeated. There was simply no way it could recover. This time, the hero's belief was absolute. He activated his ability again, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Surprise rippled through the onlookers as the protagonist gained the upper hand against the tiger. Even his beloved watched her future husband, her gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. The shameless man, too, was taken aback. He watched the protagonist relentlessly pummel the tiger, bewildered by this sudden display of strength, so unlike the man he thought he knew. His anger flared. Could the protagonist truly have advanced without taking the exam? The protagonist's fighting prowess surpassed even the veterans, made all the more astonishing by his use of an ancient weapon. He shouted a warning. The ancient, supernatural weapon was dangerous. He pressed on, unconcerned. The professor's warning was obvious. He already knew about the penalties. Every ancient weapon carried a risk. Activation effects varied, sometimes even obliterating the wielder. But their sheer power was too tempting to resist. The bracelet was simple, offering maximum power without any drawbacks. Its limitation, however, was that the user was restricted to the abilities of the monster at its core. A supernatural weapon, on the other hand, amplified the monster's power, reshaping it into a more potent form wielded by the hunter. The MC mused that the new generation of hunters had grown weaker. Even if things seemed manageable now, the monsters would only grow stronger. Suddenly, a tiger materialized behind him. "Your future husband should look behind him," the heroine warned. The tiger lunged, but Go-8 dodged the attack effortlessly. The system announced the activation of the flow attack. The creature flinched, fear flashing across its features. The protagonist, spinning in midair, launched a punch at the tiger. The blow, explosive in its force, landed squarely. The monster winced, one eye squeezing shut from the impact. The attack's impact rippled outward, striking the bystanders and the heroine. Smoke billowed and drifted. She had thought the Patalis ring's penalty would consume its wearer's fear, but even ravaged by her attack, he forced his eye open. The system announced the penalty's activation. The protagonist had hunted the green-class monster, Patalis, before. A creature driven by fear, Patalis became impossibly strong when its prey succumbed to terror. Forged from Patalis's core, the ring carried a deadly penalty. The first to feel fear would be eliminated, flung skyward by their lost will. The main character approached the students, asking after Hyun. The big guy confirmed he'd stopped the bleeding. His companion was still breathing, but bleeding badly. They needed to act fast. He asked for the radio. There had to be a control center, someone they could inform. The professor fumbled in his pocket, finally producing the radio. Without hesitation, he snatched it. The protagonist switched on the radio, reporting that they had cleared the dungeon, but with casualties. Static crackled, and as the signal cleared, they added that the dungeon itself had shifted from purple to green. One of the injured had a severe wound. Then, unexpectedly, the protagonist recited a precise medical code. They announced they were leaving the dungeon and requested immediate rescue. Back at headquarters, while gathering Hyun's information, Jeonmin was puzzled. How could an E-rank student know the injury codes and reporting system? Jeonmin, suspicious of Jeonwoo's supposed inexperience, demanded to know his true identity. Jeonwoo remained silent. Jeonmin's anger flared. "Did you not hear me?" he shouted. Before he could utter another word, a fist slammed into his mouth. The blow came from Jeonwoo. Tears welled in the man's eyes as the protagonist argued that a supervisor should be capable of assessing a situation. His anger, however, remained. He started to retort, but the big boss cut him off, threatening to send him to Brazil if he uttered another word. The professor fell silent. A few minutes later, the students filed out of the dungeon. A shadow of sadness crossed our hero's face as he looked at his companion. Wushik asked if he was all right. He couldn't hold back, Wushik added, and the hero replied, "Thanks to that, no one was eliminated." The second-ranked member of the Go-8 boasted that his name would soon be known to everyone, Seokdu included. Suddenly, the protagonist's hesitation vanished. He revealed a teacher from their school had tried to eliminate him, and a 19-year-old boy had lost an arm. Finally acting as he should have all along, the protagonist turned to his friend. "Did any of this make sense?" he asked. Wushik trembled at the protagonist's expression. He wouldn't let this happen again, the protagonist warned. Walking away, he added that his friend wouldn't want to see him like this again. Hours later, the teacher stood in Wushik's office, brazenly claiming issues with the written exam. He laid the blame on Cha, saying she had forced the switch to a practical. The test, he explained, was designed to address the imbalance between Class E and the other classes. There was, he insisted, no connection to any specific incident. Even in this situation, Youngmin continued to make excuses. The director's voice rose to a shout. Did Youngmin really not know this test was designed to expel their classmate? The shameless teacher was shocked, clearly not expecting Wushik to be aware of the scheme. He briefly considered whether someone more powerful than Minister Mamjin might be involved, but quickly dismissed the thought. He knew knew no one with that kind of influence. Struggling to regain his composure, he insisted the test was perfectly legitimate and that participation in the subjugation had been entirely voluntary. Just as he began to fabricate further justifications, the goat cut him short. The problem, the goat stated, was the abrupt change to a practical exam. A passing score required 60 stars, a threshold Youngmin knew the special students could never reach. The situation was inherently unfair. The man pointed out the blatant discrepancy. The MC, exempt from the exam, had nonetheless achieved the highest score. He then revealed the truth behind the incident in the dungeon, a phenomenon known as dungeon interference. One of his most startling realizations was that Wushik had approved the test. The revelation left him speechless. He had approved it. Resigned, Wushik ended the discussion. He understood, he said, and told the teacher to prepare a report. They would review the footage before deciding on their next steps. The shameless teacher, a smile playing on his lips, turned to leave the director's office. He froze. Wushik's voice stopped him. There was something he needed to make clear. He wasn't afraid of Minister Mamjin, not at all. The only person he had ever feared in his entire life was Junwoo. 40 years ago. The man demanded to know what the goat meant. Wushik warned him. If something like this happened again, there would be nothing he could do to help Junmin. Fear gripped the teacher. Outside the academy president's office, he sighed. He immediately called the minister, assuring him the matter would be contained. Mamjin replied that Jonghyun's injuries, thankfully, weren't life-threatening. Junmin wouldn't be held responsible. As for Hyunin, he'd never been an official candidate anyway, and considering his role in Professor Choi's expulsion, he should be grateful his injuries weren't more severe. The teacher offered an apology, admitting he'd underestimated the hero's abilities. The minister questioned whether the protagonist truly possessed the skills to warrant his admission. Before the teacher could respond, Mamjin interrupted, declaring he would get straight to the point. A member of the Parents' Association believed the council candidates were already chosen and sought Junmin's opinion. Junmin, fearful, agreed, echoing the sentiment. The minister, pleased, responded that it was excellent. He then suggested that Cha, despite his hard work, shouldn't be discouraged, and proposed a future lunch together. The minister ended the call, and the teacher sighed. He found himself wondering how any student could wield such power. This one was clearly beyond ordinary, stronger even than seasoned hunters, but such an opportunity couldn't be wasted. He was determined to defeat Janwoo, whatever the cost. Meanwhile, someone warned the protagonist of impending pain, a warning he readily dismissed. But an instant later, a doctor's touch with a cotton swab sent him into a fit of screams. The nurse explained it was finished, and he needed to remain upright until it dried, along with a few other precautions. His fiancée remarked that he was behaving like a child, hardly the demeanor of someone who just defeated a green-ranked boss. He told her to be quiet. The lingering pain, he suspected, was a consequence of neglecting his supernatural weapon for so long. Things were different now. She persisted. He was annoyed. She promised to disappear if only he would help her. He questioned her continued ambition to join the council. How many times, he asked, must he refuse? Whether she joined the council or not, he declared, meant nothing to him. A voice suddenly cut through the air, warning that joining the student council would be anything but easy. Ayan, surprised, mentioned a rumor that this person had transferred into their classmate's room. He was, in fact, a major player in the unfolding story, and the main character asked him how he was doing. The boy insisted he was all right, though his wounds clearly pained him. Our hero asked if Hyun had heard the news, that the arrogant challenger had finally yielded. Hyun confirmed, saying the news had reached him just after the practical exam. He said that when someone saves your life, the least you can do is show up and thank them, but the man still ran. Hyun dismissed it, saying it didn't matter. They had survived. The protagonist countered, "Wasn't that a little optimistic, considering Hyun's missing arm?" Hearing this, the boy was speechless. The goat explained that his father always told him, as long as he wasn't eliminated, he could overcome any challenge. Since he hadn't been sent to Brazil, everything would work out. The MC, initially suspicious of the boy, now recalled how he'd sacrificed his arm for a reckless individual. Such selflessness was rare, even 40 years ago. The familiar phrase echoing from the past hung heavy in the air. She asked why he thought it would be difficult to join the student council. He explained that he'd heard Aeon wanted to join, but that it would likely be a tough road. Was it because she was in Class E? The boy, known as the goat, laughed. Not at all. Had they ever heard of the Parents' Association? Hearing this, both were taken aback. The girl remarked that Han made them sound unusual, and he confirmed her suspicion. 5 first-year members in the Parents' Association, 5 children among those parents, and 5 council members per grade. He asked if they understood. Aeon was shocked. He continued, explaining it was a group of influential parents who had preemptively placed their children on the council. Feeling awkward, Aeon asked if he'd gotten in the same way. The boy said no, he'd only gotten a position after a reserve spot opened. The protagonist asked if entrance needed approval, and if they weren't approved, would someone else be removed? Hyun remained silent. The MC pressed on, asking about the fate of students eliminated during the process. The heroine was taken aback. Were people actually eliminated? The GO8 questioned the need for such a response. He looked at the young woman and, remarking on the strangeness of a senior making such a statement, suggested she abandon her bid for the council. She refused, asking if he expected her to give up without even trying, especially when the Parents' Association could cause harm. Turning to the protagonist, she asked if he didn't agree that the situation was ridiculous and demanded action. The school's corruption worried him, endangered the students. He felt the urge to intervene, but Gigantiana's return loomed larger. He reminded himself, and them, that finding Cha took priority above all else. Just then, the boy remarked that she'd arrived at the perfect moment. Their second heroine, perhaps even the main one, appeared behind the protagonist. Hyun began walking towards him. Surprise washed over him. Things were falling into place so unexpectedly. A broad smile spread across Youngwoo's face as he rose to greet his girlfriend. "It's been a while," he began, but his words hung in the air. The brunette ignored him completely, walking straight past him, directly toward the heroine. Hyun revealed her sister had repeatedly urged her to leave the academy. She pressed, asking what Hyunchi intended to do now that she was enrolled and studying. Hyunchi offered no reply, only a fixed stare. The tension between the sisters hung heavy in the air as two onlookers shifted uncomfortably. He wasn't sure what had passed between them, but the tension was unmistakable. He wondered if Aeon's desire to join the council was driven by a need to outdo Hyunchi. With nothing left to do, Aeon turned to leave. The MC started to speak, but she cut him short. He was in an even worse situation, she claimed. For the first time since the encounter began, Hyunchi spoke. Had his sister been hurt? Aeon looked surprised. "It's a little late for your sister to pretend to care," she said, walking away. Hyun, hoping to ease the tension, thanked her friend for coming and asked if she and Hyunchi already knew each other. As the two stared at one another, he remarked that their first impression probably hadn't been the best. Feeling like a third wheel, he decided he couldn't stay any longer. He excused himself, saying he had some things to attend to. The MC told Yunche he needed to speak with her, and the two of them left the room. Hyun, watching them go, felt the awkwardness of the situation intensify. Out in the hospital corridor, Yunche asked what was wrong. He hadn't prepared for this conversation, not back when they first met. Should he get straight to the point? He'd try a different approach. He'd tell her he was a fan. But even as he thought it, he knew it wouldn't work. That wasn't how friendships were made. "I heard you participated in the subjugation during the practical exam," she said. He started to deflect, to tell her he hadn't done anything, that Hyun had handled it all, but she cut him off. "Your friend couldn't have done that alone." Her words carried a certain weight. "It was a panic-inducing situation," she continued, "but a first-year student managed to handle it. And that advice you gave earlier, that wasn't something an amateur would say." He was about to make another excuse, but then simply accused her of being overconfident. Yunche playfully challenged him, asking if he was deliberately provoking her. "Obviously not," Jongwoo replied. He simply wanted to know if they'd get along. As she tried to wrap up the conversation, she asked if he planned to join the council. She added that right now, he was likely just trying to make connections, but he didn't need to. His skills were already impressive. He insisted he had no intention of joining the student council, but she cut him off again. She had one last thing to say. Her playful tone vanished. No matter what he did to get on the council, he was never to involve her sister. He remarked that the two were very much alike. Yunchai looked confused. He continued, explaining that Aeon was the only one who wanted to join the council, because he didn't care about it at all. He was only trying to get closer to her, he said, because he had a score to settle with Seokdu. Then, without warning, Yunche elbowed him in the neck and slammed him against the wall. She shouted, demanding to know if her sister had asked him for anything. He started to speak, but she cut him off, insistent on an answer. Had Aeon asked for help getting onto the council? Had she asked for help with revenge? Our hero's temper flared, and he braced to retaliate. But the situation wasn't truly dire. He simply pushed her away, surprising her. She regained her composure swiftly, launching a kick at the protagonist. This time he struggled to defend. He dodged another blow, impressed by her skill. Their eyes locked for a heartbeat before the clash resumed. He realized this fight was unlike their previous encounter. This level of the dungeon was challenging even for seasoned management teams. But his thought was cut short as the heroine launched another attack. Dodging her blow, he realized he'd underestimated Yun-che. Her speed was astonishing. Why, he wondered, had she displayed such middling skills in the street when she was clearly capable of so much more? Her next attack came swiftly, and he dodged again, bracing for his counter. But that wasn't it. He ripped a bandage from his arm and flung it at her face. The tactic worked. Completely caught off guard, she was seized by the neck. Pinned against the wall, she gasped, demanding to know if John Woo's last move had been against the rules. He retorted, questioning whether there were any rules at their school. The girl remarked that he'd adapted remarkably fast for a special student. He, in turn, told her she was better than he'd anticipated, then asked what had happened during the last subjugation. She replied that the experience had been very different from what he might have imagined. The method of subjugation wasn't the point, only the crowd's amusement. This answer clearly displeased the hero. His irritation was plain to see. She asked what he wanted to discuss. Nothing important, he replied. He needed to speak with Yun-che's grandfather. He simply wanted her to retrieve some weapons from headquarters. At this request, a look of confusion crossed Yun-che's face. She told him it was impossible. She couldn't take weapons from there. John Woo mentioned he'd heard the devices were merely for show, and that Sok-do, as director of the support house, could likely acquire a few. Yun-che countered that persuading her grandfather was a lost cause, regardless of the request. Just as the MC began to speak again, a woman appeared, calling out to our hero. The nurse, still gripping the girl's shoulder, told the protagonist he couldn't fight there. In an instant, the girl slapped his hand away and, after a brief struggle, walked off. He told her he looked forward to seeing her again, but she retorted that she never wanted to lay eyes on him again. With the confidence of a true protagonist, he replied that would be difficult. She was Seok-do's granddaughter. Moments later, he returned to his room. Hyun inquired about the conversation with Cha. It hadn't gone well, the MC admitted. The boy wasn't surprised. Then, the protagonist asked if the MC's relationship with her grandfather was strained. Hyun looked surprised by the question. He said it wasn't bad but not good either, more like a relationship between co-workers. Surprised, the protagonist asked if they truly didn't have a family-like relationship. The boy agreed. Hyun then asked what the MC had discussed with Cha. He explained that he'd asked her to retrieve something, but she had told him it wasn't possible. The boy said that sounded right. His friend had never asked her grandfather for anything. His very presence was intimidating. The MC questioned Hyun's meaning. Hyun replied that he couldn't speak freely there, and with a laugh, blamed the protagonist for the awkward situation, saying such a request was nonsensical. Jungwoo wondered if offering money would help, but Hyun just laughed harder. There was only one thing that would pique Eunche's interest, he explained. When Jungwoo pressed him, the boy revealed that to earn Eunche's favor, Jungwoo would have to convince Aeon to abandon her bid for the council. He admitted he didn't know why, but he was certain Eunche resented her sister's presence at the academy. The idea resonated with our MC. He remembered the girl mentioning something similar during their fight. Hyun suggested that if our hero could persuade Aeon to relent, they might achieve their goal, but Jungwoo silenced him. Someone was approaching, hours later, and in a different location. She sat on a plaza bench, the same woman who had earlier passed the room. The conversation she'd overheard between the protagonist and Hyun played back in her mind. All the effort, all the maneuvering to gain a seat on the council, it had all been for this, to finally exact her revenge on Seok-do. Her current abilities wouldn't be enough for the council, perhaps not even enough to graduate from the academy. That was why she needed his help. He was only a first year, yet unusually strong. With his support, she knew she could graduate, but help from him seemed impossible now. It didn't matter, she told herself. Things had always been this way. Once again, she would handle everything alone. Suddenly, someone approached. It was the protagonist. He immediately asked why she'd acted so pathetically. He then asked if she was going home, as it was getting late. She replied that she was. He had a question for her, he said. Was she thinking about giving up? Aehyun was taken aback. She questioned his assumption. Why would she ever surrender? He replied that he knew she'd say that. A smile touched the protagonist's lips. Until this moment, this exact exchange hadn't unfolded in the story. Then, he revealed he had faced Cha in battle. Hearing this, surprise flickered across her face once more. "What are you talking about?" she asked. He explained that he had, in fact, fought against her, and that Eunche was even stronger than he'd anticipated. Their clash had been unavoidable, a consequence of their bitter rivalry, reigniting old tensions and sparking another conflict. This changed everything. He wouldn't ask nicely anymore. He would threaten Eunche. The girl was confused. She remarked remarked that the MC was exactly as she'd expected, too aggressive. She asked if he was joking, but he insisted he was looking for her sister's weak spot. Aehyun questioned what weakness her sister could possibly have. He pointed at Yoonchae. Her weakness, he told Yeon, is her own sister. He stressed the need for her attention. Chae, he explained, led the council, was a top-tier hunter, and her grandfather headed the association. He questioned why someone of Yoonchae's power would even notice someone like Aehyun. After all, no matter how tirelessly Aehyun strived, she could never attain Eunchi's level. And there was a reason Yeon remained absent from the Hunter Academy. Such a revelation would jeopardize Chae's career, or perhaps she feared Aehyun might usurp her position. At this, the girl sprayed out the juice she'd been drinking. She was certain of her own abilities. What the protagonist suggested simply didn't make sense, but he insisted she just needed to make it make sense. His words left her confused. He offered his help, assuring her she would be ready to face Yoonchi and uncover her weakness. His words only deepened the shock of his future wife. He questioned her confidence. A flicker of resolve crossed the girl's face. A private thought held close. Then, with sudden determination, she declared she would not only succeed but surpass her sister. He realized this is how it should have been all along. He rose from the bench. Enough, he said. The conversation was over. Time was short. Training would begin tomorrow. Their goal, to prepare her for candidacy on the council before the second semester. She started to speak, but he cut her off, confirming that was the entire plan. The Parents' Association and anything like it had to be eliminated. He turned to leave, pausing only to ask if she understood. But before he could fully depart, the girl called out again. Tears streamed down her face as she promised never to forget his kindness. Her heartfelt thanks hung in the air. Meanwhile, in the bustling atmosphere of a sushi restaurant, someone checked on their companion, ensuring the third piece of gyoza was to their liking. Conversation turned to a shared concern, the boy's newfound confidence since joining Class A, but another voice chimed in, suggesting a celebratory toast. Gyeon, it seemed, was happy to have passed. A figure appeared in the doorway of the gathering. It was the professor, unabashed, apologizing for his tardiness. He was immediately recognized. A hushed question rippled through the room. Had there been an accident during the exam? Was the professor all right? The man reassured them. Nothing serious had happened. This gathering was the first-year Parents' Association. Yoonmin announced it was time to discuss the main reason for their meeting, preparations for the upcoming admissions period. With the semester drawing to a close, they would begin by reviewing the necessary documents and, once analyzed, sign them. He presented the documents to Taehyung's father, Jung-hoon. He then continued distributing the stack to several other influential figures in the industry, finally reaching the last recipient, Juseok's father, Minister Ming-jin, who had been a thorn in their side from the very start. The professor told them there was no rush to sign the documents and asked if they had any questions. Jung spoke up, curious about the practical exam from a few days prior. He'd heard a special student had managed to complete it solo. He wondered if there was any chance this student might run for the council. A wave of surprise rippled through the room. The professor, utterly unashamed, declared their hero had shown no interest whatsoever. There was simply no chance their children wouldn't be accepted, he assured them. They could rest easy. In fact, he added with a touch of candor, it was highly unlikely their big guy would even apply. The minister then posed a question. He wondered if the professor had a contingency plan should his assumption prove incorrect. Youngmin dismissed the concern, assuring him it was obvious, and that he would do everything necessary to ensure their success. With a smile, he promised to ensure each of their children a place on the student council. The next day, at Hunter Academy, the protagonist entered his classroom. A moment later, a shout rang out. He had finally arrived. A wave of students surged toward the big man, peppering him with questions. He was overwhelmed by the barrage, each voice demanding to know how he'd conquered the dungeon. He wondered how he'd gotten into this predicament. A poster on the wall proclaimed his top score on the test. He couldn't believe it. Students swarmed him with questions, the barrage continuing for several minutes. His aura flared, a silent command for the crowd to part. He didn't know these people, and he made it clear they were in his way. A sudden realization rippled through the onlookers. This wasn't the Junwoo they knew. He moved toward his seat. She spotted him. He told her he hadn't expected a perfect score from the professor. She replied that they wouldn't change the results. That was why they had revealed the true score. He found solace in the untouched brilliance of the stars. Junwoo checked on his companion, asking if she was adhering to his instructions. She responded that no one had specified how long the physical training would last. The NC dismissed the girl's argument about good weapons, stating that strength was paramount. The girl conceded the point, but insisted their hero needed to prepare for the approaching final exams. "Is this another dungeon?" the protagonist asked. Ah-hin replied that it would be a written test and a sparring match. The academy's exams were strange, the protagonist thought. Why did students have to fight each other? He assured her this was advantageous. She'd only need to defeat a single opponent. She wondered who that might be. The protagonist replied it was obvious. Jusuk was a clear contender for the council, and that's why she had to defeat him. His father, the minister, had pulled strings after the incident with the professor's son, trying to ensure Jusuk failed the course. This entire chaotic situation wouldn't have been possible without the Parents' Association's involvement. He explained that council members were chosen based on exam scores, and he might not even qualify for the first round. As long as she could defeat the boy, she'd sail through the initial phase. The girl considered this. The protagonist pressed, asking if she was truly unsure. She replied that she would try. The MC countered, "Just try?" She corrected herself, determined to make it work. "I'll make it happen," she insisted. The protagonist was pleased. "Great! Starting tomorrow, we'll train in martial arts. And if you have the time, you can invite your friends." The girl's expression shifted. "I don't have any friends," she admitted quietly. Hearing this, the protagonist's expression softened with pity. She shot back, asking why he would look at her that way when he didn't have any friends either. He, in turn, questioned why she thought he was friendless. He called Wushik a friend, then paused, searching his memory for other names. He drew a blank. Suddenly, a half-forgotten conversation surfaced in his mind. The memory flickered, indistinct. He couldn't quite grasp it. A sudden silence fell over him. Aehyun, noticing the shift, asked if something was wrong. Junwoo's expression gave nothing away. He dismissed it as mere distraction. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Hyun found himself reflecting on the sheer tedium of the place. Being surrounded by his classmates hadn't been so bad after all. He considered watching something on YouTube and reached for his phone, but then he realized his arm was gone. His face fell. A moment later, someone called for Geo8's son, and the boy's spirits instantly brightened. He asked if his father hadn't gone to work. The man replied that he'd spoken to his team leader and been given time off. He then asked about his son's health, and the boy answered that he wasn't in pain. The man explained that his own father had lost an arm during a subjugation, yet never abandoned his dream. He had become, in fact, an even stronger hunter. And so long as his son continued to train, his left arm would day by day find its own path to improvement. The man pulled something from inside his shirt. He'd discovered something, he said, proof that the Parents' Association was involved in the accident 2 years prior. Hyun asked if his father was still dwelling on that. The boy's father questioned whether the test had been pre-planned, but then abruptly shifted gears. Hyun fell silent. Just as the man was about to speak again, the boy erupted, shouting at his father. He was told to forget it. He'd been fired for investigating, and they'd lost everything because of it. He asked his father what he was still trying to achieve after all this time. This time, Hyun may have gone too far. His father was speechless. The boy declared that his investigation was futile. He would never take down the Parents' Association, and he would never hunt again. Hyun cut the man short, refusing to hear any more stories about his grandfather. 40 years had passed, and no one believed them anymore. Could this boy truly be Hyun's grandfather? After the boy left, his father sat on the bed, considering his next move. Elsewhere, our hero questioned his underlings about any new discoveries. The chubby one reported nothing suspicious in classes C and D. Pressing further, the hero inquired about the remaining classes. The boy hesitated, suggesting it would be strange to question those in classes A and B. The hero suspected he was trying to discern who intended to join the student council. These men, however, weren't equipped for such a task. The boy, acknowledging their effort, offered a reward. But the men, seeing his sincerity, insisted it wasn't necessary. The protagonist advised them to simply accept payment from an adult and say thank you. He handed them the money, growing impatient, and told them to just take it. The chubby one pointed out there was only 1,001. He reassured them, telling them not to feel bad. They could at least buy a snack. But as they walked away, they realized it wasn't enough for anything. The protagonist muttered under his breath that they really were good lackeys. He watched the boys, remembering his own early days, when even a small sum like 1,001 felt like a fortune. But that was irrelevant now. His focus had to be razor sharp, training Aeon to defeat Jusuk. The written exam was a secondary concern. He could only hope she'd prepared. The fight, that was everything. Jusuk's skills were lacking, but they couldn't take any chances. The association's next move was unpredictable. Training Yan posed a problem. There was nowhere suitable. Asking Wushik was too risky. It would draw unwanted attention. Suddenly, a voice called out to Jusuk. He was their third most formidable competitor, and his face lit up at the sight of his friend. The MC asked if Hyun had been discharged. Hyun explained he was only at school to take care of some paperwork. He'd heard their hero was going to help Ayeon, and he was curious to know how it was going. The boy, after hearing the full story, nodded in understanding. He explained that Class E's use of the academy came with restrictions. "That's exactly what I was worried about," the protagonist replied. Hyun then asked, "Do you really plan to fight the association?" "Of course," came the immediate response. The MC questioned his friend's motives. The boy warned him it wouldn't be easy. It could even be life-threatening. The MC laughed. They'd faced worse together. They'd find a way through this too. Hyun conceded the protagonist had been right. They had survived the dungeon somehow. He remembered the events within, flashing back as the walls crumbled around them, even the moment he'd shielded the arrogant boy, saving his life. The weight of the past settled heavily upon the guildmaster, a fresh wave of sadness washing over him. He mused aloud, wondering how different things might have been had the protagonist been involved in the accident 2 years prior. The boy, understandably, was confused by this sudden, cryptic remark. But just as quickly, Hyun brushed it aside, casually mentioning that he knew of a training location, the student council's own academy, nestled within their offices. The professor, brazenly claiming honesty, looked at the boy standing before him. Jusuk, he declared, was in the most danger at that moment. The boy asked what he meant. Juman explained that the MC might try to join the council. The extra was stunned. The tension in the room thickened as the professor revealed that their hero had not only passed without taking the evaluation, but had also single-handedly defeated a green rank monster. He'd seen it himself, there was no doubt. The extra, already terrified, grew even paler at this revelation. Trembling, he confessed his position on the council wasn't earned, but bought, a gift from his father. The professor explained there were limits to parental interference at the school. Juman continued to press his case, while the other man insisted the professor simply had to intervene. Jusuk's father declared his son couldn't afford to slip in his studies. When he first arrived, the boy remembered the man's promise, a seat on the council. Juman reassured his student, telling him not to worry. He had the answers. All he needed to do was memorize them and keep them secret. The fight was what mattered now. The memory of his crushing defeat at the protagonist's hands still fresh, he admitted defeat seemed inevitable, but the professor, undeterred, claimed to have a plan. He reached into his shirt pocket. He produced a bracelet, much like the one Jusuk had wielded against our hero. Juman identified it as an unregistered B-rank bracelet, unknown to the association. The boy stared, shocked. He remarked that almost everyone in the school was D rank, and then the true value of the item struck him. The professor, without a trace of shame, declared that the minimum rank for hunters was B, and insisted his student use it in the upcoming fight. With a smirk, he called it completely overpowered, like cheating in a game. He laughed, asking Juman where he'd gotten it. The professor explained it was from his father. The extra added that he'd heard Juman's father had been part of the subjugation team. Juman, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere, said that was a long time ago. He'd called in a senior to help his student adjust to his newfound ability. A moment later, someone appeared at the door. It was Inchut. Even before he could process what he was seeing, the boy was shocked, certain it was impossible. And he was right to be, for standing before him was their second heroine. The boy marveled, saying it was incredible. With her help, victory was assured. The man instructed him to obey her every command, explaining that he'd made a special request. He'd never imagined she'd agree, and figured her dislike of the NC must be the reason. He then turned the conversation to the upcoming training. Placing a hand on the young woman's shoulder, the man told her to look after her junior. She confirmed she would. Deep within the school's academy, AN sparred with the protagonist, offering fighting advice, but the heroine found herself completely outmatched, unable to land a single blow. Finally, she called for a break, admitting she couldn't keep up. She pointed out they were only practicing. Wasn't he being a little harsh? He replied that they needed to train seriously. AN then insisted that if they were truly going all out, he should teach her how to use abilities. Everyone else used them in a fight, she argued. She couldn't just rely on her fists. Youngwoo sighed. It would be easier to show than explain, he told her. He instructed her to remove her gloves and use her abilities against him. A flicker of confusion crossed her face, but the MC urged her on. Think of it as a real fight, he said. Attack him seriously. He then taunted her, asking if she really thought she could take him down with a single punch. AN retorted, incredulous, asking if he was crazy. She wouldn't use her ability on someone unarmed. Youngwoo warned that if she continued complaining, he'd end the training session right there. With her bracelet activated, the system confirmed her ranked abilities. Flame magic ignited in her hands. She wouldn't care, she declared, if he were hurt, and with that, she charged toward him, magic blazing. She unleashed a torrent of fire, but the hero dodged with effortless grace. In a flash, he closed the distance, seizing her arms and delivering a powerful blow that sent her hurtling through the air. She slammed into the ropes. The protagonist urged her to get up and attack again. In a flash, she ignited her flames once more, this time unleashing her second-ranking skill. She charged again, lunging at him. He saw the shift to close combat and dodged her attack. It was a good try, he thought, but this time he wouldn't evade. He met her next rush with a punch, connecting squarely with her stomach. Aeon fell to the ground again. The NC remarked that she was likely puzzled, unable to land a single blow despite her superior range. He explained it was simple. An ability must be woven into her movements, yet she was so preoccupied with the next attack, she neglected the present one. Aeon looked puzzled. "Isn't that normal?" she asked. "No," the protagonist replied. "It creates a gap in your skills. Instead of thinking about how to use an ability, you need to focus on how to attack." She claimed not to understand what he was saying. He smiled. "Then you'll learn the hard way." He lunged, a punch aimed at her head. Even as he attacked, the NC continued coaching her on defense and counterattack. He told her to unleash the full force of her ability the moment she found an opening. He'd expected her to give up quickly, but she possessed a surprising courage. He wondered how long she could hold out. Suddenly, realization dawned on our heroine. For the first time, she dodged the hero's attack and, lifting her leg, prepared to counter. She lashed out, a powerful kick connecting squarely with his stomach. The blow sent him staggering sideways, nearly falling to the ground. She unleashed a third-rank skill, surging forward once more, but then, unexpectedly, he leaped. They hung suspended for a moment, face to face, eyes locked. Seeing this, she faltered, her focus broken. In that instant, he landed a blow to her chin. Dizziness swept over her. In a flash, she was down. The MC had taught that victory lay in exploiting an opponent's weaknesses, but superior skill and weaponry alone wouldn't be enough for her to capitalize on those openings and dominate the fight. He asked if she now understood the importance of mastering the fundamentals, but he suspected her true motive was to take him down. Noticing how she'd instinctively thrown an elbow strike without even realizing it, she replied, still curious about his true identity. He questioned why she'd brought that up now. She replied that it made no sense, given they were the same age. Then, turning to the protagonist, she began to speak, but stopped abruptly. A flicker of fear crossed even the big guy's face. Had she somehow discovered his secret, that he was a reincarnator? She pressed him, wondering aloud if her future husband was actually a secret agent, trained from childhood. The MC shut her down, telling her to stop with the nonsense. Entering the academy, Gilwatt remarked, surprised that he hadn't expected to see them there so soon. The protagonist and heroine greeted Ken, who asked how they'd been, noting it had been a while since they'd last trained at the academy. She insisted she was fine, that it was enough. He admitted he always fought his father in the ring, despite losing most of the time. Our hero asked him what he planned to do next. He wondered why the MC had brought that up so suddenly. Even if he left the council, he still had to graduate, a thought that had preoccupied him recently. His whole life had been focused on becoming a hunter. That was impossible now. A vital part of him was gone. The protagonist listened, falling silent, guilt washing over him as he remembered his own time in the dungeon. But then, a flicker of hope. "Actually," he said, "it might not be impossible." Ken questioned his meaning. Their hero insisted it wasn't impossible. His friend could still become a hunter, even without an arm. The boy said he knew the MC meant well, trying to lift his spirits, but he shouldn't say things like that so casually. The protagonist insisted he wasn't being casual. He spoke from experience, recalling the story of a hunter who lost his right arm during a subjugation. But the hunter refused to give up. His training intensified, pushing him to surpass the strength he possessed before his loss. He developed a habit of interrupting the MC, always with the same phrase. "As long as someone is alive," Hyun would declare, "they can still make things work." The protagonist agreed. Just as the boy started to ask the man's name, the protagonist explained that his name was Chung and that he had died long ago, which was why the boy's friend didn't recognize him. But then, the Gaoit revealed that Chung Hoon was his grandfather. Even the largest among them was taken aback by the coincidence. A few hours later, an explosion rocked the academy's training grounds. Ju Seok, experimenting with his new bracelet, had inadvertently caused the blast. The antagonist sneered, warning the protagonist to wait and see what was coming. A voice cut through the tension, acknowledging his excitement about his new acquisition, but urging him to calm down. It was the second heroine, reminding everyone that this fight was only the second test. She knew Ju Seok disliked the MC, but he needed to be careful. Too much force meant disqualification, and there were limits to what he could do. Any techniques not yet revealed were off limits. The boy scoffed, claiming his power wasn't needed against someone so weak. The professor, a flicker of admiration in his eyes, realized just how skilled the boy truly was. Requesting their heroine's help had been a stroke of genius. He smirked, thinking this would be the end of the MC's reign. But then he remembered Wu Shik's words, that the only person he feared was Junwoo from 40 years ago. Junwoo continued walking, unconcerned. He dismissed it as the rambling of an old fool, lost in the glories of the past. Years earlier, at the headquarters of the Subjugation Exam Management Unit, our hero inquired about Chung-hoon. The question was met with surprise. He eyed the hero, curious. "What's your boss doing here so late?" The hero explained that with fewer dungeons to clear these days, his boss had gone out for a drink. Wu Shik added that they'd even brought Hoon's favorite. Chung-hoon, leader of Team 2, was among the MC's most admired talents. The protagonist inquired about Hoon's companions. They'd stepped out briefly, Hoon explained, and would return soon. "Then we'll wait," the MC decided. Chung insisted they start drinking immediately. His friend, the MC, reflected on Chung's one real flaw, his love of alcohol. It had been 5 years since their friendship began. Without even realizing it, the three of them, Wu Shik, Hoon, and he, had become fast friends. Over drinks one day, he asked Hoon if he was busy. Hoon admitted he was, but it was manageable. 8 months earlier, he'd lost his right arm in an accident. He told his friend not to feel awkward talking about it. Accidents were, after all, a normal part of life. The protagonist struggled to find a response. It felt like such a waste. His friend was one of the most talented people he knew. Chung asked the MC if a left-arm-only technique existed, something his friend could perhaps teach him. Young Woo questioned whether such a thing would truly suffice, but the man insisted it was far too early to give up. As long as he still breathed, he could make anything work if he didn't quit. Hoon's body began to heal, and his true training commenced. Wielding a sword with his left hand proved a daunting challenge, a stark contrast to his lifelong reliance on his right. Yet, he persevered, ultimately mastering the unfamiliar skill. He defied all expectations, his swordsmanship becoming even more formidable than before the loss of his arm. Chung's mastery of the sword was undeniable. The man commented on the rigor of the training, but Chung reminded him that he'd been the one to ask for help. Just then, caught off guard, Chung asked if his friend was still using that. Hoon agreed, explaining it was a symbol of his dedicated training, a wooden practice sword he planned to give to Dong someday. This wasn't a blade meant for battle, but it had been perfect for honing his skills. Wu Shik observed that Dong didn't seem drawn to the hunter's life, questioning why Hoon would bequeath his sword to such a son. Hoon replied that if that proved true, he would simply pass it down to his grandson instead. The protagonist remarked that his friend would need to live a long life if he hoped to see his grandson wield that blade. Wu Shik wondered aloud if such talk was dangerous. Cheon agreed, then asked if their companion had never seen a movie. A moment later, glasses clinked in a toast, and their companion declared they should all try their best to be eliminated as quickly as possible. Outside the cabin, Jonwoo asked if Dong had been hurt while playing. Hoon laughed, admitting his initial fear had been of something far more serious. He was surprised, he explained, by his son's words. Smiling, Hoon recounted what Dong had told him. "As long as I'm alive, I'll find a way to make anything work." The evening stretched on, with their friend's boasts about his son filling every pause. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Hyun approached the couple, a photograph in hand, explaining he'd left it somewhere inside. The moment he saw him, the protagonist almost laughed. The leader of Zone 2 was known for his love of drink and conversation, and he was also the most accomplished swordsman the protagonist had ever encountered. His name was Kim Chung-hoon. He remembered telling his friend to live a long life, to see his grandchildren. The memory brought a flicker of sadness across his face. He regretted those words now. She asked if Hyun's grandfather had died long ago. The boy confirmed the story, saying he'd overheard that his grandfather had died in an accident. A thoughtful silence fell over our hero. The boy, noticing his friend's sudden introspection, asked if anything was wrong. "Nothing," the protagonist replied. Hyun admitted his surprise. He hadn't realized Junwoo knew anything about his grandfather. He continued, admitting it was hard to believe someone could become the strongest swordsman after losing their right arm. The MC countered, certain it was possible. The boy then suggested his friend and father would get along well. A thought struck the protagonist. He hadn't checked in on Dong in a while. "Is your father doing all right?" the MC asked. Hyun insisted he was fine, explaining that he'd tried to convince his father to abandon a case that had become an obsession, but his father had refused. Confused, our hero asked what case Hyun was talking about. The boy insisted it had nothing to do with Junwoo, but then mentioned something that happened a few days earlier. The MC had asked if anyone had been eliminated during the student council elections, and the boy confirmed that some had. This revelation shocked the duo. It was eerily similar to the accident before the exam, when the test had been changed at the last minute, and 2 students had been crushed by falling rocks. The MC asked if Dong had been investigating that case. The boy confirmed it. That was precisely why he'd been fired. It was like a police officer trying to seize control of the entire Parents Association. The outcome was unavoidable. This revelation startled our heroine. He then joined the council but found himself ostracized. Only Unche accepted him. The MC questioned whether the association's nominee had also been involved in the accident. Hyun replied that this wasn't possible. The association had only 4 members, and their nominee hadn't taken the exam alongside them. He still dwelled on it, wondering what might have been if he'd reached out sooner. She asked if that was why he'd saved the arrogant boy. Hyun admitted there were times he regretted it, that his path to becoming a hunter had been in vain, even with the risk. The thought of someone facing elimination before his eyes brought a grim satisfaction. He had made the sacrifice. A smile touched his lips. Then, surprise. He crouched down and picked something up. Could it be the guillotine blade? Hyun had said it was Dong's only keepsake, a relic his father had cherished for years. He remembered his friend vowing to one day pass the blade down to his grandchildren. He asked Hyun if he could borrow it. The boy didn't mind, but he was curious. Why? He asked. The MC explained that his friend had doubted the truth of his grandfather's story, calling it impossible. Old stories are always exaggerated, the boy replied. Not this one, the protagonist insisted. He then turned to Hyun. Would you like to watch the next exam? A few days later, the final exams began. The first day was dedicated to general subjects. In one classroom, students hunched over their tests. He was among them, utterly lost, realizing he didn't understand a single question. He hadn't attended a single class since enrolling. How could he possibly handle a math test when his life had been spent fighting monsters? Then he glanced to his side and saw Ju Seok. The extra appeared focused, but his gaze held a certain hollowness, the look of someone who hadn't truly studied. He likely memorized the answers. If this cheating continued, it could spell trouble for Go Ah-hyun. The young woman herself seemed to be struggling with the exam. Her expression was peculiar. She looked unwell, and it worried the protagonist. He recalled her perfect scores on the written exams. He had to trust her. A sudden, sharp tap on the head startled him. It was a piece of paper, wielded by one of the teachers. The teacher, clearly uncomfortable, told him not to look around during the test. He promised he would be ready. Several days passed, and on the 4th day of exams, a voice echoed through the speakers, alerting students to the imminent start of the final first-year test, the combat exam. Every first-year student was summoned to the main auditorium. It's finally starting, he murmured, turning to the woman who would one day become his wife. Come on, he urged. We don't want to be late. She agreed. Inside the bustling gymnasium, he remarked on the sheer number of people present. She asked him to wait. A moment later, a look of surprise crossed his face. He wore a look of shock, though nothing remarkable was visible in the arena. A crowd watched, a low murmur rising from their ranks, too indistinct to decipher. Among them, reporters documented the unfolding scene. The MC wondered aloud if the exams were always this intense. AN explained that this was the final exam of the semester, and top-performing students often went on to become council members. Junwoo, his face impassive, considered the spectacle. With even subjugations broadcast for public consumption, watching students with abilities battle one another was, in essence, just another form of entertainment. An announcement echoed through the arena. The exam was about to begin. A wave of disgust washed over the MC. Adults broadcasting children fighting for profit. It was sickening. President Woo-shik, the announcer declared, would now explain the rules of the engagement. She explained that the test rules applied to all the students who had diligently trained. The first exam would pit 2 randomly selected participants against each other, the victor moving on to the next stage. The MC, with an ironic smile, recognized the rules as identical to those used in their own past subjugation tests. The test continued until one participant either surrendered or was defeated. Victory earned a single point. Defeat meant no points, but no penalty either. Those with no points could re-enter as often as they liked. However, a single point earned, then lost, meant elimination. Woo-shik explained that while the special protective gear would absorb most of the impact, it wasn't foolproof. A warning followed. Don't get carried away and don't be reckless with your abilities. The Class A test was about to begin. The GOAT expressed his hope for favorable outcomes for all. Immediately, the lottery for the upcoming fights began. 2 unremarkable students were selected, likely destined to remain on the sidelines of the story. The announcers directed them to enter the arena and prepare for the test. The referee signaled to their starting positions, then called the start. The red-haired student was first to charge. She was taken aback by the sight. Incredible, she breathed. So this is how Class A students fight. Turning to her future husband, she asked the protagonist for his opinion on the match, but a moment later she was shocked. The boy was asleep. She asked why, especially with Class A fighting. He replied that the fight was a mess, nothing worth watching. Exhausted from sleepless nights studying for exams, he decided it was time for a break. AN questioned his confidence, especially after witnessing Class A's impressive abilities. She wondered what criteria he could possibly be using to make such a bold claim. I was right. Those 2 extras vanished. A few hours later, the announcer declared Class D's fights finished. AN nudged him awake. He stretched, sleepily asking if it was over. Yes, the girl replied. It's our turn now. The announcer called for the Class E fighters to prepare. The students surged toward the exit, a wave of motion carrying them toward the cafeteria. The arena, moments before a roaring crowd, was now eerily empty. The MC wondered aloud if their class's matches were truly so dull that no one wanted to stay. The girl beside him retorted that he was the last person who should complain, considering he'd slept through the earlier bouts. But then, something caught her eye. Hyun watched the upcoming rounds. The boy greeted him, and he returned the gesture. The announcer declared the introduction of the first participant from Class E was about to begin. He decided to conserve his energy. Choosing an opponent of average skill would be more practical. The first match from the Protagonist class pitted our heroine against Ji-hai. Jung-woo watched with concern. This wasn't good. Nothing was going as planned, but the girl reassured him, saying she would handle it. Taking a deep breath, our heroine reminded herself to remember her training, to simply follow what she'd learned. He declared 10 consecutive victories, nothing less. Ayan was puzzled. He explained, their class had 20 students. She needed to win 10 matches in a row. A smile touched her lips. That's exactly what she would do. The referee called for both participants to take their positions. A moment later, the man signaled the start of the match, and the system announced that Ji-hai was authorized to use ranked D abilities. Jay's fist connected suddenly, sending the other girl sprawling to the ground. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena. Jay has fallen! A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers. The referee declared the first round a victory for our heroine. Even Hyun looked surprised. A murmur rippled through the crowd as the protagonist watched from the stands, pride swelling in his chest. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Had it been too easy? Could Aeon really have knocked someone out without using an ability? The boys wondered. Then, in round 2, she defeated another opponent. Her winning streak continued into the third round, taking down yet another background character with ease. The announcer declared the heroine's advancement to the fourth round, a streak of 3 consecutive victories. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Could she really be from the trash class? Hyun remarked on her impressive progress, gaining such strength in a mere month. His gaze settled on someone nearby. She likely possessed the same talent as her companion, he observed. Go Yun-chae watched the heroine. It was only a first-year Class E test, he continued, one no one really cared about. He wondered if she was there because of Aeon's fight, or perhaps because of Ju-seok. Yun-chae questioned what that had to do with anything, and asked if her friend wasn't supposed to be helping Jun-woo and Aeon. Hyun explained he couldn't have helped anyone alone. One of his juniors had promised to show him something interesting. That's why he'd come. Yun-chae was confused. She knew nothing about this. The announcer called for those who wished to participate in the next round to step forward, but no one else stepped forward. The announcer declared that if no other challengers from Class E appeared, the matches would conclude. Then, a hand rose. It was Ju-seok. The man directed the student into the arena to prepare for the match. Seeing this, our hero was taken aback. If Ju-seok wasn't afraid after witnessing Ayan's abilities, he must be hiding something. Moments later, the referee called for both participants to take their positions. She believed this was it, her chance to finally face Ju-seok, whose power she knew was long range. As the referee signaled the start of the match, Aeon launched forward. An onlooker noted her all-out assault, but Ju-seok simply smiled, unfazed. Then, an explosion rocked the arena. The students watched in stunned silence, trying to comprehend what had just occurred. Even the hero was taken aback, recognizing the telltale signs of that particular power. Hyun looked at Yun-chae, demanding to know exactly what she had taught Ju-seok to allow him to do that. A nearby observer, puffed with pride, asked Yun-chae if her protective gear was the reason she'd withstood the attack, but quickly dismissed it, noting her low endurance. Yun-chae, lost in thought, realized this wasn't the bracelet Ju-seok usually wore. Where had he gotten this new ability? Ju-seok claimed many people helped him because of his parents. That's how he'd gotten the item. Our heroine questioned whether he truly thought that was something to be proud of. He confirmed it was, especially since it was something she could never have. Aeon bristled at his words. He then asked if she was upset because he'd mentioned her lack of parents. She silently warned herself not to get angry and fall for his taunts. Remembering her hero's words that the first battle is understanding your opponent, she realized she needed to decipher Ju-seok's ability. What category did that extra skill fall into? Its rank must be far above her own, she concluded. Activating her magic, she told herself there was only one way to find out. A blast of fire shot toward Juseok. I have no choice, she declared, but to keep fighting. He laughed, asking if she really thought D-rank abilities would make a difference. She reasoned that magic category abilities had similar casting speeds, favoring a long-range attack. But in a flash, Juseok unleashed an explosion. She managed to defend herself, thrown back only a few meters. She puzzled over what she'd just witnessed. Even if he controlled that strange ability, its speed was bewildering. Was it even magic? He asked if she understood, claiming his power operated on a completely different level than hers. It couldn't be magic, she thought. Magic required cooldowns between uses, impossible to fire off abilities consecutively like that. Could it be combat enhancement? The only ability she knew that came close was beetle bombardment. She charged, shouting her defiance. The extra advanced, too, boasting that she'd finally cracked the code, but it was too late. He landed a blow, but the heroine held her ground. Aeon's fist connected with Juseok's face. He cursed, but Aeon's reply was simple. Knowing his ability made all the difference. His skill, she explained, caused an explosion on impact, so she just had to prevent him from landing a blow. She was doing well, the protagonist thought. Had she mistaken it for a fire-based magic skill, approaching would have been impossible. Stopping an opponent mid-cast is difficult, so the usual tactic is to exploit defensive openings. But if it was an enhancement, he'd need a new approach. With no delay between activations, magic-based strategies were useless. The weakness lay in the action itself. His sweeping air attack left him vulnerable if countered. If nullified, the advantage would shift to his opponent. Aeon knew her solution wasn't foolproof. She had to be cautious. The extra lunged. Her defense remained impenetrable. He lunged again only to be blocked. In a swift motion, she retaliated, landing a blow to his head. As she countered his relentless attacks, a surge of confidence coursed through her. She could do this. She would take Juseok down. With that resolve, she seized both his arms. The system announced the activation of the user's second-level flame abilities. Our heroine launched a kick toward the extra, and Juseok braced for the impact. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the arena. The extra's attack sent our heroine flying back several meters. Juseok, irritated, scoffed. A little martial arts and you think you're something special? You thought you could block me with just your arms? He walked toward Aeon. She realized with a jolt that he could create explosions with a single knee. The extra confronted the heroine, warning her to know her place. A system announcement echoed. An enhancement category ability was activating. The man declared she should be eliminated. He lunged to attack, but a hand stopped him. The protagonist stepped forward. Enough, he said. If you continue, I will eliminate her. Aeon was eliminated. The next participant was to be the MC. He sneered, remarking that their hero had finally decided to appear. But the protagonist ignored the taunt, his attention solely on the heroine. Are you all right? He asked. It's not over, she insisted. Go back. Your turn hasn't come yet. He knew she was at her limit, battered from the initial blast, and a surge of respect filled him for her tenacity. You've already lost, he stated. The match is over. She started to speak, but he told her to accept the loss. After a moment, Aeon stopped resisting. She left the arena, refusing a stretcher, insisting she could walk. Moments later, the protagonist called out to the heroine, praising her performance and telling her not to dwell on the loss. Aeon, surprised by his words, walked away, tears welling in her eyes. The background character, watching with pride, called out to the hero, admitting his earlier worry that the protagonist wouldn't appear. Our hero questioned whether the boy hadn't gone too far in his fight against the heroine. Siak claimed he'd gone easy on her, even letting her walk away. The MC retorted that Juseok was acting arrogant, simply because he'd obtained a B-rank ability. He asked if the man had forgotten the warehouse, the attack. The words hung in the air, and the man trembled. His ability, he continued, was far from ordinary. Where had he gotten it? The boy questioned why that mattered to the MC. He didn't need to ask who had gated to him, he already knew. He remembered someone claiming it had been an accident, that he too had been a victim. He was struck by the resemblance between the man from the past and Junmin, a fleeting thought arising that perhaps the professor was the man's son. But the announcement of the second round cut short his speculation. He would simply do what was needed. Hyun should pay attention. He wouldn't be demonstrating forever. Meanwhile, Hyun watched from the sidelines, wondering if his friend truly intended to fight one-handed. The background character laughed. There was a limit, he said, to how much the MC could underestimate his opponents. Did he really plan to fight one-handed? Juseok's aura flared. He would beat him, he declared. And with that, he began activating an ability, a skill meant to crush the protagonist. He unleashed a flurry of blows, each punch detonating in explosive bursts across the arena. The shockwaves rippled outward, slamming even into the distant stands. Fire raged throughout the arena. The boy's relentless assault continued. Even after 7 panels, the relentless attack on our hero hadn't ceased. Hyun remarked that this was supposed to be the first fight of the year, but it had already escalated to an unbelievable degree. The background character stopped attacking. With a laugh, he questioned whether a bit of athleticism truly set the hero apart. He scoffed, adding that abilities were everything, and no amount of showing off could bridge the gap between them. Our hero declared that kids these days were hopeless. Jusok felt a chill of fear. From behind the swirling smoke, the protagonist added that they seemed to think reckless attacks were the answer to everything. He gripped a wooden sword, demanding to know why the other boy had closed his eyes and used his ability so carelessly. That doesn't make any sense, Jusuk argued. Are you saying you weren't hit even once? The protagonist scoffed. The boy was an idiot. His skill's explosion only reached a meter, while the arena was vastly larger. He hadn't needed to dodge a single attack. The MC charged toward the background character, declaring he'd teach him how to fight. The boy, at first confused, suddenly saw an opportunity. This was perfect. He lunged, throwing a punch at the protagonist, but then faltered, fear flashing across his face. The hero had countered, striking the boy with the wooden training sword. Jusuk wondered what had become of his ability. It hadn't activated. A tremor ran through him as the protagonist stared blankly, a single hand held out. Smoke curled from the protagonist's sword. Fear etched on Jusuk's face. He asked if Jeonwoo had actually deflected the explosion with a wooden blade. Jeonwoo suggested he try attacking again if he didn't believe it. The man, consumed by the thought of vanquishing his foe, unleashed a flurry of wild attacks. But his aggression was swiftly met with pain as the protagonist landed another blow. Yoonchae was astonished, wondering if their hero had actually blocked the explosions with nothing but a wooden sword. It wasn't a bullet he'd stopped, it was an explosion, and the feat seemed impossible. Jeonwoo explained that the wooden sword he'd given the hero had a unique ability. It could cut through mana. Chae wondered if the MC had neutralized the skill by severing the mana flow before the explosion. The boy confirmed there was no other explanation. He then turned to their companion, asking if she had another theory. She questioned whether their hero had somehow cut invisible mana with an accuracy of 0.01 seconds, right at the moment of activation. If such a feat were possible, she argued, there could only be two explanations. This person was either a fraud or a hunter from 40 years ago, back when the legendary Jeonwoo still lived. The extra knelt before our hero, baffled by his defeat. He, a hunter with an unrestricted core, wielding a B-rank ability, was losing to a special admission student armed with nothing but a wooden sword. His mind reeled. A student council member's reputation, his own hunting career, all crumbling before him. This couldn't be happening. Impossible. He wouldn't allow it. He would defeat their hero, no matter the cost. He rose to his feet, declaring that ever since our hero's arrival, his life had been utterly destroyed. A system warning blared. A new ability activating. He readied himself for attack, vowing to crush our hero no matter the cost. As he spoke, the entire arena trembled, and stones tumbled from the structure above. The narrator ordered the extra to stop, declaring he wasn't authorized to use that power. Alarms rose around them as others called for security. Hyun watched in stunned disbelief, trying to understand the nature of the ability. If it continued, he realized, the entire auditorium would be destroyed. Chae cursed Juseok's recklessness, even as a flicker of guilt reminded her of her own part in this escalating chaos. A dark aura, no, crimson, began to emanate from the extra, building in intensity. It launched toward the MC as the system declared the ability's name, Nuclear Explosion. The hero stood his ground, unflinching as the attack hurtled toward him. He immediately shifted into a fighting stance, ready to counter the extra's attack. The oncoming force materialized, almost like a nuclear explosion taking physical form. Then, the screen flashed white, revealing the protagonist scorched by the blast. Another massive explosion rocked the arena. Incredibly, the extras remained in their seats, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. But their complacency was shattered as sparks from the MC's counterattack rained down on them. Finally realizing the danger, they scrambled to their feet and fled. The situation in the arena was dire. One figure remained standing, though it was difficult to tell if it was the hero or the extra. It was the extra, his face etched with exhaustion. A laugh escaped him, growing wilder and more uncontrolled, but the hero still lived. He knelt before Justok. The boy asked how it felt to lose, after all his arrogance. Leaning closer to the MC, he said forgiveness wasn't an option. Even so, the MC should consider himself lucky. He didn't want to eliminate anyone. He would be generous and merely cripple him. Before he could react, an attack landed. He was blindsided, struck from behind. Suddenly, he was airborne, flipped upside down, then slammed face first into the ground. Searching his memory for the moment of impact, our hero ordered the other man to get up. His expression hardening, he refused to repeat the command. Justock, he declared, had crossed a line. The background character, still disoriented, struggled to rise, trembling and sweating before the hero. He made another attempt to activate his nuclear explosion ability, but the protagonist struck him again. This time, the hero's attack was so brutal, it defies description. He crumpled to the ground again under the hero's blow. Struggling to rise, he gasped, "I can't breathe," but the protagonist was not finished. "Get up," he commanded. Tears streamed down his face. The background character was terrified of being eliminated. He knew if he stood again, the protagonist wouldn't hesitate. Scrambling back from the hero, he begged for forgiveness, pleading desperately. He admitted his wrongdoing, swearing it would never happen again. He was truly sorry. The protagonist's fury remained. He demanded to know if the boy understood the danger of the ability he'd attempted, an ability dangerous even in the heat of true battle. Because of the background character's actions, the entire auditorium had nearly been vaporized, forcing everyone to flee for their lives. The accusation hung in the air. Then, the background character began to cry, insisting he never intended such devastation. He'd only heard the ability was strong. He hadn't known its true power. The MC, enraged, pointed out that the person who'd used that same skill 4 years prior had offered the same excuse. He asked Jusok if he knew what became of that person. Jusok, trembling, claimed ignorance and asked what had happened. Activating a unique ability, the protagonist declared that someone like Jusok didn't deserve to be a hunter. He never learned. Desperate, he asked if the protagonist knew who his father was, warned that if anything happened to him, his father would never forgive him. But the protagonist didn't care. He launched an attack. The panel shattered. Perhaps he'd actually eliminated him. The protagonist's attack sent a thick cloud of smoke billowing upward. Some men murmured in confusion, unable to see what had transpired. One called out that the smoke was too dense to tell. Then, through the haze, the background character collapsed to the ground. The test was over, the narrator announced. The fight was finished. The students filed out of the auditorium. The announcement echoed through the arena as the protagonist walked away, the usual aura of power strangely absent. A voice called out, asking if the sword they carried belonged to Chum-hoon. It was the director, his face grim as he watched the protagonist depart. Wushik explained that his friend had gone overboard during a fight with another student. But, indifferent to Wushik's words, the protagonist retorted that he shouldn't act like he was still in his prime. From that moment on, he declared, he would be more aggressive and abandon all pretense of hiding his identity. The director informed our hero that the good old days were over. The MC retorted, asking if his friend truly believed he would remain idle. Hours later, inside the men's restroom, a phone rang. Minister Myeonjin was on the other end, and the recipient of the call was none other than the shameless professor. Years earlier, he ran. A worried expression creased his face, the reason yet unknown. Now, the answer seemed clear. His team's base was engulfed in flames. Several figures lay scattered on the ground, unmoving. A child's toy rested nearby, a silent testament to a life lost. Terror twisted his face. Chung's sword lay on the ground. The hero recognized it, the blade of the guillotine. In that instant, terror gripped the king. His gaze fell to an unexpected sight, a figure lying motionless on the ground. He saw a man embracing a woman. At the sight, he dropped to his knees. Within moments, people began to gather, and someone called for his captain. He realized the gravity of the situation and demanded to know what had happened. Someone in the group explained that a monster had escaped a blue-ranked dungeon, invaded their camp, and unleashed a devastating attack. Fury boiled within him. Eliminating nearby dungeons was basic protocol, he raged. He demanded the full story. A hand rose from the crowd. Someone spoke, accusing the three of them, blaming their failure to clear the dungeon. Irritation flashed across our hero's face. It was only a blue-ranked dungeon, he retorted. Impossible to fail. The man stammered, clearly flustered, unable to explain what had transpired. One of his companions bowed low in apology, explaining that Hunter Cha had insisted on undertaking the extermination with a smaller team than advised. And in that moment, the protagonist's composure finally shattered. The MC asked how many people he'd told about the plan. 7, the man replied. Then the MC asked how many had actually shown up. Just 3. The MC was not pleased. He fought back the urge to yell. He demanded to know if the 3 of them always took supplies and loot intended for 7. The man claimed this was the only time, an unavoidable accident due to dungeon interference. The protagonist stopped holding back. He didn't care if they were stealing supplies. But there was one thing he could never forgive. He asked the man if he knew what it was. Then, he declared he would never forgive anyone for ruining the life's work he'd poured into the camp. He slammed the man to the ground and pointed to the ravaged camp. "Look at what you've done," he seethed. "Your recklessness has destroyed everything. I didn't endure all that we have just to see it end like this." He questioned whether the extermination team was risking their lives in vain. The man insisted it wasn't his fault, shouting that he hadn't wanted this, that he couldn't have foreseen the dungeon interference, and that he too was a victim. He then pleaded with the MC for another chance, offering to return all their profits and even fund the camp's reconstruction. Ignoring all the commotion, the protagonist activated an ability on the guillotine and declared the man expelled from the extermination team. His residence at the camp and his hunter status were immediately revoked. In this moment, the protagonist looked strikingly different. From that moment on, Che would never again dream of becoming a hunter. And as expected, the inevitable occurred. Back in his office, the professor ignored the minister's incessant ringing phone. 6 missed calls and counting. He cursed Siak under his breath, remembering all the times he'd warned the boy, control your strength. Never, never use a nuclear explosion. It was over, broadcast to the entire country. An investigation would surely follow, uncovering every detail. And the worst part, the unregistered bracelet, illegal. A potential link, perhaps, to the incident 2 years prior. The design was flawed, he thought, and the blame would land squarely on his shoulders, given the association's considerable influence. He punched the mirror. No apology, just a sharp reminder to himself to stay calm. He needed to get that bracelet back. As long as the source remained hidden, the boy was safe. The minister, after all, had his own reputation to consider, and Yunchi had no motive to speak. So, he put aside further concerns. The bracelet, its retrieval, was paramount, but then a voice cut through the air. Looking for this? The item tumbled to the ground, tossed by their classmate, Jun Min. His face was impassive. "What are you doing here?" Junmin demanded of the MC. "Didn't you hear the announcement? Everyone's supposed to be back in class." The MC shot back, "Why are you getting so angry?" He thought Junmin might be searching for the bracelet, so he brought it to his teacher. He'd overheard something during the exam, a restriction placed on dangerous abilities exceeding a certain power level. But Siak's ability was so powerful, it slipped past every lock, undetected, and obliterated the entire arena. He asked if the man knew why such a dangerous ability went unrestricted. The only explanation, he pressed, was an unregistered core, one the association knew nothing about. The words struck the man, and he trembled. A teacher had given a student an unregistered core, he stammered. If discovered, if it caused problems, he knew he'd be in serious trouble. Junmin dismissed the protagonist's claims as nonsense, demanding proof that he was responsible for Siak's abilities. The protagonist retorted that Junmin, blinded by greed, had interfered with the number of hunters returning from the field, a decision that led to the devastating loss of the entire 2nd District team. As punishment, the protagonist stripped Junmin of his mana and banished his team from the camp. Was it merely coincidence that he witnessed these uncommon abilities again? When he spoke the name of the man he'd just disarmed, the man questioned his identity, yet knew his father's. Even he was taken aback, unaware that Junmin was Cha's son, though their shared history made it less surprising. With that revelation, he struck the man, declaring that because of him, one student had lost an arm, and today, several others nearly lost their lives. Even 2 years prior, he had made significant errors in judgment. But one thing remained intolerable: witnessing the destruction of something he had poured his life into building. He announced he had a question and demanded an immediate answer from the shameless man. He demanded to know if the man had supplied the unregistered core to Seok, but received only silence. The man then tried to bolt, lunging for the protagonist's bracelet, and, to the protagonist's surprise, succeeded in snatching it. He lunged, seemingly aiming a blow with the bracelet, but instead of striking, he hurled it to the ground, a sudden destructive act. He then unleashed a furious barrage of kicks, intent on obliterating it completely. He looked proudly at the protagonist, certain he was beyond incrimination. He challenged the protagonist, asking what he thought he could possibly say to the police without evidence. Did he really think they'd believe a high school student? Adults weren't a joke, he sneered. This wasn't just about Seok. He was attacking a teacher. His school life ended that day. No one believed him. He trembled again as someone approached, demanding to know what all the commotion was about. It was the director, come to restore order. Youngmin claimed the president arrived just as the protagonist was threatening and attacking him. Expulsion was the only option, Youngmin insisted. But Wushik countered, pointing out that the president had broken the mirror and needed to lower his voice. Desperate to escape the escalating tension, the president stammered that the mirror had been an accident. The protagonist then turned to the director, asking if he'd heard that. He maintained his innocence, insisting he'd done nothing wrong, but Wushik voiced his suspicions, suggesting the teacher was the true culprit. He then pressed, asking if any clues had been uncovered. The protagonist thrust the phone into the director's hand. He needs to be more careful, the director said. There are still a lot of installments left to pay. He added that Junwoo should learn how to use his phone properly. While the MC scolded Wushik, the man simply stared in disbelief. As he turned to leave, the director called out, "What should we do?" The protagonist replied, "First, the school needs to announce what happened." Youngmin questioned Wushik's formal tone with a student. Wushik ignored him, already on the phone, directing someone to prepare an official statement. The teacher, realizing the illicit nature of the request, grew frightened. He challenged Wushik, asking what he thought he was doing. This wouldn't just affect him, the teacher insisted. Even Minister Manjin would be caught in the fallout. Could Wushik truly handle the consequences? The director insisted he hadn't forgotten the accident 2 years prior. Even if losing his position was the price, a simple accident would bring no shame. But this had happened again. He couldn't face the other man without shame, leaving him confused. Wushik claimed the teacher simply didn't understand how things worked. Hadn't he been clear last time? The only person he feared was Junwoo from 40 years ago. He thanked Jungmin for his years of service to the school. As he left, the man's calls followed him, but Wushik continued on, undeterred. Connecting the teacher to the minister would be difficult, he reflected, and an investigation might not even happen. The MC explained that once something became public knowledge, hiding the truth was nearly impossible. His friend should spread the news of what happened far and wide. He knew someone in the media, and should ask them to share the information as broadly as possible. Then, he asked his friend for another favor. The matter concerned Chung's son, unjustly dismissed while investigating the incident 2 years prior. Driven by a likely thirst for revenge, he deserved a chance. But then, Chung's attention shifted. He asked about the protagonist's arm, acknowledging the brutal toll of the guillotine blade, especially given their condition. He even admitted to landing a blow there himself. The system confirmed the penalty's activation. The conjurer would now experience the same affliction as their target. Wushik, concerned, urged his friend to see a doctor, but the MC insisted he was fine, dismissing the suggestion. As he departed, he reminded Wushik of his earlier request, explaining he had something to return and would go on ahead. As he left, the director watched him, a smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, Hyun sat on a bench in the square. A voice called out. Their friend had been found. It was the protagonist, and he had been searching for Hyun. The boy asked if that had been intentional, if the hero had fought with his weaker hand, just to make a point. A smile touched the protagonist's lips. Hyun's grandfather's stories, he said, were no exaggeration. That was the only reason he'd wanted to show his friend. He handed Hyun the wooden sword. The weight of everything that followed rested solely on the boy's shoulders now. Hyun took the sword, his gaze fixed on it for a long moment. Then, their hero turned and walked away. The exchange ended abruptly, cutting off the boy just as he was about to speak. He remained silent, a guilty look clouding his face as he stared down at the blade in his hand. But it wasn't guilt. He was simply wondering if he could replicate the protagonist's feats with only one arm. Then, something inexplicable happened. His phone rang. It was his father. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Why would his father be calling now? But then, his father's voice came through, filled with concern. "Are you all right?" Worried by rumors of an incident at school, he asked his son if he was hurt. Hyun reassured him, saying he was fine. Nothing had happened. Relieved, the man explained he'd missed whatever it was because of work and asked his son to come home early. The boy agreed. The video continued to circulate. He asked who the boy was, the one wielding a sword left-handed, a sword identical to Hyun's. When the boy didn't answer, the man reassured him. If it was difficult to speak, he didn't have to. He was probably tired of hearing such stories. But the boy's resolve hardened. He would become a licensed hunter, no matter the obstacles. A news report detailed the incident at school, the auditorium Seuk had destroyed. The police investigation into the minister continued, searching for any evidence of a request for the illicit power. Meanwhile, back at the academy, news of the unfolding events spread rapidly online. One student, our hero, watched the reports, taking note of the seemingly favorable public reaction. Dong's job was reinstated, which came as a relief. Aeon noticed Jonwoo staring at his phone, lost in thought. The whispers about their hero, she remarked, were relentless. Likely his name was already known throughout the school. He wondered aloud if the same wasn't true for her. After all, people were talking about her more than him these days. Several were praising her ability to stand against Seok in the arena, even if only for a short time. A blush crept across her face as Jonwoo added that some were even calling her One Punch Girl. Moments later, someone entered the room. Still training? A voice asked. It was Hyun. He congratulated her on becoming a council member, but she was bewildered. What are you talking about? She asked. Even she didn't understand. I haven't even been officially nominated, she insisted. It's too soon to relax. Nothing is confirmed yet. Hyun cautioned that anything could happen, but in the next instant, the boy surprised our hero. He confessed that despite daily practice with the guillotine blade, he wasn't progressing well, and this presented a problem. He told his friend it wouldn't be easy. If he truly wanted to reach his grandfather's level, he'd have a long road ahead. The boy just smiled. Easy or not, it didn't matter. He wanted to be stronger. He asked to be taught. Aeon warned Hyun to be careful. Their new teacher was intimidating. The protagonist's response was sharp. If she had complaints, she could stop training. But in the next moment, someone arrived, calling out to the boy's son. The protagonist was taken aback. It was Hyun's father. He asked if the two were his son's friends and said it was a pleasure to meet them. He then went on to say that he knew of our hero and that he'd been incredible in his fight. He'd seen the boy use the same sword as his father. He expressed surprise, asking if the hero's name was Junwoo. The hero confirmed. Earlier, 3 men had pleaded with the protagonist not to expel them from the camp. Their pleas fell on deaf ears. He insisted his teammates exclude them, but the men continued to beg for forgiveness. Their pleas for mercy faded behind them as our protagonist walked away from the ravaged base. Flames licked at the skeletal remains of buildings, the destruction complete. A shout cut through the desolation. A survivor had been found, a child. He noted how much the 10-year-old had grown, even starting a family of his own. A complicated feeling, he thought. Hours later, the announcement came. Class dismissed. Applications for student council would be available the following day in the office. A murmur rose among the other students as the protagonist stood. He suggested they both sign up, wondering if it had to be that day or if they could register the next. There was something he needed to check, he explained, so it had to be today. At his college, they stood before the office door. She asked if something was wrong and why he hesitated at the entrance. He told her to wait. He needed to check something first. Just then, a young woman emerged from the office, someone they hadn't seen before. She seemed like just a passerby, perhaps a fleeting extra in this scene, or maybe, just maybe, she would become important later. As she passed, she recognized him, the hero who had defeated Jusuk. Meeting such a celebrity, she gushed, was truly amazing. Glancing to the side, she spotted the heroine. Are you his girlfriend? She asked. Aeon blushed crimson. No, nothing like that. We're just classmates. The girl laughed. Just kidding. I already know you, she continued, her words a monotonous drone. I'm in Class B, she announced to them. The protagonist found her chatter irritating. She extended her hand to our heroine, introducing herself and asking if the 3 of them could be friends. The couple remained silent, their expressions peculiar as they studied the girl. She urged them not to be so cautious, pointing out they would be seeing one another often. You shouldn't be shy, she added. The protagonist asked, why? She explained her application for student council was simply because there was no reason not to. Their skills, she added, were far too advanced for any Class E student to compete with. And with Si-hyuk expelled, their acceptance was practically guaranteed. He smiled. Interesting, he said. Si-hyuk hadn't applied to the council and had been expelled, yet this girl claimed her place was secure. It seemed the results were predetermined. With a sharp look, he asked if she was connected to the association. The girl didn't answer. She began to tremble. He was certain, but one final confirmation remained. He'd waited by the door intentionally. Everyone seeking a council seat would pass through this office, offering a chance encounter with someone from the association. His plan worked. He'd found one. Her trembling ceased almost immediately, replaced by a smile. No one, she asserted, could dictate who the school executives should be aware of. He countered, revealing he had informants within the association itself. The girl insisted Si-hyuk's elimination was no coincidence. She now understood the real reason why, and admitted she hadn't been fond of his actions either. Even if he was relegated to Class E, he shouldn't disgrace Class B. As her rambling continued, the couple watched her, their expressions unchanged. She extended her hand again, reassuring them there was no reason to worry, but they continued to ignore her, their expressions unchanged. Growing irritated, she asked if they were playing hard to get. Becoming friends with Class B students, she pointed out, would be good for them. The MC hesitated, unsure. Warren laughed, claiming ignorance. He questioned whether fame had warped the MC's reality, asking if the MC truly believed all student council members were equals. He agreed that the girl had a point. Even his own friend had been treated badly by the council when he first joined. He didn't care if she was from Class B, or even if she was accepted into the council at all. He'd come looking for her, not to make friends. From the start, she'd chosen the wrong opponent. The girl looked confused. He explained he wasn't applying for the council. Aeon was the one who had been interested all along. The girl finally understood she'd been fighting the wrong person from the start. Hours later, whispers of the shameless teacher and the minister, both now under investigation, spread amongst an unknown group. Members of the association worried. If the two revealed the association's involvement, they would expose themselves as well. A woman spoke, concerned that even if the minister remained silent, the investigation could still ensnare them. Reaching this point hadn't been easy. A man added that all the associations would be at risk if the truth came out. They wouldn't remain idle. Another man agreed, adding that the director mentioned was part of the third-year association, and it seemed they weren't talking about Director Wushik. This assumption stemmed from his position on the board of directors and his influence within the hunting industry. But it truly wasn't Wushik. A shadow appeared, one that clearly didn't belong to him. This man was a formidable opponent, deeply entrenched with numerous alliances. The woman from their previous encounter stressed the critical importance of the vice president's ascension to an executive role should the situation remain unresolved. Otherwise, they would be forced to drastically alter their plans. He'd already considered that, the man said, explaining how difficult it would be to continue working with Minister O. This man they were discussing, it seemed, was Seok's father. The woman questioned whether everyone present hadn't at least some kind of contract with the minister. The man admitted they'd had dealings, but nothing of any real consequence. Someone else mentioned a previous discussion with the minister, adding that even if things fell through, they had backup plans. Regardless, the minister's absence was an undeniable embarrassment for the department. Another voice chimed in, suggesting that the vacant position might be filled depending on Ju Seok's replacement. At that moment, everyone thought of him. A voice questioned whether it had to be him, while another countered that there was no reason he shouldn't join their ranks. But the first voice argued back. It wasn't ideal for someone with no connections to get involved. But the woman disagreed. She couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Even though the MC had defeated Ju Seok, a predictable victory, she remained suspicious. There was a problem, though. Seop's disqualification meant the boy could simply do nothing and win a council seat. Then, unexpectedly, the president issued an official statement. He found their escalation baffling. The president normally preferred discretion, opting to bury problems rather than expose the academy's vulnerabilities. This public break with the minister was a dramatic departure. This could only mean one thing: a connection between the MC and the president, and not just any connection. It might even give him the power to control the president completely. One of the men, his gaze fixed on the woman, asked if she truly believed that if John Woo secured a council seat, the president would remain silent. They had tried again and again to reach him, but he had never yielded. Now they were all in this together. His influence might not have rivaled that of the board members, but as one of their own, he might prove even more valuable than Minister O. A sense of pride filled the room, though one face held a flicker of doubt. Chang-soo wondered if everyone truly intended to abandon Minister O. His own project hinged entirely on Myong-jin's support. Without it, he was powerless. With the minister's fall from grace, Chang-soo realized he was the only one facing utter ruin. His carefully constructed world began to crumble. He desperately needed a solution, a way to maintain control. Just then, his daughter called. He wondered at the timing. "I'm busy," he snapped. But she quickly cut him off with the news. Their rival was out of the race. The man was shocked. He realized this was the same girl who had spoken to the protagonist earlier. She confirmed his suspicion. Aenian was going to apply. She knew for certain. She'd even asked the teacher to be sure. The man believed the young woman was Yoon Chae's sister, and undoubtedly the granddaughter of Seok Do, a man of immense influence. The candidacy of Jeon Woo wouldn't change much, but Aenian, that would be a different story altogether. A moment later, someone inquired about their boss, but he dismissed it as nothing, explaining that his daughter needed him. The conversation finally ended. Out in the parking lot, the man pulled out his phone and called someone yet unknown. The mystery caller's question revealed his identity. He asked to speak with Yoon Chae, claiming he had something of vital importance to discuss. Hours later, in a restaurant, Chae confronted him, demanding to know how he'd obtained her number. He explained that his guild, still one of the largest in the country, maintained contact information for nearly every hunter. Then, he offered an apology for the abrupt contact. The girl asked the man what important news he had. He replied that she likely already knew the first-year students were attempting to join the council, and asked if she knew who planned to run. Chae admitted she had an idea, though she disliked the person she suspected. The man told her that if she thought it was the MC, she was mistaken. His daughter had informed him the candidate wasn't the protagonist. Ayan was the one planning to apply for the council. The girl was surprised. When she asked how he knew, the man explained that his own daughter had told him. Apparently, ever since Jusok had become involved in this, he no longer cared about the council. This wasn't the case for Chae, and the girl pressed for clarification. What exactly did he mean? He explained that Yoon Chae's anxiety would undoubtedly worsen if her sister joined the council. The already complicated family dynamics would likely escalate. a development that would certainly displease Seokju, and that of course wouldn't be good for the girl. He offered his help on certain conditions, assuring her they were neither impossible nor inconvenient. He then asked her to take his daughter on a public hunt, and during an interview to declare Horan her competent disciple. He paused, then inquired if her expression reflected confusion. His guild, he explained, was substantial in Korea, but dwarfed by the Hunter Association. So if, besides being a council member, his daughter also trained under Chai, would that be what he desired? The girl had hit the mark, Chang-soo admitted. Just as she had elevated the association's influence, Jain could become the face of the Acres Guild. That way, he would no longer need the minister or director Seokju. He confessed his daughter's skills were lacking, her B-class ranking a result of his influence. Che suggested hiring a tutor, but the man dismissed the idea. Real ability wasn't necessary, he explained. He knew from the beginning his daughter had no talent for hunting. He needed to be efficient. The girl questioned his intentions, asking if he planned to turn his daughter into a mascot. He confirmed her suspicions. He then offered her the money, assuring her it would be enough, and asked for her opinion. She pressed him, reminding him that he'd mentioned a plan and demanding to know the details. He dismissed her concerns, claiming he wouldn't go to the same extremes as director Seokju. He then regretted mentioning the director, quickly adding that there was no need for concern. He'd merely send his team to frighten her. Che countered that such tactics wouldn't work on her sister. He asked if the second heroine had a better suggestion. She insisted he do whatever it took to stop her sister, even if force was necessary. Before leaving, she added that she had one more thing to say. She then asked if the man had spoken to other parents in the association. Chang-soo, surprised, responded with his characteristic expression, asking who would possibly gain from such a thing. Years earlier, 2 photographs had surfaced at a funeral. 2 figures knelt on the ground, their gazes fixed on something unseen. One of them, our heroine, wept openly. From behind, a voice cut through the silence, remarking on their continued grief even after the coffin's closing. A woman turned, her expression sharp with irritation, and confronted the newcomer. "How dare he show his face there?" she demanded. After all he had done, she unleashed a torrent of accusations, convinced that this man was responsible for her daughter's elimination, and her suspicion wasn't entirely unfounded. She pointedly asked if he truly believed no one would discover his culpability. His expression remained unchanged. He countered with his own grief, lamenting the loss of his son. Wasn't it enough that his son had been taken from him? Now his own life was being stolen too, he argued. Shouldn't he be the angry one? Hearing this, the woman's tears continued to fall, but now confusion clouded her features. A tremor ran through her as her name seemed to escape her involuntarily. Then, she told the man to leave. He explained that he'd deposited money into the woman's account because of what had happened. As he finished, he glanced back and saw her watching him, tears streaming down her face. He then called to Che, suggesting they leave. Even then, Che remained impassive, her face a mask, a chilling indifference she'd apparently carried since childhood. She turned her back, indifferent to the scene, and was no longer worthy of being called a heroine. As she walked away, she repeated a chilling prophecy. He would be eliminated, sooner or later. He continued on, never looking back. She awoke from a dream that felt strangely real, a recurring dream that had haunted her for days. Her gaze drifted to a faded family photograph, a relic from years gone by. The image lingered as the scene faded to black. The next day at the academy, Ah-hyun was seen training, but at a certain point he simply sat down, seemingly lost in thought. Junwoo watched him in silence, waiting for him to get up, until he decided to call out to him. He shouted his name and asked why he had been so distracted lately, wanting to know if something was bothering him. Ah-hyun simply shook his head without answering. However, Junwoo was suspicious of his silence and insisted, saying that this complacent attitude was due to the false certainty that he would get the position on the student council. Startled, Ah-hyun quickly denied that was the reason. Faced with the tension, Junwoo sighed and suggested they take a break. During the break, Ah-hyun began to speak, admitting that he wasn't performing well. He explained that he had barely been able to sleep for the past few days, which made it difficult to concentrate, but he promised that from that moment on, he would try harder. Junwoo reflected that, at that moment, being honest was the best strategy, and commented that he had already thought about it. He then took the opportunity to ask Ah-hyun why he wanted to get revenge on his grandfather, suggesting he answer while they rested. He believed that remembering the reason for his revenge would reignite Ah-hyun's motivation. After a brief silence, Ah-hyun, in an outburst, revealed that his grandfather had killed his parents. Junwoo was in shock, hesitating to believe it, and asked if it was true. Ah-hyun confirmed, nodding with few words. Shock took over Junwoo, who pondered the possibility of someone killing their own son. Immediately, the image of a man he knew came to mind, a leader who, in his eyes, wouldn't be able to hurt a fly. He thought that even if the world had changed so much, it was still hard to accept such monstrosity. His thoughts were interrupted by Ah-hyun, who asked something that Junwoo, distracted, didn't immediately understand. Noticing his distraction, Junwoo tried to cover, saying that the Go-seok-do he knew seemed different from the one they were talking about. Ah-hyun's reaction was immediate. He stood up furiously and, in a brusque manner, demanded to know what else Junwoo knew about his grandfather. Without giving a concrete answer, Junwoo simply sighed. Suddenly, Ah-hyun turned and said he was going home. He then left the gym hastily, while Junwoo remained there, alone. While still reflecting on everything, Junwoo noticed that a girl, who was also planning to run for the Hunter Academy's student council, had forgotten her weapon. When he picked it up, he heard someone call him. Jong Ha-yoon asked if something had happened and why Ah-hyun had left early, noting that Junwoo also seemed down. He also asked if they had fought. Junwoo denied it, saying it was nothing. Seizing the opportunity, he asked Jong Ha-yoon if he knew anything about director Go-seok-do. Jong Ha-yoon replied that he only knew what everyone said, that he was Ah-hyun's grandfather. However, Junwoo insisted, wanting to know if he believed that person could have killed someone. Jong Ha-yoon was surprised by the question and, before answering, wanted to know if that had come from Ah-hyun. Junwoo just said it seemed to be something serious. After hesitating, Jong Ha-yoon said that although his father had recommended he stay silent, he knew part of the story. He explained that Ah-hyun's father had divorced his first wife because their marriage had been arranged. Later, while on a mission, he reconnected with Park, Ah-hyun's mother and his childhood friend, and they rekindled their relationship. According to him, they lived happily for a while, but after 8 years, both were transferred to a local branch of the Hunter Academy. Junwoo interrupted the story for a moment and asked if Ah-hyun's parents were also hunters. Jong Ha-yoon confirmed they were and continued the explanation. During a green dungeon raid, the team was forced to retreat due to injuries, leaving only the couple to face the boss in the main room. Junwoo asked if they were the only ones capable of handling the dungeon, remembering that the exit closes when the boss room is opened. Curious, Junwoo also asked about requests for backup. Jong Ha-yoon explained that they tried to make a request, but at that critical moment, the agency's system failed, resulting in a loss of communication. Junwoo reflected that it had been a series of failures: the unexpected retreat of their comrades, an error in the dungeon's classification, and the communication breakdown. However, he commented that it would be difficult to claim that Go-seok-do had intentionally planned everything. Jong Ha-yoon partially agreed, stating that it did seem unlikely, but revealed that the real problem was that the dungeon had been reported to headquarters as an orange grade one. Surprised, Junwoo asked how the support director Go-seok-do hadn't noticed that. Jong Ha-yoon replied that, although it was strange, there was no concrete evidence, which made the case even more disturbing. What was truly frightening was the fact that 2 years earlier, during the academy's exam, a disappearance had occurred under very similar circumstances. Suddenly, Junwoo's face turned serious. He sighed deeply, reflecting that this explained what had happened to that idiot. He commented that there were people who weren't happy with the leader's possible return, and with Ah-hyun's words, wondering what else they knew about that idiot. Almost 4 years had passed, enough time to change an entire generation, and now there was not even a trace of the young Go-seok-do that Junwoo thought he knew. He figured he understood that person better than he actually did, and, resigned, thought that maybe he should apologize. Without wasting time, Junwoo told Jong Ha-yoon that they would train alone, as he needed to resolve something quickly. Jong Ha-yoon asked where he was going. Junwoo replied that Ah-hyun had forgotten something and that he was going to take it to him. Meanwhile, Ah-hyun was walking home, talking to himself. He reflected that he had overreacted and thought that Junwoo probably knew nothing about his parents. He concluded that he just needed to apologize the next day. However, he stopped abruptly when he saw a man in a black jacket and a mask appear in front of him. He soon realized he wasn't alone, as there was another man behind him. Ah-hyun asked if they needed anything. He then observed that both were trying to hide something in their sleeves, but the visible bulge gave away that they were carrying an arc. He concluded they were hunters and immediately adopted a combat stance. However, he realized, stunned, that his own arc had vanished in an instant. The men in black had used the Shadow Rain skill. Ah-hyun was enveloped in darkness and completely lost his vision. With no chance to react, he felt a blow from behind, lost consciousness completely, and fell to the ground. Shortly after, a car arrived. From inside, one of the men shouted for them to quickly put Ah-hyun in the vehicle. Meanwhile, the scene returned to Junwoo. He tried to call Ah-hyun but couldn't get through. Thinking that perhaps his friend was still upset about their earlier argument, he resigned himself. He concluded there was nothing more to do and decided to return the forgotten item the next day. The following day at school, Junwoo kept trying to call Ah-hyun, but unfortunately he still couldn't make contact. Surprised and worried, he ended the call. 3 days had passed since Ah-hyun had disappeared from the academy. Junwoo sighed, thinking the situation was crazy, as even after all this time he still couldn't get in touch with Ah-hyun. He also sought help from the teachers, requesting that they call Ah-hyun's home, but according to the family, the boy hadn't been home since that day. Immediately, Jong Ha-yun reported Ah-hyun's disappearance to the police, while Junwoo persisted in his attempts to call, still hopeful of getting an answer. At that moment, Jong Ha-yun remembered the student council candidacy and warned that the registration had to be submitted before 6 p.m. that day. Junwoo agreed immediately, stating that Ah-hyun would never give up on being a candidate. With that, they both concluded that there was likely someone behind all these events. Jong Ha-yun asked if they were trying to prevent Ah-hyun from becoming a member of the student council. He then suggested it could be the Parents Association. However, Junwoo dismissed this hypothesis, recalling that the investigation into the case was still ongoing, and that, in this context, the Parents Association wouldn't want to worsen the situation. Furthermore, with Jose already expelled, making things worse would bring them no benefit. Jong Ha-yun reflected that if it wasn't them, maybe it was someone who was dissatisfied with Ah-hyun's candidacy. Junwoo agreed with this idea. However, the question arose as to who might have passed the information to Ah-hyun, which made Jong Ha-yun think intensely. Suddenly, he reacted, saying that it certainly hadn't been him, as they hadn't seen each other since the exam. Junwoo smiled and reassured Jong Ha-yun, assuring him that he knew he wasn't responsible. However, a sudden idea crossed Junwoo's mind, leaving him uneasy. Jong Ha-yun noticed his reaction and asked what was happening. Junwoo explained that they had gone together to get the application form and had spoken with a girl from Class B in front of the teacher's lounge. Jong Ha-yun frowned, refusing to believe it. He asked if Junwoo had mentioned something unintentionally. Junwoo admitted that he might have spoken without thinking. Jong Ha-yun shook his head, visibly annoyed, and commented that Junwoo talked too much. Then he asked who the girl was. Junwoo replied that her name was Hee-yeon from Class 1B and added that she was part of the Parents Association. This revelation made Jong Ha-yun reflect. He considered that, in that case, perhaps Hee-yeon and Ah-hyun were collaborating on the kidnapping. However, Junwoo shook his head, stating that he wasn't sure if Ah-hyun would really ally with Hee-yeon. He also didn't see a direct benefit for Ah-hyun in acting this way. However, he noted that as a member of the Parents Association, Hee-yeon's family could hold an important position, and therefore, there would be room for intervention from other people. Considering these possibilities, they thought that perhaps someone had obtained the information first and was involved in these events. Faced with this, Junwoo, without wasting time, picked up his phone and made a call. He called Jong Ha-yun's father. As soon as he answered, the man on the other end of the line was surprised to hear Junwoo's voice and asked if he shouldn't be at school at that moment. Jong Ha-yun was also surprised to find out that Junwoo had direct contact with his father. Junwoo asked if he was busy, as he needed to ask him a favor. Jong Ha-yun's father, curious, agreed to hear what it was. Meanwhile, Jong Ha-yun, observing the conversation, frowned and asked Junwoo when he had gotten his father's number. During the call, Junwoo asked for information about the parents of Hee-yeon from Class B. Jong Ha-yun's father thought for a moment before replying that Hee-yeon's parents were not well known and that there was little material to investigate. He explained that her father was the head of a guild in Seoul, the Aces Guild, and that separated from his wife, he lived alone with his daughter. Junwoo asked if this guild could be compared to a private security firm. Jong Ha-yun's father confirmed, adding that the organization was not entirely legal, being involved in controversial activities. With this information, Junwoo asked if it would be possible to track the current whereabouts of Hee-yeon's father. Jong Ha-yun's father laughed and commented that, besides being a task that would take time, it could complicate the situation even further. He advised Junwoo to report the case to the police, promising to help so that the investigation could start as soon as possible. Junwoo thanked him for the help, especially considering he had called on the spur of the moment. The man on the other end of the line simply laughed and replied that, in fact, he was the one who should be thankful, as Junwoo was helping his son, Jong Ha-yun. Junwoo smiled and ended the call. Jong Ha-yun, still confused, asked what they would do if they couldn't find Ah-hyun's whereabouts. Junwoo simply smiled and said that if they couldn't find them, they would make them come to them. Jong Ha-yun, who was initially laughing, suddenly became serious and grabbed Junwoo's shoulder, asking him to confirm if what he was thinking was really the plan. Worried, he reminded Junwoo that his father was a police officer and that this could be considered a crime. Junwoo just told him not to worry and that he wouldn't have to get involved. Before Jong Ha-yun could stop him, Junwoo walked away, leaving him even more stunned. second. The scene then changed to a rooftop, where Gi-yeon was talking on the phone with his father. He was saying that Ah-hyun hadn't shown up since the previous day, and upon ending the call, he expected to be praised. However, as he looked at his phone, he noticed someone arriving on the rooftop. It was Jun-woo, who appeared calmly. Gi-yeon, not hiding his surprise, asked how Jun-woo knew about that place. In a mocking tone, he said he thought Jun-woo was the powerful Kim Jong-wan. Continuing with the taunts, he asked if Jun-woo was going to apologize or just tell him everything. Jun-woo remained silent, simply observing him. Annoyed, Gi-yeon declared that it was too late and that he himself was leaving. Without a word, Jun-woo used his ability, activated the fur ring, and applied the explosive skill, Flick. What happened next was not shown. The scene then changed to a vacant lot, where Wan was driving his car. While driving, he made a phone call. On the call, the person on the other end asked if Ah-hyun was okay. Wan responded calmly, and the caller, smiling, said he was relieved, as it would be a big problem if something more serious had happened. Wan commented that, despite everything, it was excessive to treat a high school student that way. Although hesitant, he asked the man on the line if he didn't feel bothered, since Ah-hyun was still his brother. Ah-hyun's brother replied that with someone as influential as the manager of the Acer Guild's Soul branch involved, there would be no interference from the client. He stated that it was simply a personal request and asked Wan to handle the situation until 6 p.m. Wan agreed, promising to call again. As he looked into the distance, he reflected on Ah-hyun, acknowledging that the boy truly had impressive qualities and knew how to stand his ground. Suddenly, one of the guild's men appeared and greeted Wan, calling him guildmaster. Wan asked about the situation, and the man replied that everything remained quiet. Wan ordered them to release the prisoner after 6 p.m., but demanded that surveillance be doubled. The guards agreed immediately. Shortly after, Wan received a call from his daughter, Hee-yeon. Before answering, he muttered to himself, suspicious of the situation. Upon answering, Wan scolded his daughter, saying he was busy. However, from the other end of the line, he heard Hee-yeon's trembling voice, who, crying, said she was being held captive. Before he could react, another voice came on the call. It was Jun-woo, who introduced himself and asked if he was Hee-yeon's father. Overcome with rage, Wan demanded to know who he was and what he had done to his daughter. Jun-woo, however, remained calm and just asked him to calm down, stating that he only wanted to make peace. Wan became enormously enraged and asked who he was talking to on the other end of the line. He wanted to know who he was and what he had done to his daughter, Hee-yeon. Jun-woo calmly replied that he hadn't done anything yet. Nothing yet. Meanwhile, Hee-yeon, listening to the conversation, glared furiously at Jun-woo, exhausted and irritated, as if she wanted to kill him with her gaze alone. Jun-woo returned the look and, for a moment, remembered something. He remembered his past, a simple and direct philosophy, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If someone attacked him, he responded. If someone took something from him, he took something in return. It was an emotionally ineffective and undoubtedly immoral method, but sometimes it was the most effective, like now. Back in the present, Wan, still furious, demanded to know what Jun-woo wanted. Jun-woo didn't answer immediately, muttering to himself that by capturing Wan's daughter, they had reached a position of equality. Then he answered the man on the phone directly. He ordered that the student in his possession be brought to the agreed-upon location in 1 hour. Wan was in shock. As he tried to process it, he heard Jun-woo repeat. They would make an exchange. The student captured by Wan would be traded for his daughter's release, and the exchange had to happen within an hour. Sweat began to run down Wan's forehead. Only someone very cold could propose such a deal. He recognized him immediately. Jun-woo was from Class E. He was even more surprised by the cruelty a simple high school student showed. Outraged, he asked if Jun-woo had any idea who he was. Jun-woo replied with a smile. He said he knew very well. He was Wan Changso, manager of the Aces Guild, and, with an even wider smile, he added that, at that moment, Hee-yeon's safety was more important than Wan's identity. Wan's eyes widened, and furious, he insulted Jun-woo, but Jun-woo was relentless. He told him he had only 1 hour, and that he just had to follow the example he himself had set by kidnapping him. Wan felt paralyzed by pain and shock. Jun-woo added that if he obeyed, nothing would happen to his daughter. But Wan tried to challenge him. He asked how Jun-woo planned to hurt his daughter, and if he would have the courage to kill her. Jun-woo smiled and replied that even without killing her, he could ensure she would never become a hunter. Hee-yeon, hearing everything, widened her eyes, still not believing Jun-woo's plans. His last words echoed in her mind. Suddenly, the expression on Wan's face changed to something darker. With sadness, he asked Jun-woo not to go too far, but Jun-woo cut him off coldly. He reminded him of Joseph's case, who, for some unknown reason, could no longer use the ark. He suggested that perhaps the reason was related to the wooden sword. Wan, furious, could only insult Jun-woo, calling him an idiot. Junwoo, indifferent, continued. He explained that although it didn't affect Joseph's daily life, it would end his chance of joining the student council, and more importantly, his career as a hunter. He asked Juan if he was willing to take that risk. Juan could barely contain his anger and desperation. Trembling, he found no words to answer. Finally defeated, he asked where he should take Ah-hyun. Junwoo, already sending the location, told him to go as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, behind Junwoo, a masked man asked if this was really safe. Junwoo, busy sending messages, just replied. His masked accomplice warned that the enemy was the Aces Guild, professional hunters. If they attacked, the consequences would be severe. But Junwoo, firm, assured that if necessary, he would take care of them himself. Meanwhile, Hee-yeon continued to listen to the conversation between Junwoo and her father. Little by little, she understood that her own father had kidnapped Ah-hyun. Confused and scared, she wondered what was really happening. The scene then changed to the school's special department room. Won was calling Ah-hyun's brother to inform him of the situation. Confused, the brother wanted to know what he meant by, "We've been discovered." Won explained in a stern tone that all their plans had been discovered by a Class E student. Go Yun-chae, surprised, asked if he was referring to Junwoo and wanted to know how the boy had managed to find out everything. Angrily, Won replied that he didn't know and had no idea how it had happened. Go Yun-chae reflected that even if Junwoo had discovered something, he couldn't have acted so quickly. Won, trying to seem calm, informed him that the boy had captured his daughter and was demanding a hostage exchange in 1 hour. Shocked, Go Yun-chae asked if he had accepted the deal immediately. Firmly, Won stated that he had not. He added that, according to the threats, if he didn't comply, his daughter could never pursue a career as a hunter. He knew he couldn't stand by idly because, even if he didn't have high expectations, he wanted to ensure Hee-yeon at least became a high-level hunter. After a sigh, Go Yun-chae asked if this meant Won was giving up on the request he had made earlier. Quickly denying it, Won stated he had no such intention, but from that moment on, he couldn't guarantee the safety of Go Yun-chae's brother. Faced with this response, Go Yun-chae remained silent. Won concluded that he had only called to inform him of the situation and hung up abruptly. After hanging up, he commented to himself that he believed Go Yun-chae didn't care much about this kind of thing. Without wasting time, he ordered his men to get the prisoner out of the car and prepare to leave immediately. His men obeyed promptly, and Won also reminded them to bring the equipment. The scene then changed to a warehouse, where Junwoo and his allies were waiting. As soon as he arrived, Won was greeted by Junwoo, who respectfully addressed him as Manager Won Chang-so. However, Won ignored him and asked directly where Hee-yeon was. Junwoo, maintaining an ironic smile, stated that the question was poorly phrased, as it was first necessary to bring Ah-hyun. Internally furious, Won cursed Junwoo while giving orders to his men. Junwoo taunted, saying that without something to negotiate, handing over the hostage would make them lose their advantage. Won, sighing and massaging his head, motioned for them to bring Ah-hyun. 2 men dressed in black took Ah-hyun out of the car. The young man's head was covered by a paper bag, which prevented him from seeing where he was being taken. They walked slowly into the warehouse and, upon arrival, they removed the bag from his head. Although his vision was blurry, Ah-hyun managed to recognize Junwoo and, smiling, showed happiness at seeing him again. Junwoo, with hope in his eyes, gave a signal to his masked partner, indicating for him to bring Hee-yeon to them. On the way, Hee-yeon quickly identified the masked man and commented that everyone at school knew who he was, as there was only one student with one arm. The masked man remained silent for a few moments before making a gesture of agreement. When Hee-yeon reached Junwoo, he announced that the exchange should begin in an orderly and smooth manner. Meanwhile, Won, feigning disinterest, lit a cigarette and commented that he needed to think about the matter first. After taking a drag, he stated that he had superior orders to follow. They would take Ah-hyun, but they also intended to take Hee-yeon. Junwoo, narrowing his eyes, ironically asked how he could deny such an imposition. Won simply laughed, mocking the situation. Suddenly, Won's men were surrounded by other allies of Junwoo. Won, with a surprised smile, noted that Junwoo was in no position to make choices. The situation caught everyone by surprise. Hee-yeon, the masked man, and even Junwoo showed signs of tension. As the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, Won remained silent, coldly analyzing what his next move should be. Junwoo walked slowly forward and spoke softly, but with emphasis, stressing that this was important for both of them and suggesting they resolve everything at once. Won smiled arrogantly, throwing away the cigarette he was holding, and replied sarcastically that now he was the one begging, mocking the situation. Without losing his smile, Junwoo thought that was exactly what Won wanted. Meanwhile, Hee-yeon, visibly nervous, approached Junwoo and Ba Mu-long, asking them not to look at her and to let her go, showing fear of a possible fight. Junwoo replied coldly and without hesitation that she should shut up, stay quiet, and not complain if she got hurt. The masked man then approached, sparking Junwoo's curiosity, who asked what he was doing. The masked man replied that even for him, it would be difficult to face this alone. Surprised, Junwoo asked if he was aware of what he was doing. The masked man smiled and stated that he no longer cared. In an unexpected move, he took off his mask, revealing that he was Kim Jong-ha-yoon. Without wasting time, Jong-ha-yoon activated his C-rank skill, called Mad Hedgehog, and prepared to fight. He commented that it had been almost a month since he started training, and that this was the ideal time to test his skills. Junwoo nodded with a smile, acknowledging Jong-ha-yoon's renewed confidence, especially after the loss of his arm. He warned him, however, that he would be the one to evaluate his performance, promising to be strict. Shortly after, Junwoo picked up a golf club, which surprised and intrigued Jong-ha-yoon about its use. He explained that he hadn't found anything better, so he decided to use the golf club that belonged to Bo-sik. He recalled that Bo-sik almost cried when he saw they were taking his club. Returning to the current situation, Won, in disbelief, shouted mockingly about the use of the golf club, stressing that everything has a limit. Without waiting any longer, he ordered his men to attack. While watching the events unfold, Won commented sarcastically on how ridiculous the situation was. He was carrying Ah-hyun, who seemed to be in pain, while trying to leave the warehouse. At that moment, he saw one of his men being thrown out of the place, landing headfirst on the ground. The man screamed in pain, leaving Won even more impacted. Upon entering the warehouse to understand what was happening, Won realized that his men were being defeated. One of them tried to attack Junwoo from behind, but he dodged and took the opportunity to hit him with a powerful blow using the golf club. The impact was so strong that the man went flying, to Won's astonishment. Observing the scene, Won also showed signs of growing irritation. He ordered them to inform his client that the operation was about to fail. Won became enraged, seeing that a few young people were dominating the situation. In his mind, he acknowledged that Junwoo already showed talent at school, but he believed that outside of it, reality would be very different. He thought that against professional hunters, students like Junwoo should be easily defeated. However, his men continued to fall one after another, which left him even more confused. He wondered how it was possible that 6 second-rate hunters were being defeated by just 2 students. He considered the whole thing ridiculous and felt like he was in the middle of a joke. While Won was still trying to understand what was happening, Junwoo did not hesitate to advance, making a quick move in his direction to distract him. Seizing the opportunity, Junwoo cut the tape binding Ah-hyun's hands, freeing him. Won was impressed by his enemy's audacity and strategy. He realized that Junwoo had intentionally created the distraction to free Ah-hyun. Junwoo and Ah-hyun then prepared to act, attentive to Won's next move. Won, laughing uncontrollably, acknowledged that his opponents were one step ahead. While holding his head, he said to himself that he now understood the situation. Feeling the tension in the air, Junwoo and Ah-hyun got into position to react to any action from Won. Decided, Won summoned his fighting spirit, the Mountain Lord Tiger, a huge and imposing animal. Ah-hyun was immediately terrified by Won's ability, recognizing it as the signature of the head of the Aces Guild's spirit branch. The tiger's pressure was suffocating, leaving Ah-hyun unsure of how to act. Perceiving the danger, Junwoo quickly threw a weapon to Ah-hyun, telling him to run to the school without looking back. Ah-hyun, hesitant, asked if Junwoo would be okay on his own. Junwoo replied that the mission was the priority, and that Ah-hyun had to submit the application on time. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Ah-hyun ran as fast as he could. However, Won ordered the tiger to leap at him to stop him. The attack almost reached him, but Junwoo blocked the charge with the golf club. Defiantly, Junwoo said that Won would have to get through him first. Won, annoyed, called Junwoo a nuisance. Meanwhile, Ah-hyun managed to escape the battle and ran far from the warehouse. However, upon leaving, he found someone waiting for him. Confused, Ah-hyun asked what this meant. Their client had appeared in person, and it was none other than Go Yun-chai. Thus, the brothers met. They stood face to face. Ah-hyun said he needed to go but was interrupted, as he was told he wasn't going anywhere. Ah-hyun remained silent for a moment until he began to talk about his family. Go Eun-chai listened in silence as he continued. Ah-hyun recalled that they were used to living in a small house, in difficult conditions, but they were happy and always had dinner together. He asked if Go Yun-chai found that funny. He said that although his parents were hunters, the family lived in poverty. He revealed that his father had left home and that his grandfather spent all the money, forcing his father to send everything he earned to pay off debts. He said the family could only survive because his parents sacrificed themselves working multiple jobs to ensure there was food. Ah-hyun shared that his father used to say, every night in that small, smelly room, that he had a beautiful and kind brother. He would promise that one day they would would all be reunited. When that day came, the father told Go Yun-chae that he should become friends with his brother. As Ah-hyun spoke, Go Yun-chae listened in silence without interrupting. Ah-hyun asked with pain in his voice why Go Yun-chae didn't even come down the hill to see them. He accused him of having stayed under the power of the man who killed his own father. Ah-hyun was on the verge of tears. Go Yun-chae replied that he understood the feelings of revenge his brother carried, but Ah-hyun interrupted him, shouting that he didn't understand anything. He said that if Go Yun-chae couldn't help him, he should at least not stand in his way. In an emotional outburst, Ah-hyun activated his Flame of Asher ability. Go Yun-chae tried to warn him, stating that he still didn't know what kind of person their grandfather was. Then he used his own ability, Crystallized Rice. Go Yun-chae added that if Ah-hyun continued to give in to his emotions, he would end up dead. Ah-hyun replied that he didn't care, that he wasn't like the others, and that he had nothing left to lose. At that very moment, his fire magic surged forcefully towards Go Yun-chae. Go Yun-chae counterattacked with his ice magic, launching crystal needles. The tunnel lit up with the clash of powers, and a dense smoke filled the place. Meanwhile, in another scene, Junwoo continued to fight against the tiger summoned by Wan. Wan's face made it clear that he was also beginning to struggle. Noticing an opportunity, Wan tried to retreat to pursue Ah-hyun. However, Junwoo immediately noticed the movement and confronted him. He asked where Wan thought he was going. Wan was surprised that Junwoo had seen through his intentions so quickly. Junwoo hit him with a strong kick. Wan quickly recovered and both paused for a moment, exchanging glances. Junwoo reminded him that he had already warned him. If Wan wanted to reach Ah-hyun, he would have to get past him first. Wan, frustrated at not being able to pursue him, thought to himself about Junwoo's arrogance. He reflected that it didn't feel like he was facing a mere student. He recognized that despite it being his mountain spirit, Junwoo could block it and even counterattack. He admitted that Junwoo's skill was astonishing and that his combat ability rivaled that of veteran hunters. He considered this a serious problem. Meanwhile, his men were chasing Wan's daughter inside the building. He realized in desperation that no one else was chasing Ah-hyun. He concluded that this time they would really lose him. Wan had had enough. He declared, "I don't think I'll hold back or play with you anymore. I'm in a hurry." Wan then used his mana connection skill to directly link with the monster he had released. He warned, "Prepare to die, kid." Immediately, Wan's tiger attacked Junwoo. Junwoo stood his ground, facing the attack head-on, even commenting on the monster's speed. The tiger's blow impacted Junwoo's body, injuring him. Initially, he thought the attack would be aimed at his head, but he realized it was directed at his body. It was then that he noticed the summoned beast was on another level, something evident from its precise movements. Despite being injured, Junwoo managed to get up quickly. He commented, "So you use something called Ankh. Not bad for a student." Wan replied, smiling, "Now you seem pressured. You can't afford to get hurt here." Junwoo remained silent, but it was clear he was analyzing the situation. He reflected that summoned creatures usually moved on their own, but Wan seemed to control it directly, as if manipulating a character in a video game. By connecting mana to the monster, the summoner could command it with precision. Without this skill, summoned beasts would move erratically and dangerously. This flaw was common among amateurs, but that was clearly not the case here. Junwoo thought the summoned tiger was green rank, or perhaps even equivalent to a boss. As he was thinking, the tiger attacked again. Junwoo dodged quickly, looking for a way to counterattack. He noted that, although he could block the attacks, they were all strategically aimed at his weak points. Junwoo reflected, "So this is the strength of a branch manager." Suddenly, the tiger appeared behind him, trying to strike him with its paw. Luckily, Junwoo managed to dodge, but still in the air, he realized he was in a vulnerable position. It was then that Wan smiled and said, "Too late." Junwoo, surprised, saw that Wan had released another summoned monster, a huge golem. Wan stated, "Now you're in Eric's spot. You have no choice but to fall." With a taunting smile, he added, "I was hoping for this. I didn't even imagine I'd have to release two beasts." Junwoo wondered how he would survive this desperate situation. Wan still taunted, "Don't worry, you won't die here, but it will hurt a lot." The golem advanced to strike Junwoo while the tiger approached from above. Junwoo quickly thought of using his troll's blunt weapon skill. Wan, alert, noticed the change in Junwoo's stance. Before being hit, Junwoo counterattacked using his golf club. Wan was surprised and cursed. He hadn't expected that move. The scene then shifted to Jong Ha-yoon, who was facing 3 enemies trying to capture Hee-yeon. Amid the tension, Jong Ha-yoon wondered if Junwoo, who was fighting the branch manager Wan Chang-so, would be safe. Despite his worry, he soon realized he couldn't get distracted, as he had 3 professional hunters from the Aces Guild in front of him. The enemies, confident, taunted Jong Ha-yoon. They said that without his golf club-wielding friend, they doubted he could face them alone. They called him brave, but with contempt. They knew if they took too long, they could be punished, so they were determined to end the fight quickly. They attacked together, but Jong Ha-yoon retreated, following Junwoo's teachings, maintained distance, and observed the enemy until an opening appeared. Meanwhile, the hunters mocked him, impatient with his evasive strategy. As time passed, their irritation grew, and Jong Ha-yoon knew that soon one of them would make a mistake. As he had predicted, one of the hunters exploded with anger and charged forward alone. Jong Ha-yoon seized the opportunity, skillfully dodged, and struck the enemy's leg, who fell screaming in pain. Another, seeing his comrade fall, launched an attack, only to be quickly taken down with a precise blow from Jong Ha-yoon to the leg. The last of the three hesitated, seeing his allies on the ground, but the fight was still far from over. As he kept his guard up, Jong Ha-yoon couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even without special skills or great equipment, he could face professional hunters. He remembered how, a short time ago, he had lost hope of becoming a hunter due to the loss of his right hand. Now, after just 1 month of training with Junwoo, he had surpassed expectations he himself had never dared to dream of. The three hunters, furious, got up. One of them mocked the situation, saying that rank still made all the difference. Together they began to approach again, this time cautiously. However, one of them ended up discovering where Hee-yeon was hidden. They quickly changed the focus of the fight, as they knew the real mission was to capture her. They left Jong Ha-yoon behind and ran towards their target. Jong Ha-yoon, caught by surprise, was left vulnerable. One of the hunters took advantage of his distraction and dealt him a strong blow to the face. Another attacked him from behind, knocking him to the ground. Fallen, Jong Ha-yoon was brutally kicked. His attackers humiliated him, asking where all that pride he had shown before had gone. They said they would crush him until not a single bone was left intact. As he was being beaten, Jong Ha-yoon remembered Junwoo's lessons. When the distance is closed, all that's left is to endure, resist, and hope that perhaps an awakening would occur. That rare moment when a fighter's body, pushed to the limit, unleashes a strength beyond its own limits. At the climax of the violence, even under kicks and punches, Jong Ha-yoon gathered his strength and, with an instinctive move, pierced one of his attackers with his aura stake. The man, in a state of shock, could barely react. Surprisingly, Jong Ha-yoon stood up with a vacant look, as if he were no longer conscious. The two remaining hunters hesitated, frightened by the sudden change in his posture. They no longer recognized the rookie they had underestimated. When they tried to immobilize him, Jong Ha-yoon even used his mouth to wield a stake and drove it into one of the enemy's hands, freeing himself. The men retreated, visibly terrified. They then decided they would use weapons to end it once and for all. But before they could act, one of them was surprised by an attack that came from outside. Scared, the man looked around and saw Won himself. Won ordered everyone to retreat immediately. It was clear that he recognized the battle had been lost. Although confused, the hunters obeyed. They asked Won about his opponent, and the branch manager admitted bluntly that he had lost. He also commented that, despite having only one hand, Jong Ha-yoon had forced his men to use weapons, a feat he could not ignore. The young Jong Ha-yoon, although he had surpassed his limits, could not hold on and collapsed shortly after, overcome by his own effort. Meanwhile, the tunnel where the brothers were continued to be covered in thick smoke. Amidst the mist, Ah-hyun could be seen lying on the ground, defeated by the combined force of Go Eun-chae. Go Eun-chae, disappointed, commented to himself that she had expected more, since Ah-hyun wanted to become a member of the student council. However, seeing the girl's condition, he concluded that if this was the extent of his determination for revenge, it would be better for him to give up, as he wouldn't last even a year before disappearing without a trace. Despite this, Ah-hyun, struggling to get up, stated that he would rather die fighting there than simply surrender. Go Eun-chae, shaking his head, just observed that in that state, he doubted he could do anything. Ah-hyun, still trying to resist, asked Go Eun-chae to wait, as the contest was not yet over. His insistence, however, sounded merely like an annoying lament. With no strength to face him, Ah-hyun had no choice but to cry. Suddenly, a voice broke the heavy atmosphere. Junwoo was approaching, ordering Ah-hyun to get up, questioning why he was still on the ground. Upon seeing Junwoo, Ah-hyun stopped crying and turned to him, while Go Eun-chae, recognizing the newcomer, showed surprise. Junwoo greeted Go Eun-chae casually, saying it had been a while since they last met, and that it was good to see him again. Go Eun-chae, confused, asked how he had managed to get there, mentioning that Director Gwang would never allow such an easy exit. Junwoo explained that he initially tried to resolve the situation with a conversation, but since Gwang was too stubborn, he was forced to put him to sleep before leaving. The impact was visible on Go Eun-chae, who immediately asked if Junwoo had defeated the director. Although Junwoo denied it, Go Eun-chae insisted that he tell the truth. With a a serious expression, Junwoo assured him he wasn't joking. Go Yun-chae remained silent, suspicious, while the other said that the important thing now was to decide the next step, regardless of trust. Furthermore, he reminded them that they were busy and asked for space to continue. Indignant, Go Yun-chae demanded to know why Junwoo was helping Kwon Cha-ai. Junwoo replied simply, saying it was because he saw a bit of himself in the girl. Go Yun-chae, annoyed, retorted that he should know the meaning of such help, but Junwoo, unconcerned, stated that he saw no need to know. As he prepared a skill and the energy crystal, Go Yun-chae warned that Junwoo would soon understand the consequences, but it would be too late to regret it. About to attack, Go Yun-chae was surprised when Junwoo, looking at Ah-hyun, remembered that there were only 15 minutes left until registrations closed and that they would hardly make it in time. Considering it unfair to waste more time, Junwoo alerted Go Yun-chae that if he continued, he would make his involvement in the kidnapping of a minor clear. The implied threat made Go Yun-chae hesitate. He then stopped the activation of his skill. Seizing the opportunity, Junwoo grabbed Ah-hyun and declared that they were leaving. As they walked away, Go Yun-chae called out to them and stated that he would accept the favor Junwoo had asked of him in the past. Intrigued, Junwoo stopped and asked what he meant. Go Yun-chae explained that he would speak with his grandfather so that Junwoo could obtain the hidden weapon in the support division, as long as he left Ah-hyun behind and went away. Junwoo asked if Go Yun-chae was serious, receiving an affirmative nod in response. However, he refused the proposal to Go Yun-chae's surprise, who immediately wanted to know the reason. Junwoo remembered Bo-sik asking him to avoid conflict and commented that, although he didn't want trouble, he preferred to act cautiously. He added that, observing the situation, he noticed that the younger grandson was overreacting. Not understanding, Go Yun-chae asked what he meant. Junwoo just asked him to convey to his grandfather that he would seek him out soon and that he should wait for him. After that, Junwoo left the place with Ah-hyun. After taking him to the hospital, Ah-hyun finally woke up. Junwoo asked if he was awake, and the boy, still confused, wanted to know where they were. He explained that they were in a hospital and that he had been unconscious for almost a day, advising him not to worry and to try to get up slowly. Anxious, Ah-hyun asked about the candidacy and the registration. Junwoo replied that he had managed to register in time and that he shouldn't worry, although when they arrived, the teacher's lounge was in chaos. Ah-hyun sighed in relief. Junwoo, seeing that he was okay, announced that he was leaving. However, Ah-hyun stopped him, asking why he had refused Go Yun-chae's offer, since it would have been a perfect opportunity for him. Turning around, Junwoo explained that Go Yun-chae was too afraid of his grandfather, which made it difficult to trust him for important missions. He added that Go Yun-chae was extremely aware of Go Seok-du's authority. As much as he wanted to rebel, he ended up giving in. Junwoo concluded that he needed someone who could truly persuade Go Seok-du, not someone who would blindly obey. Smiling, Ah-hyun asked what the other reasons were. With a faint smile, Junwoo admitted that Go Yun-chae had always been very poor, although that wasn't the only factor. There were other, better people who were just as poor. Scratching his head, Ah-hyun joked that Junwoo sometimes said things that didn't make sense. He laughed and told him to be quiet, as he knew he would face many difficulties during training. Before leaving, Junwoo said that although he didn't know what had happened to him, he was sure that he was safe, and that was the most important thing. Ah-hyun just watched him, moved by his words. Finally, Junwoo announced his departure, opened the door, and left, while Ah-hyun, despite everything, felt happy, knowing he could count on him. As Junwoo was leaving the hospital, the cell phone in his pocket began to ring. He quickly answered the call and soon recognized Bo-sik's voice on the other end. Junwoo confirmed if it was really him and heard Bo-sik report that he had followed his instructions and released the incident to the media. Despite this, Bo-sik expressed some doubt, asking if they hadn't gone too far in how they exposed the case. Junwoo responded firmly, explaining that since Go Yun-chae's attempt had failed, they had no other option but to adopt more drastic methods. Bo-sik, curious, asked if they would still be treated as the guilty ones in the midst of all this. Junwoo, the main manager of the Aces Guild's Seoul branch, replied with irony, saying that if anyone heard their conversation, they might think he had done something wrong. Bo-sik denied it, but admitted to being surprised that Junwoo hadn't used all the accusations he himself had suggested, including those involving Go Yun-chae and the Parents Association. Junwoo paused for a moment before saying that he had released just enough to get their attention, and that he would leave the rest for Bo-sik to complete. On the other end of the line, Bo-sik showed surprise and joked, saying that it seemed he was becoming Junwoo's right-hand man again. Junwoo, intrigued, asked why Bo-sik didn't seem very enthusiastic, and wanted to know since when he dared to contradict him. Bo-sik's only response was to respectfully call him Captain. Confused, Junwoo insisted, wanting to know what had happened. Bosik hesitated before changing the subject, reminding Junwoo about the golf club he had borrowed and asking when he planned to return it. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the special affairs room where Go Yun-chae was sitting, his head throbbing with worry. He reflected in silence that it was all over. He knew it was now certain that Ah Hyun would become a member of the student council, and if past events came to light, it would be his total collapse. He even considered negotiating with the branch manager, Wan Changso, but quickly dismissed the idea, judging him completely useless. He wondered what else Junwoo could be plotting at that moment. As he was lost in these thoughts, Go Eun-chae's cell phone suddenly rang. He answered quickly and became even more alarmed when he saw the name that appeared on the screen. It was a call he couldn't ignore. On the other end of the line, the voice replied that they had seen the news and mentioned that something extraordinary seemed to have happened. Go Yun-chae, mixing surprise and anxiety, asked what it was about. Without wasting time, he opened his laptop and was horrified by the headlines. The names of the Aces Guild and director Wan Chang-so were plastered across all the news portals. Go Yun-chae could barely believe what he was seeing. He wondered aloud what this was. The voice on the other end of the line asked directly if he had caused this. Go Yun-chae tried to downplay the situation, stating that there had only been a small problem and that he had tried to solve it. The person he was speaking with was none other than his grandfather, Go Seok-do. Go Seok-do, without wasting time, changed the subject, saying that it seemed Ah Hyun had decided to run for the student council and asking if it was true. Go Yun-chae confirmed with a hesitant murmur. Go Seok-do interrupted him sharply, stating that if his grandson had reached this point, it was also thanks to his efforts. He then warned Go Yun-chae that if the situation continued to deteriorate, both of them would quickly lose their positions. Go Yun-chae responded with irritation, saying he would fix everything. Go Seok-do, however, said harshly that his grandson didn't seem to fully understand what was happening. He explained that the real problem was that the news had been directed to attack only Director Wan, leaving aside any direct mention of Go Yun-chae. He stated that this was, without a doubt, a trap. Upon hearing these words, Go Yun-chae's eyes widened in shock. Go Seok-do continued, saying that to protect his own involvement, Go Yun-chae would now be forced to act according to the will of whoever had set up the situation. He then asked angrily who would be so audacious as to set a trap for them without the slightest fear. Go Yun-chae took a moment to answer, but finally revealed that the person responsible seemed to be a student from Class 1D, admitted through special criteria. Go Seok-do muttered that he was just an insolent rookie. He determined that he would handle the matter himself. Go Yun-chae, anxious, asked what his grandfather planned to do. Go Seok-do just replied that it was something Go Yun-chae didn't need to know. With that, Go Yun-chae remained silent, feeling a mixture of fear and unease. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Class 1B classroom. There, Hee-yeon was the target of curious glances and malicious comments from her classmates, both boys and girls. Everyone was whispering about her father's involvement in the kidnapping scandal. Hee-yeon, visibly annoyed, wondered to herself why no one had the courage to say it to her directly. Suddenly, one of the classmates called her out loud. It was Lee Seo-jong, son of the vice president of Donghyun-dae Lee, who mocked her, saying her father was trendy again. Hee-yeon, trying to stay calm, replied with irritation that if Lee Seo-jong had nothing useful to say, he should back off. But Lee Seo-jong continued to provoke her, insinuating that the Aces Guild was so incompetent they even kidnapped a minor. Hee-yeon felt her anger growing, but the classmate didn't stop. Lee Seo-jong finished with a sarcastic comment, saying that Hee-yeon's father's courage was truly impressive. The intention to annoy her was evident on Lee Seo-jong's face. Faced with the extreme irritation she felt, Hee-yeon stood up abruptly from her chair and decided to leave the room. As she walked away, she could still hear Boy Buno making another derogatory comment. Although her father was in that situation, Buno insinuated that Hee-yeon would soon suffer the same fate, disappearing as soon as her father's influence was gone. Hee-yeon tried to ignore the words, but the final taunt resonated in her mind, penetrating slowly and painfully. As she walked down the hallway, the voices of her classmates became even clearer. They commented that without the family connection, Hee-yeon might not have even gotten a spot in the school. They also doubted she could find a decent job in the future. Boy Buno, unable to restrain himself, approached Hee-yeon again. He grabbed her by the shoulder and in a tone full of contempt, offered her a job, suggesting that if she knew how to make coffee, she might be useful in some way. This time, Hee-yeon could no longer bear it. She quickly pushed Bunot's hand off her shoulder without a word. Then she left the room, carrying within her a silent fury and a growing resentment. As she crossed the hallway, her steps were firm, almost heavy. In her mind, bitter thoughts arose. She was beginning to accept that without her father's shadow and influence, she might have no real value. She concluded that even her position in Class B was probably not her own merit, but due to the name she carried. Determined, Hee-yeon resolved that she would live up to her father's expectations. Although she wasn't perfect, she had never missed a single training session. Every day, without exception, she did her best. The scene shifted to the prison where her father was being held. Filled with hope, Hee-yeon, in front of the bars, tried to convey strength and determination. However, Won Chang-so's response was cold and cruel. He stated that Hee-yeon should not do anything unnecessary, as he had never expected anything from her. The words cut Hee-yeon like invisible blades. Her world collapsed. Anyone would be heartbroken to hear something like that from their own father. Hee-yeon left the prison building carrying an immense weight in her soul, as if heaven and earth had collapsed on top of her. She muttered to herself, immersed in bitterness. She repeated that her father didn't trust her, that he expected nothing from her. She wondered why she kept trying so hard if, in the end, she was only seen as a mere decoration. After some time wandering in her own thoughts, Hee-yeon returned to school. However, in the building's hallway, she unexpectedly ran into Junwoo. She saw him walking carefreely, as if nothing had happened. The simple fact of seeing him there, apparently calm, rekindled the dormant anger in Hee-yeon. Her feelings suddenly exploded, like a wounded seagull hurling itself against the storm. Inside her, fury took shape like a finally awakened monster. The scene returned to the prison where Won Chang-so was being held. Over the loudspeaker, visitors number 3 and 34 were called. Won Chang-so found it strange to note that he had another visit. His daughter had just seen him, so he wasn't expecting anyone else so soon. Despite this, he felt an unsettling premonition. This premonition was confirmed when he saw who appeared before him. Surprised and shocked, he hastily stood up from his seat. Recognizing the visitor immediately, he showed respect, not fully understanding the reason for the visit. Before him was Go Seok-do, the director, someone who rarely moved outside of official events. Go Seok-do laughed in a relaxed manner, as if to ease the tension. He said that after everything they had been through, it was natural to be concerned, and so he decided to see Won Chang-so's condition for himself. Although he heard these words, Won Chang-so remained suspicious. He knew that Go Seok-do was not the type of person to visit someone out of simple pity or courtesy. Undoubtedly, there was a hidden reason behind that attitude. Go Seok-do asked how he was. Won Chang-so politely replied that he was fine and thanked him for his concern. However, Go Seok-do ignored the thanks, reinforcing that with everything Won Chang-so had contributed and sacrificed so far, the support was more than deserved. He commented that the association entrusted the Aces Guild with tasks it didn't want or couldn't perform. Although the dirty work fell on them, Won Chang-so listened to everything in silence. Go Seok-do then changed his tone and mentioned that Won's attempt to distance himself from the guild had been disappointing. Won Chang-so frowned immediately. It was surprising that Go Seok-do knew about his intention to gradually isolate himself. Go Seok-do, relentless, revealed even more. He stated that Won Chang-so was approaching the Parents' Association not out of superficial interest, but to weaken the guild's internal factions. He pointed out that Minister Kim's support and the recent agreement with his grandson were part of Won's plan to strengthen his position and gain total independence. Won Chang-so felt the ground disappear from under his feet. In his mind, everything seemed to be falling apart. He wondered how they had discovered his plans. He was sure he had kept everything a secret. He considered whether Minister Kim could have betrayed him, but that seemed unlikely. The tension was visible on his face, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Still, he tried to maintain his composure. Go Seok-do continued calmly. He said he understood his motivations, and that he would not stop him from following his path. The sudden change in Go Seok-do's tone left Won Chang-so bewildered. Still confused, he nodded without knowing exactly what to expect. Go Seok-do smiled and imposed a condition. He wanted Won Chang-so to carry out a task just for him. Suspicious, Won Chang-so wondered if it wasn't just another trap. He decided to ask directly what the mission was. Go Seok-do replied simply, "It was just one mission, and it had to be carried out flawlessly, in a clean and organized manner." Won Chang-so insisted on knowing who the target was. With a cold smile, Go Seok-do revealed it. The target was a first-year student at Hunter Academy, a special admission named Junwoo. Won Chang-so's eyes widened. He recognized that name immediately. Junwoo was precisely the person responsible, directly or indirectly, for his incarceration. However, Go Seok-do seemed unaware of this detail and continued to lay out what he wanted. He was the one who set the trap for you, no doubt, and for that, he must pay for what he did. As As Wan Changso listened to all this, the cold sweat running down his face was evident, a result of the trauma and the memories of defeat that still tormented him deeply. Finally, trying to maintain his composure, he answered hesitantly, saying that Junwoo was just a high school student and questioned if this wasn't too dangerous. Go Seok-do, however, maintained his stern tone. He asked Wan to think carefully, asking what would be more dangerous, facing that boy, or letting his own grandson get dragged into this mess. The intensity of his voice filled the air, making it clear that he was very serious. As proof of his decision, Go Seok-do slowly rose from his seat. Wan Changso, stunned, remained motionless, with fear and confusion stamped on his face. Without waiting for a response, Go Seok-do turned his back on him, and as he left, simply said he would be in touch again when everything was finished. He assured him that it wouldn't be long before Wan could leave that place. The scene then returned to the school. At the moment, Hee-yeon and Junwoo met. As soon as she saw Junwoo, Hee-yeon shouted, full of resentment, insinuating that he must be happy with what had happened to her father. Junwoo stopped, looked around, confused, trying to understand who was calling him. When he finally located her, he replied, surprised, with a faint, "Ah!" Hee-yeon, irritated, spoke again, accusing him of having plotted everything and of wishing for her downfall. The anger in her voice made it clear that she firmly believed this. As Junwoo looked at her, surprise dominated his expressions. He considered the girl's accusation absurd. He tried to explain, saying that he had no interest in her father and that he was unaware of this whole story. As he tried to justify himself, Hee-yeon was almost trembling with anger. She spoke again, stating that the scenario Junwoo was hoping for would not happen, that she would not break down so easily. Confused, Junwoo asked what she meant by that. Hee-yeon then revealed her decision. She was going to drop out and leave the school. Junwoo listened in silence, with no immediate reaction. Hee-yeon continued, saying that he probably expected to see her fall into ruin, but that it wouldn't happen the way he imagined. Junwoo, however, replied coldly that she was free to do as she pleased. This cold and indifferent response left Hee-yeon even more disappointed. She exclaimed in disbelief, not believing Junwoo's indifference. Junwoo reinforced that whatever her decision was, it wasn't something that concerned him. He just asked that, regardless of what she chose, she didn't harm other people. Hee-yeon, unable to contain her fury, shouted that Junwoo had destroyed everything, and that her world had collapsed because of him. Junwoo was surprised by such emotional intensity. Hee-yeon was almost screaming, recounting how much she had worked day and night, and how it had all turned into a disaster. Annoyed, Junwoo replied, asking how everything could be his fault. Hee-yeon, overcome with pain, screamed again that he knew nothing about her father. Junwoo responded, trying to reason with her. He said that even if what she claimed was true, he didn't understand how her father's defeat nullified all the efforts she herself had made. He didn't know exactly what sacrifices she had made, but he questioned if everything would really lose its value because of someone else. These words hit Hee-yeon hard. Crying, she replied that, yes, without her father, she felt useless, and that everything seemed to have no purpose. She confessed that she wanted to be recognized, that she tried so hard, training every day until dawn without ever complaining. But now, seeing everything fall apart, she wondered what the point of so much effort was. Junwoo listened to everything in silence, but he couldn't hide the mental fatigue he felt in the face of these accusations. He whispered to himself, lamenting Hee-yeon's insistence on interfering in his life. Instead of prolonging the discussion, he decided to change the subject abruptly. He said that her focus was wrong from the start. When it came to summoning, the first thing one should learn was complete control over the summoned creatures. These words made Hee-yeon stop crying for a moment and look up, confused. Junwoo continued, explaining that one could not simply train mana without proper preparation, especially when dealing with dangerous creatures. At that moment, Hee-yeon stopped, surprised, and asked how he knew about her ability. Junwoo answered naturally, pointing to the injuries on her hands and legs. He said it was obvious. Judging by the marks, she had trained hastily and had been attacked by her own summon. She was probably desperately trying to be as strong as her father. Junwoo sighed before continuing. He advised her to learn to control her summoned beasts without relying on mana bonds, treating them as battle companions, not as pets. When she gained more experience, the creatures would naturally adapt to her movements. She needed to reach that level before attempting deeper mana connections. Hee-yeon remained silent, stunned by the sudden kindness in Junwoo's tone and the weight of his advice. Junwoo, noticing her reaction, asked if she was still listening. Crying more softly now, Hee-yeon replied with hope in her voice, She asked if, by following that path, she could become someone like him. Junwoo answered immediately, denying it without hesitation. He said that question was ridiculous, but after a brief silence, he added that, at the very least, it would be enough for her to surpass her own father. The sun shone on the school building. As he reflected on the situation, Junwoo commented that he had gotten involved and wasted more time than he expected. As soon as the phone rang, he answered and greeted the person on the other end. Then, the voice asked if he was the first-year special admission student. With a smile, he recognized the voice instantly, despite decades having passed. As he remembered that familiar sound, he felt surprised to hear it again. In fact, it was Go Seok-do who was speaking on the phone. Shortly after, Go Seok-do said that the other had made a smart move, and the young man explained that it was the only way to meet him, as he was a busy person. Next, the man mentioned he had heard about the matter and asked what he wanted. The boy replied that it was nothing difficult, but there was something first. Then Go Seok-do asked if he had any proof against Go Yun-chae, and for a moment, he simply remained silent. Afterward, the elder explained that all location and skill usage records are managed by the support headquarters. With that, he stated that, as head of the headquarters, this information did not serve as proof. However, the boy challenged him, saying that if he was so sure about it, he could hang up the call right then. With a firm gaze, he stated that he would soon find out what he had in his hands when the matter became public. In the end, the other agreed to meet, and he smiled, satisfied with the victory. However, Go Seok-do warned that he couldn't see him immediately, as he was a very busy man. Still, with a smile, the boy declared that he wouldn't wait long. He then ended the call on his phone. After that, he remained thoughtful. As the scene changed, the camera focused on a building with a sign about human respect. Then, Wan Chang-so walked out of a door. He then lit a cigarette. Afterward, he took a drag, exhaling the smoke slowly. At that moment, Kan Jung-won greeted him. He introduced himself as Go Seok-do's assistant and offered to escort him to his home. With suspicion, Wan Chang-so watched him in silence. Afterward, he commented that he didn't expect the other to come so quickly, and Kan Jung-won confirmed that they had managed to get a substitute sooner than expected. As they walked, he mentioned that the victim refused to testify and that he didn't know why. Wan Chang-so then stated that the victim was not his main target and added that the other really didn't understand anything. Finally, he smoked again and commented that the man had accelerated his own downfall because if he had been left incarcerated, he would have survived, but he decided to mess with Go Seok-do. He then threw the cigarette away and muttered that the man was still a child, asking if the meeting date was already set. In response, Kan Jung-won handed him a card, informing him that the meeting would be on the first Saturday of next month at 7 p.m. with the address on the card. Attentively, Wan Chang-so looked at the card in silence. Surprised, he said that he was asked to resolve everything without leaving any loose ends, acknowledging the other side's determination. Then, Kan Jung-won revealed that Junwoo had asked to act alone, and Wan Chang-so questioned this decision. Lastly, he heard that many people would increase the risk. As the conversation continued, Kan Jung-won added that Junwoo was just a student, which led Wan Chang-so, outraged, to ask if he was crazy for never having met the boy. Shortly after, he assured that not even all the B-rank hunters in the guild would be a match for him, leaving the other surprised. Even so, Kan Jung-won laughed, describing him as an ordinary student, but was immediately interrupted when he was called a bastard. Firmly, Wan Chang-so faced him, asking if he thought he was joking. Faced with this, the assistant remained in shock. The elder clenched his fist, stating that the boy's strength was undeniable and that he could feel it clearly. In a serious tone, he described the wisdom and experience that a student shouldn't have, estimating it to be equivalent to at least decades. Afterward, he declared that he couldn't handle it alone and that he would mobilize everyone he could, asking for the message to be passed on. Meanwhile, in a court, Junwoo confirmed that his body had moved on instinct when he found himself cornered. Next, Jung Ha-yoon asked if that was what he called an awakening, and he nodded, seeming to agree. Then, he commented that the experience was good and that he should train remembering that feeling, making the training sessions more like real combat from now on. With a smile, Jung Ha-yoon agreed with the idea. He then turned and asked what she was doing there. Hee-yeon, who was watching them, said not to worry, that she had followed him out of curiosity. At this, he questioned why she was there, while she asked Jung Ha-yoon what kind of council member received training from a rookie, complaining about being ignored. Soon, Jung Ha-yoon laughed and praised the boy, saying saying he was an incredible teacher. He seemed like a real instructor. Although he still felt pride as a senior, he admitted that he wouldn't think about being a hunter again if it weren't for Jun-woo. In a provocative tone, he asked Hee-yeon if she had also come because she heard something about him. However, she just muttered something, avoiding Jong Ha-yoon's gaze, who was smiling naturally. Then he said that Jun-woo was helping both him and Jong Ha-yoon, and encouraged her to ask for help too, because it would be very useful. In response, the boy stared at him, asking who had decided that. Annoyed, Hee-yeon asked who he thought he was to talk to a student council member like that, but he simply told her to go home, that he didn't have time to look after her. Even so, she insisted, wanting to know what kind of training he did, and if it was different from what they learned in school, which ended up annoying the boy. Suddenly, she ran towards the equipment. She soon exclaimed that it was the wooden sword used in the last combat test, and that it was very heavy. Curious, she asked Jong Ha-yoon if he trained with that, and he just laughed, advising her to be careful not to get hurt. Next, she picked up a glove and wanted to know what it was for, to which he, visibly annoyed, explained that it was for training. With that, he thought she was tiring in a different way from Jong Ha-yoon, while the school gym stood out under the sky. As a training sword was brandished, Hee-yeon asked Jong Ha-yoon if Jun-woo had a meeting scheduled with director Go Seok-do, and he confirmed that it would be next month. With that, Hee-yeon held the sword with a surprised expression, while the two watched her in silence. Then Jong Ha-yoon asked if he was nervous, as he was the first student to have a private meeting with the director, but he said he wasn't sure. Even so, he stated that whether it was private or not, he would have to go and see, which left the other confused. He then revealed that the director had contacted him directly to ask about evidence, surprising Jong Ha-yoon. Meanwhile, Hee-yeon sniffed the sword out of curiosity, and the young man commented that the director had indeed noticed him. He soon added that the man was waiting for a response to decide on the next step. Thus, he explained that without proof there would be no negotiation, but that if he had it, he would try to silence him. With a worried expression, Jong Ha-yoon processed what had been said. Jun-woo concluded that the director probably wouldn't agree to negotiate immediately, making the other exclaim that it was too dangerous. At that moment, the gym door opened, drawing the attention of both. To their surprise, Ah-hyun entered the place. Immediately, Jong Ha-yoon asked when she had been discharged, and she replied that it had been a short time ago. Then, he wanted to know if she had come directly there without going home, and she confirmed, although she seemed uneasy. In silence, Jung-hyun directed her gaze towards Hee-yeon. In turn, Hee-yeon wondered why the other was there. At that moment, Jun-woo thought that this reaction was no surprise, remembering the initial fight and her suffering because of his father. While Jong Ha-yoon tried to justify the girl's presence, she cheerfully said that he had brought her to explain a few things. In disbelief, Ah-hyun asked if that was serious, but he responded with disdain. Annoyed, she demanded that Hee-yeon be honest about why she was there, and she, shyly, explained that she was seeking advice. She then showed a mischievous smile. In a provocative tone, she asked if the other was jealous, thinking he was her boyfriend, and even called her scary. With that, Ah-hyun got angry, questioning why she needed Jun-woo's advice. Surprised, Hee-yeon stared at her. Then, with a dark expression, the newcomer declared that Hee-yeon's father was the famous head of the Aces Guild, but that she could no longer count on his help. Immediately, the girl clenched her teeth in anger, asking what exactly had been said. She then challenged her rival to a fight in the ring if she had a problem, stating that she would not back down since even in her worst state she was B-class, while the other was an E-class nobody. With some irony, Jun-woo suggested that they quietly withdraw. Confused, Jong Ha-yoon asked why. Then he said that if they wanted to fight, let them fight. But the other, scared, asked if they shouldn't stop it. With a malicious smile, he replied, asking if he wasn't curious. Thus, as the two faced each other with furious glares, the young man simply said to watch how it would end. As soon as Jun-woo gave the signal, Ah-hyun and Ji-yeon got ready with boxing gloves. Shortly after, Hee-yeon was on the floor with a little blood dripping and asked, confused, what had happened. Meanwhile, the two boys were sitting on the floor, and he commented that she had lasted longer than expected. With a water bottle in her hand, she asked, scared, what had happened, and he replied that she had passed out. He then explained that it happened 30 seconds after the round started. Looking to the side, Ji-yeon saw Ah-hyun, who wanted to know how she felt. Leaning on the ropes, the girl ironically asked how it felt to lose to an E-class after so much contempt. At that, the two looked at her in surprise, and then she announced that the fight was a draw. She then told Hee-yeon to stop being clingy and admit defeat, but she replied that it didn't matter if the other had gotten stronger with Jun-woo's help. Even so, she smiled and said she would learn from him and then they would have a rematch, as that would be fair. Furious, Ah Hyun reacted to the proposal. Still laughing, Hee-yeon provoked her, stating that if those were her limits as an E-class, she would become stronger as a B-class. Immediately, the other demanded to fight again, while Jung Ha-yoon tried to calm her down. At that moment, Hee-yeon asked Junwoo if she just needed to come there after school. Surprised, he looked at her as she continued talking about the holidays, asking for the time to go on the weekend, and saying she could participate in the field trip. Thus, he remained in a state of shock, clearly disturbed by what she was saying. 2 weeks later, upon arriving at the director's office, he was asked if he was enjoying the holidays. Junwoo complained that it was the worst, saying he felt like a babysitter, while the director remembered that he had mentioned another disciple. He soon grumbled that they were not disciples. They had just invaded, draining his energy. However, the director smiled and commented that if he hadn't kicked them out, they must have some potential. Although Junwoo thought they could barely keep up with the training, he heard that still, following the captain's methods was already impressive. The director then picked up his coffee cup to change the subject. He soon asked if the meeting with director Go Seok-do was the next day, and he confirmed. Showing concern, the director commented on his plan to leave, but the young man said that the captain knew and that it was already decided. Even so, he explained that there was nothing he could do, as he still had to go. The director then warned that the other man would not accept negotiations, nor would he be content with intimidation. Seriously, he stated that if he were in his place, he would try to kill him. As the director listened to him, Junwoo explained that he wasn't expecting any kind of negotiation from the beginning. He soon revealed that he just wanted to ask him something face to face. He then asked about what he had requested earlier, and the director replied that he remembered. Leaning over the table, he said that he had tried very hard to borrow it. Then, he slid an object in his direction. Firmly, he asked him to use it carefully, explaining that it was a skill weapon that was hard to come by. He confirmed, removing the wrapping and showing surprise. Later, he met with director Go Seok-do, who greeted him by saying it had been a long time since they had seen each other. At that moment, Junwoo was holding the pistol-type skill weapon called Persona. After all, that was the same model the director used in the days of the Subjugation Management Corps. The supernatural pistol-type weapon called Persona was the same one Go Seok-do had used in the past. Curious, the director wanted to know where Junwoo had gotten it, asking if he had taken it directly from Go Seok-do himself. In response, he asked if the director remembered team leader Park Tae-seok from the weapons management sector. The director recognized the name, remembering he was the man who always complained too much about maintenance. Junwoo confirmed that he had borrowed the weapon from him. However, the director found the weapon's condition strange, finding it unusual coming from Park Tae-seok. He soon explained that he had stopped taking care of the weaponry and now just kept a small antique shop where the weapon remained stored. Surprised, Junwoo exclaimed that it was hard to imagine an expert like him running an old stuff shop, even considering that supernatural weapons were no longer so widely used. Calmly, the director said that Park Tae-seok had his reasons. He recalled that days after the commander's death, Go Seok-do had renounced everything, which led to the weapon's neglect, although it should still work. Accepting the justification, Junwoo stated that it was enough that it was in good condition. Next, he asked about the bullets, and the director quickly presented him with a small bag containing a few. He complained about the quantity, but was told that for a 40-year-old weapon, that was already a lot. Resigned, he nodded. Soon the director said goodbye, and he began to prepare to leave. Before going, he looked back. The director warned him that there were only 8 bullets and that he should not use more than that. With a discreet smile, he nodded. In silence, the director watched him. Shortly after, Junwoo walked down the hall with the gun in his hand. As he held it, he thought about how he would use it. At that moment, he also reflected on whether he would be able to become someone like the commander. Then, in a flashback, a man shouted Go Seok-do's name in the middle of a desolate landscape. Furious, the commander demanded to know where he was. A subordinate tried to intervene but was interrupted with a shout as the commander insisted on knowing his whereabouts. Soon another team member replied that he was in the dormitory. Huddled, Go Seok-do was holding his hair. Upon finding him, the commander insulted him and grabbed him forcefully by the clothes. He reprimanded him severely, asking if he had run away in the middle of a mission and lost his mind for being treated leniently for being the youngest. Crying, the subordinate replied that In Bayom and Bosik had been injured because of him, and that they were just lucky the enemy was only a green monster. Next, the commander threw him brutally to the ground. He reminded him that he himself had asked to fight by his side. Trembling with fear, the young man tried to explain between sobs. With a choked voice, he could only call for the commander. The commander sighed, revealing a silent weariness. Meanwhile, Go Seok-do huddled in the corner of the dormitory, remembering that he had joined the unit at just 18 years old, with a clear reason in mind. His parents had been murdered by a runaway monster, and all he wanted wanted was revenge for them and for his younger brother. After 2 years of training, he was finally sent to Operations Team 5, where he faced a monster for the first time. However, the trauma of the loss was so deep that he could barely stand during subjugation missions. Approaching, the commander lamented having believed he would overcome it and questioned his own decision to have put him on the team. He said that anger could be a good motivation, and so he thought he could overcome the trauma while showing a family photo. But in the end, he acknowledged that he had made a mistake. In a firm tone, he informed Go Seok-do that he was no longer part of the subjugation management unit. Impacted, he asked what that meant, but the commander was direct. It was time to forget about revenge and live as a civilian. He stated without hesitation that he would never be able to get his revenge. On his knees, Go Seok-do pressed his fist against the floor, gritting his teeth in frustration. With a trembling voice, he asked how he could become someone like the commander. With his back turned, he replied that Go Seok-do could never be like him. At that, Go Seok-do remained kneeling on the floor, looking at the shadow projected in front of him. The scene dissolved into darkness, and even there he remained in the same position. A month later, under a clear sky, the unit's building returned to the scene. Terrified, a subordinate ran through the corridors calling for the commander. Not understanding, he wanted to know what had happened, and the young man replied, stammering, that Go Seok-do had returned. Surprised, the commander turned around. Go Seok-do appeared in the courtyard, dragging the bloodied head of a monster. The others watched in silence, in disbelief. One of them recognized the creature. It was the monster that had killed Go Seok-do's family. Then the commander approached and asked if he had subjugated it alone. With his face covered in dirt and exhausted, he looked at him in silence. Shortly after, he swore that he would never run from a mission again and asked to be accepted back into the unit. The commander remained silent for a few moments. Then, he turned to Pyeongchang and asked if there was still a spot. Upon hearing the confirmation, he ordered them to collect his belongings and give him food. Grateful, Go Seok-do simply nodded. He then addressed the team leader, Park Tae-seok. He asked for his help in using the monster's core to create a weapon. In the present, Junwoo observed the persona weapon in his hands. Shortly after, he resumed walking down the corridors in silence. Meanwhile, the director was sitting at his desk, thoughtful. He then reflected on the commander's request to find the best supernatural weapon, the persona. He then looked to the side, still concentrated. With that, he made a call, asking if the person was busy and if there was an urgent request. Next, he greeted Junwoo over the phone. As the sun rose, it was the day of the promised meeting with Go Seok-do. At that moment, Junwoo was holding the weapon, thinking seriously about the situation. He then wondered why the meeting location was coordinates, as if it were a treasure hunt. Shortly after, he checked his cell phone, confirming that he was in the right place. Suddenly, he looked up in surprise at what was in front of him. Before him was the entrance to a dungeon, and he wondered if it was really a dungeon. With that, he understood the reason for the coordinates for the meeting, as no one would agree to go there. Thus, he realized that the intentions were obvious, and that the opponent underestimated him for being just a student. Shortly after, someone approached, saying that he had arrived on time. In response, he gave the person a cold smile. Then he asked where director Go Seok-do was, and why he was there in his place. The man then explained that the director was not available to deal with high school students. With that, he smiled, thinking that Go Seok-do was playing hard to get. He then questioned Wan Chang-so about how he had gotten out of prison so quickly. In silence, he was observed, while the others suggested that the director cared a lot about him. For a few moments, both observed each other without saying anything. He soon asked if prison time had made him quiet, and commented that he had heard about his vacation homework. At that moment, the ex-inmate confirmed that he indeed had a task. Then, he was observed with confusion. Firmly, he said that the task was difficult without contacts and asked if he was prepared. Thus, he wanted to know what he was talking about and if he needed help. In response, Wan Chang-so simply pointed to the dungeon entrance. Shortly after, he revealed that the task was house observation. At this, he understood the man's true intentions and how the game would be played. With a smile, he was advised not to be afraid, as they would be in charge of his safety. At that moment, 2 men in caps appeared discreetly. Without a sound, they emerged around him. They then all positioned themselves behind him, who was still on the path. He then heard that safety would be guaranteed, as long as the student didn't do anything reckless. Lastly, he let out a laugh. Then he turned towards the dungeon, wondering if it would be worth observing the situation. Shortly after, he began to walk towards the entrance, while the men watched him in silence. As he passed through the portal, he entered the dark interior, observing his surroundings. Attentively, he noticed that there were already people inside, ensuring that no one escaped. Meanwhile, Wan Chang-so lit a cigarette, saying that he had created too big of a problem. Afterward, he let out the smoke slowly, stating that he should have been content with simply having him locked up. At that moment, he was confronted, reminded that the proposal was an observation, but now he was being intimidated. Coldly, the other stated he had brought rank elites and assured that it wouldn't be as easy as last time. At this, an ironic smile appeared, accompanied by the comment that director Go Seok-do really liked to repeat this tactic. He was then observed in silence, as if that gaze were measuring his reaction. Next, he commented that if an accident occurred due to carelessness, the police wouldn't do much, and if the body were thrown to the monsters, not a trace would be left. Then, he received a compliment for his knowledge, though he was asked if he believed that logic only applied to him. In response, he maintained a dark smile on his face. This caused surprise in his opponent. Immediately, his weapon was equipped, revealing the persona. He then aimed it and asked if they really believed he could be defeated by that number of people, showing the 8 remaining bullets. Next, he pointed the weapon directly at the opposing men. In response, Wan Changso laughed at the situation. Soon, he let out a loud laugh, looking at the weapon with contempt. Ironically, he mocked, questioning if he thought he could face him along with the elite hunters of the Aces Guild, using just that worn-out weapon. Faced with the provocation, he got angry, wondering what was wrong with that man. Shortly after, the other laughed until he wiped away a tear. Then, he heard, surprised when he was told that he was not just an ordinary bastard. With that, the tone changed, and a new proposal was made, something unexpected. He was then confused to hear that they should reach a real agreement. Finally, his surprise grew upon hearing the direct question of whether he had ever thought about working by his side. He asked what that meant, and received an obvious answer. What else could it be? Shortly after came the revelation, the intention to take down Go Seok-do together. At this, he observed him in silence, trying to process what he had just heard. Finally, he was impacted, admitting to himself that he would never have expected something like this. The chapter begins with the director silently contemplating the view from his office window. A man approaches from behind, calling his name. He says that after reaching Chief Huang's location, it was clear he had entered the dungeon. The director says he understands. The documents had been prepared as requested, and the student will be reported as dead due to his irresponsibility during the subjugation. Interrupting the man, the director asks them to change the report a little. He wants the report to state that everyone died in the subjugation, which startles his subordinate. The director explains that the man is diligent and has obeyed them for 15 years. Unfortunately, he started having ideas of his own in recent years. It was all because of the incident that happened with Yun Chai in her first year. Ever since then, he's been trying to act on his own. The subordinate says he was capable, and the director agrees. But there was something more. If we let him do whatever he wants, one day he'll betray us first. What is the use of a sharp fang if it turns against its master? The man asks if he should send orders to the Alpha team, but the director says it's not necessary. He just needs to focus on the aftermath. Silently, the director waits for the other man to leave his office and looks down. The view was beautiful, and it made him wonder, would any of this be possible without him? Even after 40 years since his death, his soul remained in the things he left behind. Perhaps no one in the world could ever replace someone like him. The director's mind turns to him, realizing he could never be the man he was. 42 years. It's been a long time. The next instant, the radio crackles to life. Alpha Team's attack has failed. Battle is now inevitable. Quickly, the director grabs the radio. He states that the usage records for the Ark have already been erased. The order is direct. Eliminate everyone, no matter what. Inside the dungeon, someone asks if this can be done so suddenly. A boy asks, "First you wanted to get rid of us and now you want to be partners?" The man with the mustache says he was trying to make the Soul Branch independent. He didn't want to clean up other people's messes anymore. He hated those bastards. But unfortunately, things changed. Go Seok-do found out everything. Silently, the boy watches, waiting for the man with the mustache to say more. He says to his group that now they only have 2 choices: continue cleaning up the association's filth or die doing the same thing. Curious, the boy asks if he intends to take down Seok-do before that happens. Stepping closer, the man with the mustache says yes, and that he knows the boy shares his goal. Extending his hand, he says they should take what they both want, together. Smiling, the boy asks if asking him for help doesn't hurt his pride. Laughing, the man with the mustache says he's no ordinary person. He says if the boy can find anyone else like him, he should bring them along. This makes the MC think, maybe the man with the mustache is right. Maybe he isn't ordinary. A little embarrassed, the man with the mustache says he needs to be honest. No matter how hard he tries, he just can't see a way to eliminate the MC. With a straight face, the MC remarks that he sounds very confident. The man with the mustache replies that experience gives you a certain feeling for these things. things. With his hand still outstretched, he asks again for the MC's decision. Observing the man with the mustache, the MC remains silent. The next instant, he extends his hand, and the two of them seal the deal. Pleased, the man with the mustache says he's made a good decision. The MC then pulls the man's arm towards him, startling him. A fire projectile grazes over the top of the man's head. It hits a wall, and an explosion erupts. Looking at the mustached man's group, the boy says, "It seems your subordinates don't know about the deal you just made." One of their hands is still smoking. He contacts the director, telling him that the attack had failed and they would have to fight. Hearing the orders, the man says he understands and will obey. Leaping to his feet, the mustached man starts cursing at his own group. 6 men stood there, ready to eliminate them both. This was far too dangerous. Every single one of them was handpicked by him, which would make taking them all down at once extremely difficult. Startling the mustached man, the MC says he likes the idea of taking down Go Seokdu. However, there was one condition: the mustached man had to work under his command. Nervously, the mustached man asks if he really wants to talk about this in a situation like this. Still, the mustached man is overcome with a sense of victory just by being on the MC's side. He then grits his teeth into a grotesque smile. Preparing for the battle, he says that kids these days have no respect for their elders. One of the men charges at the MC, but he barely seems to react. With his persona weapon equipped, he fires a single shot that strikes the man perfectly. The shot wasn't fatal, but the enemy drops to his knees, trembling. Only 7 bullets remained in the MC's gun, but he wasn't worried. He stands before the enemy he just shot, but doesn't even bother to look down at him. Instead, he simply repeats that kids these days have no manners. It was a dark night in the middle of a forest. Jong-hyun was hidden among the bushes, checking the coordinates that had been sent to him. Earlier, he had received an order from the director to follow Junwoo and look after him. The director explained that it wasn't about worrying for his safety. He just needed to stop the boy if he ever crossed a line he shouldn't. Nervously, Jong-hyun scans the area, thinking about the director's words. Junwoo had already crossed that line dozens of times. Finally, he seems to have found the location he was looking for. The meeting spot was a cave. The brunette appears behind him and asks if that isn't a dungeon. A blonde girl quickly appears, saying she can't believe this is the meeting spot. It's so weird. They notice some strangers at the entrance, at least 15 of them. Watching carefully, the blonde asks where Junwoo is. It looks like he's already inside. She wants to go in and help him, but the entrance is too well guarded. The two girls start arguing, while Jong-hyun watches in disbelief. Frustrated, he tells them to stop fighting or they'll be caught, but they just seem to argue even more. The boy starts to wonder if he should have just come alone. He had been monitoring the situation on his phone, and after asking them one simple question, he ended up like this. Jong-hyun again tells them to stop fighting, and the blonde asks if they're just supposed to wait there. Something catches the other girl's attention, and she gasps. She recognizes one of the men there. His name is Seokjae. The boy asks if she knows him, and she replies that he's a member of her father's guild. If that's true, then he must be from the Aker Guild, but this only gives him a bad feeling. Watching the man's movements, Jong-hyun finds the whole situation even stranger. Several men suddenly start running into the dungeon. This makes the boy nervous, and the blonde girl asks what they should do now. The other girl quickly stands up, saying they have no choice, but Jong-hyun still thinks it's too dangerous. She doesn't seem worried at all, since she's known those men for years. One of them even gave her a laptop as a gift when she joined the academy. The girl approaches this Seokjae and greets him, startling the man. He asks Ji-yeon what she's doing there, and she claims she got lost but happened to find him. Curiously, she asks what he's doing there. Is he on a subjugation mission? He suddenly gets a message on his radio and tells her to wait a moment. Apparently, someone on the other end gives an order concerning her because he protests, leaving Ji-yeon confused. In the next instant, electric magic is cast, and a paralyzing rope catches the girl completely by surprise. The girl falls to the ground as another man appears. He asks what she's doing here, then reveals she's the daughter of director Hwang Chang-soo. He doesn't know how she found this place. It's not like her father told her about it. He tells the other man to hurry up, saying he'll take care of things here. And so, the man leaves. Furious, the girl starts screaming at Seokjae, while he just gets more agitated that she's here. Unfortunately, he starts casting another electric spell, and this time, it doesn't look like it's just meant to paralyze her. As he's casting the spell, something catches his attention. A projectile pierces the palm of his hand, leaving him confused for a moment. Looking back, he sees someone casting a fire spell. Quickly, the other girl, the blonde one, lands a direct hit on Seokjae's face. He's thrown backward into a wall, startling some of the men standing there. Jong-hyun appears and manages to free Ji-yeon. They were there to save her. His colleagues ask if he's okay, but he just tells them not to let the kids escape. One of them conjures a giant hammer with his magic, and alongside the other, they get ready to finish off the kids. Jong-yun nervously warns them that this is real combat, so they need to be careful. The man with the hammer charges forward, while Ah-hyun and Jong-yun take their positions. With a single leap, he's in front of the kids, ready to bring his hammer down with full force. The blow shatters the ground, but he fails to hit them. Jong-yun gets nervous. If they get hit by that, it's game over. Leaping into the air, he hurls some of his fire spikes, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. With a single swing of the hammer, all the projectiles are neutralized. Ah-hyun attacks from behind, using her fire magic. The other enemy, who has the fire attribute, uses it to attack Ah-hyun from behind. At the last second, the girl manages to dodge the wind attack, but it was a close call. She loses her balance and falls to the ground. The hammer wielder immediately takes the opportunity to attack, seeing his opening. With all his strength, he launches his attack against the girl. Jong-yun arrives just in time, using his spikes to deflect the attack and save her. Seizing the enemy's opening, Ah-hyun unleashes her final attack. Shockwave! The enemy knows he can't dodge this. He's hit dead on and sent flying backward. The force of the impact instantly neutralizes him. His ally is horrified to see what just happened. This made no sense. They were just two kids. How could they be defeating professional hunters? The two kids get to their feet. Where is Ji-yeon? Now it's 2 against 1. In the professional hunter's eyes, this was complete insanity. The fact that the girl dodged the wind slash in midair was already insane. On top of that, the boy blocked a hammer attack with a single arm. Were these two really just high school kids? They seemed more like mercenaries trained by some secret organization. Feeling confident, Ah-hyun says they can win, but the boy tells her not to lower her guard. They might have a trick up their sleeve. The enemy figures they've already shown all their skills. There's no way he can hold off these two alone. Raising his arms, he decides it's better to surrender and tells them to wait. But before he can say anything else, something catches his eye. The man then gives a strange smile, and we see the two kids from behind. Someone begins to cast a lightning spell from behind them. Several lightning rods erupt from the ground, surrounding the two of them. They quickly begin to energize and glow, startling Ah-hyun. Jong-hyun yells at her not to touch the rods. Trapped, they hear someone ask if this is their first time seeing this skill. She wasn't good at subduing enemies, so she rarely used it, as it had many drawbacks. Still, it's perfect for use against humans. Ah-hyun clicks her tongue, saying she should have made sure he wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. The Wind Hunter approaches, thanking his commander. He admits he let his guard down because they were just students, but he won't make that mistake again. Remembering Ji-yeon, he reports that she managed to escape, but he no longer cares, and says he'll just request a search for her at the mountain's base. The two kids overhear this, and Ah-hyun calls Ji-yeon a coward for running away. The next moment, someone casts a summoning spell and attacks the two adults by surprise. One of them is pushed back, right toward the electrified rods. The moment his body touches the rods, he's electrocuted. Ji-yeon appears, irritated, asking who said she ran away. The boy is terrified to see her, but Ah-hyun asks where she's been. She complains that she was shaking off the paralysis, just as her acquaintance tries to attack her again with his electric magic. A shower of lightning bolts heads toward the girl in her summon. She quickly dodges all the projectiles, with her monster leaping around. She finally neutralizes the enemy, who is impressed by her growth. Furious, she tells him to shut up and release her friends. Now! He just laughs, as he had no such intention. On the contrary, he begins to cast a judgment spell to eliminate them both. The rods start to glow even brighter and emit more lightning. They were running out of space and huddled together to avoid the damage. Furious, Ji-yeon asks what he's done, and he tells her that if she doesn't surrender in the next 3 minutes, her friends will be fried. The man makes it clear he won't give in, not even under torture, because he was also desperate. In a desperate attempt, Jong-hyun asks the girl to destroy the Ark. The enemy says it's no use. It has enough mana to last for 10 minutes. If she destroys the ability, she'll only destroy the one way to deactivate it, but she's free to try if she doesn't believe him. He quickly apologizes for what he did before, saying he didn't want to eliminate her. If she surrenders, he says he can guarantee her safety and that of her friends. What will she do? This puts the girl under extreme pressure. Her summon stops biting the enemy, and he tells her she's made the right decision. He asks her to cancel the summon, but before he can finish speaking, the girl stomps on his arm. He lets out a loud scream of pain. She had shattered his bones. She leaves him screaming and realizes he really wasn't bluffing. The trap couldn't be deactivated easily, and this makes the other two even more desperate. Ji-yeon then says she's going for the Ark, which confuses them. The girl explains that she'll use her summon to remove the rods. Calling her an idiot, the commander says it's no use. Her Her summon will die if it touches that thing. The girl says he's underestimating her. Her summon wasn't weak. Activating her monolink ability, she says she won't command her summon to do it. She'll do it herself. Surprised, the captain shouts that this ability takes years to master. How did she do it? The summon approaches and bites down on one of the rods. Immediately, the heat from the lightning starts to course through the creature's entire body. Her two trapped friends start screaming in fear, but she tells them to be quiet. She needs to concentrate. The pain seems to be affecting her, but the girl does her best to endure it. Finally, she manages to rip out one of the rods. The next moment, the entire ability dissolves before them. Nervous, the captain starts to laugh, realizing she just destroyed his only chance of getting out alive with brute force. Before, she was nothing but her father's shadow. What in the world happened to make her so strong so quickly? Before he can even think, a spike is pointed at his neck. Jong-yun is standing before him, and Ah-hyun is cracking his knuckles, ready to beat him up. Finally, the captain surrenders. There was nothing he could do. The three of them are tied up, but the captain is the only one conscious. He was still impressed by the outcome of the fight. In this world, if you don't stab someone in the back, you won't survive. Jiyeon doesn't care about people's dirty games. She has her own way of living. Ah-hyun calls out to her, and the girl runs off, leaving the three behind. It seemed Junwoo was still inside the dungeon, and several other hunters had already gone in. Worried, Jiyeon asks if the MC is alright, but everyone there trusts that he's fine. Still, they had to go in and help him, because he rarely ever needed it. Professional hunters are rushing towards the MC. They shout that they can't give the kid and the man with the mustache a chance to move. Quickly, several of them start casting various spells from different elements. The sheer amount of magic causes a massive explosion. The dust begins to settle, and we see that someone is still standing. With his weapon, Persona, equipped, he activates Time Out and starts firing. Two enemies are hit, but they aren't necessarily injured. Quickly, the MC approaches them while they're still falling to the ground. It was as if the two of them were frozen in time. The kid walks between them and places his hand on one of the enemy's shoulders. With a simple movement, he shoves the guy backward. He falls to the ground completely defenseless. The others are shocked by the kid's ability and wonder what's going on with his weapon. The ammunition could paralyze a target for a short time. The only drawback was its 1-meter range, but against this mob of idiots, that was hardly a problem. All the enemies prepare to attack, but it won't be enough. In one swift move, the MC dashes past them, neutralizing them all. They all shout to get him, but they weren't faster than him. No one could land a hit. Outside the circle of enemies, a sniper appears, activating his skill. He says he's finally got the bastard and uses his pinpoint skill. The bullet is heading towards the MC, and it seems to be in his blind spot. Like Saitama, he whips around and spots the bullet coming right for him. He easily dodges the attack. Everyone is stunned by the kid's speed and reflexes, and they begin to attack him even more desperately. One of them tries to use a lightning skill, but the MC dodges and finds an opening. Taking the opportunity, he grabs the enemy and easily takes him down. Falling to the ground, the enemy roars in pain. Junwoo grabs the guy by the leg, which leaves the man slightly confused. With a crazed look on his face, he does something that makes the hunter scream in pain. Seeing 7 of them defeated in a single instant was terrifying. They needed to retreat immediately. It was already too late. A summoning spell conjures a mountain lord behind them, and it was gigantic. One of them starts screaming in despair, and the man with the mustache says he didn't even need to join the fight. Still, these guys were incredibly annoying, which makes him want to finish them all off right there. The Lord attacks with full force, wiping them all out in a single strike. Screaming in desperation, they begin to cry for help. They were all strewn across the ground. It was a complete massacre. Stepping on one of their heads, the man with the mustache says he never thought he'd be betrayed by this bunch of idiots. That's why they say you shouldn't raise black-haired beasts. And the MC adds that Seokdu already knew about their move and decided to act first. Lighting a cigarette, the man with the mustache says there was nothing to be done. The old man was quick to adapt to situations. Then he thinks about Seokjai and wonders if he's also one of the traitors, which was true, but he didn't know it yet. Someone activates a weapon skill, and an instant later, a sword flashes. The strike catches the attention of the man with the mustache. In a single strike, the Mountain Lord was eliminated. Stunned, the man with the mustache starts screaming in disbelief, confused by what just happened. A pair of slender legs appears near the MC. A masked woman holding a longsword was walking towards them. Junwoo asks if she's from Acres, but the man with the mustache says he doesn't know who she is. Maybe she's a mercenary. To take out a summon in one hit like that, they needed to be careful with her. The MC tells the man with the mustache to be careful, and he says the same back. Junwoo notices he only has 3 bullets left in his gun. He'll have to be careful. The only choice he had was to finish things as quickly as possible. He says he will block her movements as much as he can, and Mustache will provide support. With a leap, the boy lunges at the woman without any hesitation. She quickly takes an attack stance. Activating her skill, she attacks with a series of frontal slashes, using her sword like a spear. He was too close to her, making it hard to move, and her weapon was already at his stomach. The next instant, something strange happens. The MC seems to lose his balance. He looks down, startled. The woman had used her sword to block the paralyzing bullet. She quickly seizes the opening to launch a powerful counterattack against the MC. Thrown backward, he starts to get nervous. She quickly lunges at the MC, her sword ready to make sushi out of the boy. Something from the side catches her attention, and she glances over. A giant golem appears between them, preventing her from finishing the MC. Leaping backward, she analyzes the situation, and Mustache seizes the opportunity. A salamander appears behind her. He had summoned it to attack her. With a leap to the side, she avoids being turned into a kebab. Now it was 2 against 1, and she starts targeting Mustache. A mist starts to form around her, a camouflage ability. The girl vanishes, leaving the other 2 on edge. The MC seems to have sensed her presence. Shouting behind him, he tells the division chief to watch out. The next instant, she was already behind Mustache, and he hadn't noticed. With a precise strike, she runs him through with her sword. Feeling the pain, he starts cursing the situation he's in. As he falls to the ground, the woman watches him without saying a word. Now it was just the 2 of them. Chang-Su was incapacitated, and the MC only had 1 bullet left, making him feel like there was no way out. A strange aura begins to emanate from his body. At that moment, hatred starts to consume the protagonist's heart, and he wonders if he should eliminate this girl once and for all. The battle was getting complicated for the mercenary. With the tables turned, the MC parries all of her attacks without breaking a sweat. She was shocked, wondering what the hell was going on. How could a kid like him possibly defend against her attacks? The scariest part was him doing it with an old, rusty weapon. Was this a dream? She tries to land a piercing strike on the MC, but he dodges it with incredible speed. The next instant, he lands a solid kick right in her stomach. This time she couldn't defend like before, and the pain was excruciating. She backs away, and he asks if she's getting distracted to leave such an easy opening. That was Young Hak Young, a freelance hunter with no affiliation. She usually takes on high-risk jobs, but she also accepts personal requests, like this one, which seemed easy and paid very well. All she had to do was deal with a defecting guild executive and a student he was connected to. She thought she might not even have to get involved. But now, the situation was completely different. The person in front of her wasn't easy to deal with. He was an extremely dangerous fighter. Thrusting her sword into the ground, she begins to cast a new ability. Once again, a mist begins to envelop her body, allowing her to camouflage herself. The MC looks around, instantly realizing the mercenary's intention. In this thick mist, no one could see their surroundings, but she had the ability to see everything inside it, so she felt she had the advantage. The sound of the grip on his own weapon, the sound of his left foot moving quickly forward, and even his softest breath was detectable to her. Rushing forward at full speed, she thinks this is the end for the MC and uses her shadow offensive skill. Now was the time to end it all, before he could even realize what was happening. Junwoo lets out a sigh and with a small laugh says, "It's been a while." Hakyung delivers her final blow, aiming straight for the MC's neck. Her expression is one of shock at what she sees in front of her. There was nothing there. This leaves her extremely confused and terrified. She didn't feel her blade cut anything at all. The MC then begins to walk. Quickly turning around, Hakyung gets into a defensive stance. She strikes again, and this time, it seems like she hit something. Confused, her eyes widen as she tries to understand what's going on. All of her attacks are being deflected by the MC, as if the mist didn't even exist. The protagonist's fist flies straight towards its target. He smashes the mercenary right in the face. She can't even process what just happened. She quickly tries to use her sword to slash whatever is in front of her. Looking from side to side, she grows even more desperate and confused. The scene changes, and now we see what looks like a public square. A younger Hakyung was shocked to learn that her master's sea mist technique didn't work. He thought it had worked at first, but soon his enemies began to read the flow and sounds of the mist. All the senses he had spent his entire life honing were surpassed in mere minutes. It was as if his entire life's work had been denied. This story leaves her stunned. She wonders who it was, and her master points to someone, saying you'd have to be at that level to break his technique. The hero's bust was right there in front of them, as if it was always waiting to be pointed at. His name, Kim Junwoo. The master begins to walk away, saying he never wants to go through that experience again. That mist was supposed to be his exclusive battlefield, but it wasn't anymore. At that moment, it had become the most dangerous place in the world for him. Trembling, Hakyung thinks that this makes no sense. It took her 10 years to learn how to master this technique. How could a child have surpassed it so quickly? Was he Junwoo reincarnated? It was impossible for this to be true. There was no way this could be real. She had been taught that these senses couldn't be learned by just anyone, especially not a child. The girl continues to slash the air desperately, trying to hit anything. In the next instant, Junwoo was already behind her, and she seems to realize it. With a single kick, the MC sends her flying. Thrown to the ground, she begins to groan in pain. She quickly recomposes herself and kneels, pointing her sword forward. The MC approaches, saying she did her best to hide her presence, but with the air moving like that, it was pointless. She finally realizes he wasn't just listening to the sounds, but also feeling the vibrations in the air. This was the level of mastery her master had told her about. The girl lets out a soft laugh and then dispels the mist. The MC asks if she's planning something else, but she says no. She's simply admitting she was at a disadvantage in the mist. Confidently, the MC then asks if she thinks she has the advantage now. Charging forward, she says they're about to find out. Drawing his weapon again, he manages to parry the mercenary's strike. His identity didn't matter. She knew she had to do something about him. All that was left was to bet everything on a single strike that would finish him for good. Drawing her sword from her back, she prepares herself. With all her speed, she tries to pierce the boy, but he dodges again. Taking advantage of the opening, he kicks the girl in the back. Something catches Junwoo's attention. She had managed to grab his weapon. She says she knew something was wrong. If he has a gun, he should be shooting it, not using it as a club. It was as if he was saving one last shot. Pushing the gun upwards, she pulls the trigger. He ducks his head, and the bullet flies right over him. The last paralyzing bullet. This makes the MC realize that he's now in deep trouble. Staring at him menacingly, she says she no longer has to worry about his gun, so he'd better prepare for the worst. Without a hint of concern, the MC says that's the problem with kids these days. Firing another shot right into her stomach, he activates another skill. The girl is shocked as she thought he was out of ammo, and as she falls to her knees, she hears the MC say that young people always think they know it all. The Pandora's box penalty activates and begins to consume the caster's emotions. He had a negative bullet. Finally, the girl collapses to the ground, defeated. An excruciating pain hits the MC's head now that the penalty has been activated. He couldn't use more ammo than he had, or he'd face penalties from that special weapon. Seokdu used these emotion-consuming bullets as if they were regular ammo. Someone gets up groaning, and the boy looks back to see who it is. Chang-soo was heavily injured but still alive, and he says the MC should have used that on her sooner. Grabbing him by the shoulders, the boy carries him, saying that they survived. Several people begin to approach their location. They are quickly surrounded again by a bunch of thugs. Contacting someone on his earpiece radio, one of them reports that the target is surrounded. Alpha Team is down, and the man with the mustache is startled by this. He had forgotten about Bravo Team. The MC carefully assesses the situation. There were 15 of them here. Actually, there were about 20 people, and he can't fight them all at once. If he'd known this would happen, he would have brought Woosik. He doesn't want to turn into an emotionless psychopath. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he aims his gun at everyone there. It seems he has no other choice. Suddenly, someone conjures a barrage of yellow projectiles, hitting all the men from Bravo Team. A fire spell appears as well, hitting several of them from behind. Watching this scene unfold, all the MC can do is call Woosik a bastard. He mutters that he shouldn't have mentioned him, and just like that, we see the two kids there for the rescue. Furious, the professional hunters regroup to counter the surprise attack. Ah-hyun and Jong-yun charge forward to save the MC. Gang-soo asks if the MC called those kids here, but he says no, this place is far too dangerous. Looking at them, the man with the mustache has a strange thought. That one-armed boy is even stronger than before, and he still has so much more room to grow. The other girl was also at an absurd level. Looking at the MC, Gang-soo can't help but wonder if their power is Jung-woo's doing. One of the enemies lunges at Gang-soo with a giant claw. He panics, knowing he has no way to defend himself. A firefox appears between the man with the mustache and the enemy, blocking the attack. Finally, we see that Jiyeon was also there with them. Anxiously, she asks if Jung-woo is okay. Then, looking more closely, she sees her father. Gang-soo is just as shocked to see her. He asks what she's doing here, and she asks him the same question. Seeing the wound on her father, she asks if he was involved in all this. He replies, how could she even ask that looking at his injury? Helping him to his feet, Jiyeon says they need to get out of there as soon as possible. The MC then tells her to be careful with her father's injuries, and Gang-soo looks surprised. Seeing the MC, be carrying Hak-young, he asks why he's doing that. The MC replies that he still has business to settle with her. Two enemies rush in, shouting not to leave any survivors. Jiyeon once again calls on her summon. Performing a magic link, the creature begins to attack the hunters effortlessly. The man with the mustache asks why she did that, but she just tells him if he has time to talk, he has time to keep moving. This answer leaves the girl's father speechless. For the past few years, he has been working for his group's independence. This made him distance himself from his family and relationships, focusing on escaping Seokdu. The only person who stayed by his side was his daughter, but he never had time to support her as she grew up. While he neglected her, she ended up growing up largely on her own. The old man starts to praise the girl, as if he were on his deathbed. She says she always wanted to hear those words from him, even if it was just once. But now, that's changed. Those words don't move her anymore. Gang-soo is embarrassed, but says nothing. Finally, they catch a glimpse of the exit's light and start moving as fast as they can. Several men were still running after them, chasing Ah-hyun and her friend. They couldn't let themselves be caught, and Ah-hyun says she'll slow them down. With a combined technique, she creates a fiery earthquake that throws several men back. Shouting, Jung-hyun says that's enough and calls for her to escape too. Before she could go, one of the hunters manages to grab the girl. She falls to the ground, and the boy is terrified to see it happen. His sword was at Ah-hyun's neck. With a hostage, he orders everyone there to stop running, or she won't see another day. Yelling, he orders the guys to put the ark on the ground and raise their arms. In the next instant, a projectile hits him right in the shoulder. Junwoo fired at point-blank range, but says it's still hard to hit a target who's holding someone else. Another penalty is applied, and he says he was aiming for his head instead of the shoulder. Thrown to the ground, the man starts to writhe in agony while the MC shows no emotion. He was really trying to finish the guy off for good. Everyone there is terrified to see how the MC is acting. Gang-soo looks haunted by this. He seemed like a different person now. As the captor throws Ah-hyun to the ground, the MC keeps his weapon raised, his presence exuding an enormous pressure. As Ah-hyun ran towards her group, the enemy team couldn't move a muscle. Their instincts told them only one thing. If any of them moved, they'd be sleeping in a wooden box tonight. The protagonist's finger was still on the trigger, and it didn't waver. Jung-hyun approaches him and grabs the barrel of his gun. Everyone there seems shocked by the sight of the protagonist. The boy tells the MC that it's enough. Even a frightened Ji-yeon agrees with her friend. Ah-hyun calls the MC's name one more time and tells them they need to get out of there. Finally, the MC seems to have come back to his senses. Without a word, he just turns and starts walking towards the dungeon exit. The three of them sigh in relief that the situation was resolved without any major incidents. Still, the enemies were all paralyzed with fear after seeing that. Looking back, the man with the mustache warns them that they must have sensed it, but he'll say it anyway as a courtesy. It would be better not to follow them, otherwise they would really die. Someone asks if they're really going to let them leave just like that. Junwoo looks at his friends and tells them to take it to a safe place as quickly as possible. Ah-hyun asks about the MC, and he says he's going to finish some business with the mercenary, who was still unconscious. The others start to run, leaving the MC behind and telling him to be careful. The boy just watches them go without saying a word. As soon as things calm down, he wakes the girl up with a slap. Startled, she asks what's going on, and the MC tells her she has a phone, so she should call director Go Seokdu for him. Furious, she asks why she should do that, but something cuts her off. Touching her wound, he says that his mind isn't right at the moment. If she doesn't want to become pig food, she'd better call Seokdu right now. This terrifies the girl. She has no other choice. The director's phone starts to ring as he sits in his office. He answers, asking if the job was done. But the one who replies is the MC himself, greeting the director, and this startles him. He says he missed seeing him today, but is glad they can at least speak on the phone. The man quickly understands the situation. Still, he's curious and asks why he called. The MC quickly brings up the director's son and daughter-in-law. He wants to know if the director is to blame for the death of Ah-hyun's parents, which catches the old man's attention. Furious, he starts cursing, but the MC asks if the incident from 2 years ago was also his fault. Seokdu gives him a warning. Digging this deep won't end well for him, but the MC says that was the wrong answer. He always thought monsters were the threat that could destroy the world, but after all this, he discovered he was wrong. This world isn't being destroyed by monsters. Quite the opposite. It's being destroyed by people like him. He asks what the director thinks Kim Junwoo would say if he saw this, and the director replies that dead men tell no tales. Junwoo says that in that case, he's just destroying what the dead have built. Did he really think he was capable of replacing Junwoo? Furious, Seokdu screams into the phone, asking who he is, but the MC says it doesn't matter. What matters is Seokdu's own life, so he should guard it well. He's going to need it when the bill comes due. We see a phone thrown to the floor, shattering completely. The one who threw it was director Seokdu. He was clearly rattled by the threat. The scene changes, and we see a headline about the kidnapping of an Acres Guild member. Several news reports also cover director director Seokdu's statement, saying there were no kidnappings, only tests. The news spreads quickly and effectively, which leaves Chang-soo frustrated with the strategy they've adopted. They were trying to bury the whole story, and it was frustrating because they hadn't gained anything from it. Junwoo says they at least gained the commander, but Chang-soo tells him to save that line for his girlfriend. Curious, the man with the mustache asks what their next step is, and he says they need the media. Their next target is the Dungeon Daily. Chang-soo starts laughing out loud in the middle of the street and calls the MC insane. The company's VP is on the first-year parents committee, and the man with the mustache knows his son. Junwoo says he'll give him the details later, but to stay in touch. Now, they were going to start an all-out war against Seokdu. It seemed there was no other solution. The old man says he wasn't expecting anything different. Ever since the guildmaster showed up, he realized his retirement wouldn't be peaceful. Junwoo notes that he seems to have used the special rounds, and the old man comments that's what Jung-hyun told him to do. Smiling, the old man says he doesn't need to worry. It would only be a problem if he used them casually, like what happened with Seokdu. After his master died, he got worse, and started surgically removing his emotions. Junwoo tries to say his situation is different, that he didn't choose this, but the old man says he just needs to be careful. For a moment, the two stand in silence. Then, the old man suddenly asks if he's finished his vacation homework, which makes the MC nervous. The two start to argue, since the boy hasn't done any of it yet. If he keeps this up, the old man will start charging the guildmaster for the use of weapons and ammo. Furious, the MC calls the old man a bastard. He doesn't want to get in trouble because of him and asks what the price is. 100,000 for the weapon and 420,000 per round, which totals 3.6 billion won. Jiyeon appears, yelling that the raid camp is reporting in. Sitting in a chair, she says she completely forgot about it. They can't fail this test, or they'll have to take extra classes during the vacation. Jong-yoon asks if she wants to go with him to check out a new guild that's accepting trainees, and she gets excited about the idea. Ah-yoon asks if they can go right now, but he asks about Junwoo. Jiyeon says he probably already did it, and Ah-hyun agrees, adding that they're always doing things without them. The next moment, the door bursts open, and the MC was standing right there. He looked absolutely furious, which made everyone there a little nervous. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the MC begs for their help with his vacation homework, and that's how the chapter ends. Want to know what happens next? Then ask for a new part in the comments, and as soon as the new chapters are out, I'll start working on it.